Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
And welcome to day 2 of the New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Of course, we've got live commentary at the course today as well as on our live stream, thanks to our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management. We are, of course, the team from Altitude HD, so give us all a follow on socials. But here we are with the draw for the first race of the day. They'll be underway shortly is the Women's Varsity 8. And in lane 1, we've got Otago University number 3. In lane 2, Otago University number 2. In 3, Canterbury University number 1. In 4, Auckland University number 1. In 5, Otago University 1. In 6, Waikato University number 1. In 7, Victoria University number 1. In 8, Lincoln, number 1, and in 9, Canterbury, number 2. So a very stacked race here for the Women's Varsity Coxed 8. We can see them all in the starters blocks at the moment, just getting nicely lined up. Of course, we've got beautiful conditions today down here at Lake Ruataniwha. Great day for some fast racing, so no doubt that's what we are going to see. If this is your first time tuning in to the University Champs on the live stream, just know that we have got a nice strong university contingent here at Lake Ruataniwha. Plenty of strong teams from the likes of Auckland, Canterbury, Lincoln, Otago, Victoria, Waikato, and I believe a couple of AUT as well. It's great to see universities join forces when they can't field a full boat themselves. But yesterday we did, of course, see a bit of racing happening. And so the all-important Ashes trophy, that is the trophy that goes to the university with the most regatta points at the end of this, is currently sitting with Otago University on 24 points, but right behind them is Canterbury University with 23. So no doubt we'll see a few changes on that points table today as racing is about to get underway. Waikato University sitting in 3rd with 11 points, then Victoria and Lincoln. That was quite a good race yesterday we had in the Heberley Shield, the men's championship 8s. That Lincoln crew was very stoked to get the 3rd. I love to see it when teams just get up on the podium and they're just absolutely wrapped with their performance. Of course, Canterbury taking out the win in that race, and Otago in 2nd. I think later today on the live stream you will see a recap of that race. We did film it from the drone, so there'll be a good recap on the live stream. But we are underway here in the first race of the day of day 2 of the New Zealand University Rowing Championships. This is the Women's Varsity Coxed 8. And all boats have gotten away very fast and together, but it does look to be the crew out in lane 5. So that would be Otago number 1 that has got an early jump, but certainly going with them is Otago number 2. So 2 very strong crews here from Otago at the moment. And you wouldn't believe it, Otago number 3 is also going with them. So some very strong crews here from Otago, a very big program they have, of course, run by Glenn Sinclair. But here we are we're about 150 metres into the Women's Varsity 8. And what a day to have a row, eh? Beautiful calm conditions. I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but I think we're good. I think we're a good team. We've got the best weather of the country today. But it is still Otago number 1 that's in the lead, and Otago number 2 right behind, more or less even, really. These two very, very, very close together. And Canterbury number 1 has now pulled up into 3rd. They've really pushed up there as they've just strided out onto their rhythm, and bringing with them, they're bringing Auckland, the girls in dark blue. They are right there as well. And then we'd be going back to Waikato, battling it out with Lincoln just ahead of Victoria and Canterbury number 2. But it's all very close as we approach the 500 metre marker. There's only about 3 lengths in it from 1st to 9th at the moment. So going through the 500 metre marker, it certainly is Otago number 1 going through first, Otago number 2 in second, Canterbury number 1 and third, but only just over Auckland. Auckland is right there, and we're really starting to see Lincoln start to push up. Lincoln now holding on to 5th with Waikato in 6th. Then Victoria having a good battle with Otago number 3 for 7th, and still with their boat overlapping is Canterbury number 2. But it certainly is this crew from Otago number 1 of Olivia, Daisy, Ava, Hannah, Olivia, Lauren, Charlie, Isabel, that are in the lead. There's a few Olivias in that crew, isn't it? Goodness me, you could rename that the Olivia crew, but maybe popular place to go if you called Olivia is Otago University. But it is out in the lead now. They've got a bit of clear water, maybe about a length and a quarter over second place. That is currently still sitting with their teammates, Otago number 2, but we're having a great battle for third between Canterbury number 1, Auckland number 1, and Lincoln. Those 3 crews are very, very even. You couldn't really say there's anything in it at the moment. So we're going to get a great race here in the first race of the day. That is the women's varsity Coxed 8s. But it is the crew from Otago that have really stretched out. They sort of got an early lead, jumped off the start nice and fast, and have just stretched away, particularly from that 500 metre marker. So as we approach the 1K, the second 500 has certainly been Otago number 1's race. They've certainly pulled away. But we are now starting to see that Auckland crew, Auckland, starting to push up. They don't want to be in a battle for third with Canterbury and Lincoln. They want to get away from both of them. So it's still Otago number 2 sitting in second, but Auckland has now firmly got themselves in third, about a third of a boat length over Canterbury and Lincoln. But we see Canterbury there just pushing back. Canterbury going for another move to try to claw back that Auckland crew, because if you don't want to give them the mental advantage, you know, Canterbury's like, no, you're not getting away, we're going to start going with them. And is Lincoln going to go with them as well, and are we going to have a good battle there? But it is still here. We get a closer look of Otago number 1 that have really just strided out, although they have just held that gap. So they might be comfortable. Obviously, their training partners, Otago number 2, right behind them, they'll know what kind of a sprint they've got left in them. So they'll be feeling pretty comfortable here. By the way, I do love the blades of Otago with their crest just on them, and they're just immaculate. And it's great advertising for the university, I must say. It's just great. So, like, you know, team, look after your blades. Don't scratch them up, They look beautiful. But it is Otago here. Otago number 1 out in the lead. I mean, Otago number 2 in the background there is just pulling up a little bit. They're just closing that gap just a bit, as Otago number 1 still has a nice comfortable rowing style. You know, they're nice and long, nice and loose. You know, they've got the mental advantage. They can be comfortable in their race and know that they can respond to any attack that comes from crews behind them. As we see, the Auckland has just stretched out to get third firmly in their grasp. Auckland actually now about a length in third over Canterbury number 1 and Lincoln, that are still having a great battle for fourth. Auckland will be making a play here for second. Otago number 2, better look out. This third 500 has certainly been Auckland's 500 as they've really pushed up, as we are getting into the final 500 metres. But it certainly is Otago number 1 in first, then about 2 lengths back to Otago number 2, and then Auckland only about half a length there behind Otago number 2. Everyone down there on the banks cheering. That's it. You've got to cheer for your university. Make sure they really know that you're here cheering them on, bringing them home strong, because Auckland and Otago need a few cheers behind them for that good battle that they're happening. And same with Canterbury and Lincoln. That battle for fourth is something, isn't it? As Auckland just stretches out to be now a length ahead of Canterbury, and they're going stroke for stroke. They're taking water off Otago. Auckland is really pushing up there. They're really making a play for silver. But can Otago number 2 hold on? That is the question. But it is Otago number 1 that's out on the lead, Otago number 1 with plenty of clear water, and that really does give them the advantage to give a bit of dirty water to the likes of Auckland, as we see Otago number 2 really push back against Auckland. So Otago saw that charge from Auckland and they said, no, we've been in silver the whole way, we're not going to give it up now. But Auckland's pushing again. Each stroke, these two crews are lifting it stroke for stroke. They're battling it out. Here's everyone down on the banks cheering on. That's it, team. Nice and loud. Cheer on your university. But it is Otago number 1 in the lead as we enter the final 100 metres. Otago number 1 with about 2.5 lengths lead over Otago number 2 that is managing to hold on to the silver, but a valiant fight from Auckland as Auckland pushes up. But Otago number 2, they've gone again there with that final 100 metres. Otago number 2, you just see lift them out. Now look at Otago number 2. Every stroke they're getting more and more water. They're just stretching away from Auckland. They did their hard yards. They're going to hold on, but there's Otago number 1 across the line. Otago number 1, what a race. It was theirs from start to finish as we see Otago number 2 cross the line there in second. Well done, Otago. 1-2 on the podium. Third to Auckland. And who's going to get fourth? It looks like Canterbury managed to just hold on, but what a fight they had with Lincoln. That would have been a great race the whole way. And then coming up in sixth, we're just about to cross the line, is Waikato University. And then a great battle there. We're going to go to Canterbury number 2 for 7th. Before back down the inside, Otago number 3, and running it out with Victoria. So what a great race that was for the first race of the day. Women's Varsity coxed 8. 9 boats there travelling very fast, and it's great to see those battles. I mean, it was Otago's race from start to finish. They held on to that. They just rode so beautifully, nice, cool, calm, collected. So we'll look out for more from them in the women's varsity events. But what a battle we did have there between the likes of Otago number 2, Auckland, and Lincoln. But now we're going to head back up the lake for the next race, which will be the Women's University Novice Cox 4. So novices, I've done a bit of commentating this season, and novices are my favourite events. So let's see who we've got in lane 2. We've got Canterbury University number 1 in lane 3, Auckland Uni. In 4, Otago University. In 5, Waikato University. In 6, Victoria University number 1. In 7, we've got Canterbury University. And in 8, we've got a Massey Victoria Composite. So novices for university rowing means that they have not rowed prior to the 1st of February this year. So they're very green, they're very fresh. And so it is awesome that they come to university and want to try something new, you know. So if you're at home watching this, contemplating where you're going to go to university next year, or maybe you're in your first or second year uni and you haven't tried a new sport like rowing yet, well, you make sure you get in touch with your university's boat club so that you are ready for next season, so you know what you need to do. Because novice racing is so much fun. It's a great entry into the sport. Many of our New Zealand representatives actually did start at university. One that I can think of off the top of my head is Fiona Burke. She started at university. So it's not all, you don't have to start at secondary school. If you want to be successful in the sport team, you can absolutely pick it up at any time, and university is no greater time. Of course, it's a great social atmosphere as well as a good physical endeavour that only enhances your academic excellence. There are quite a number of people here that are actually studying medical as well. So, you know, you can absolutely, when the mind is healthy, the body is healthy, and vice versa. So, university rowing for everyone. Obviously, I'm a fan. But I'll come back to you, team, once this race gets underway. I can see they're in the blocks, so it won't be far off. And we are away in the Women's University Novice Cox 4, and there's been a bit of drama already which is why it's so much fun. We seem to have the crew Canterbury number 2's gone a wee bit skew with. And so has Waikato number 1. Those two there's one boat in between them, but they seem to be coming close together. They just wanted to go and say hello. So their coxswains will be having a little bit of fun, but why not? But now they've got straight again and they're off. So that didn't seem to slow them down too much. But it is the crew from Otago number 1 that is out in the lead. Otago number 1 currently holding on to lead of the Women's University Novice Cox 4. Sitting in second, it is a great battle between Canterbury number 2 and Canterbury number 1 and Victoria number 1. Those two are having a fantastic battle for second, and then again another great battle for third happening between Auckland number 1 and out on the outside Otago number 2. But it is great to see now that Waikato and Canterbury number 2 have got themselves straight again and they're back in their lane. So to go out of your lane, say hello to someone else and get back in your lane within the first 250 metres is quite an achievement. So good work there to get the race back on track as the umpires now go to check them out. But they're all good, eh? They got it sorted. But it is a nice rowing here from these novices from Otago number 1 out in the lead. A good sort of 2 lengths lead they've got over Canterbury number 1 and Victoria number 1. Those two there sitting firmly in second, or maybe Victoria's just pushing up a bit. So what I really like about, we've just come through the 500 here. So yep, Otago number 1 about 2.5 lengths ahead of Victoria number 1 would be holding on to second, and then third is now a good battle between Canterbury number 1 and Otago number 2. So Otago number 2 really pushing up. Auckland holding on to 5th at the moment. But this is great rowing from these novices, considering they've only been rowing about 2.5 months. It is great to see that all their blades are getting in on time and they're all getting onto the drive phase together. Really, you want to work on that first as a novice. If you're all pushing together, then you can get the boat up and running, and then it's a lot easier to make the recovery happen. So the coaches down there at Otago have done a great job of really getting this crew from Otago in their first 2.5 months of the sport, getting them together really nicely there. And they all really swing their bodies together. That's always a good tell of if a crew is in time or not. But yeah, they've got really good blade work, these novices. I actually coached some novice schoolgirls this season. Spent 6 months with them, but I think these novices here after 2.5 months are a bit better than them. So it's really good. That's how easy you can pick up the sport as an adult. So if you're at home watching, still wondering if you should give a new sport a try and maybe you missed your boat, you absolutely didn't, get down to your local university or club and get involved, because you can easily pick it up and off you go. But it is now the crew from Canterbury who have pushed up into second. So I've just pushed back over that Victoria crew. They saw them get out fast and they responded. 2-seat there. No, she's all right. She's got it. Canterbury number 2, you know what you're doing, obviously, because you moved up a place. So it is Otago with the lead, but that push that Canterbury has done in the second 500 here has really pushed them away from Victoria to cement second place. But it looks like they are coming for Otago, so we might get a nice sprint on our hands as we move into the second kilometre here. So moving through halfway, these crews being novices, they will of course have a nice basic race plan. The more basic the better, the easier it is to stick to. But I think we will still see, as part of that basic race plan, a strong third 500. You've got your boat up and running, you've got your rhythm now. Now's the time to just enhance that. And so it is Otago number 1 still in the lead, but only just, because this Canterbury crew is really coming for them. Canterbury is really pushing up as we're now within the final 1,000 metres of the Women's University Novice Coxed Fours. It is really getting Balble for Balble here. Wow, Canterbury. If you're from Canterbury and Otago and you're here on the banks, make sure you do come down and cheer on, because this is going to be quite the race. Canterbury now pushing up. Canterbury, every stroke, they seem to be taking a few inches off this Otago crew. So Canterbury, great great job on these novices. Of course, coxed by Annabelle Williams, a very accomplished coxswain herself. So no wonder this Canterbury crew is pushing up. Of course, the rowers are novices, but the coxswain doesn't necessarily have to be a novice, and that would be a top tip. A very experienced coxswain with novices, you're obviously going to get more out of them. As we move through the 1250 metre marker, so 750 metres left to travel in the women's women's novice coxed 4. It is now Canterbury with a full length. So over the last 250 metres, Canterbury have just taken a full length off Otago, and they're still going. There's no stopping this Canterbury crew. This is fantastic rowing to see from novices. We might have some future New Zealand rowers in this lot. Olivia, Zara, Isabel and Emily. There might be some future New Zealand rowers in here, so keep an eye on them, team. But yeah, they're now a length and a half ahead as Otago holds on to second place, and then we're back to Victoria for third at the moment, and Otago number 2 sitting out in fourth. But the Victoria crew is pushing up as well. But yeah, what a row we're seeing here from this Canterbury one. Obviously, they just need to get up to their speed, and once they got up to their speed, there's no slowing them down. I mean, there is still a lot left of this race, isn't there? There's still 500 metres. Anything can happen in a novice race. That's why I love them so much. But we just see, and you see in the background there, people rowing up to the start as well. So if you're watching on the live stream, you see people rowing up to the start. That's what those boats are doing, going in the opposite direction. But here it is. We are in the final 500 metres now of the Women's University Novice Cox 4. And the early lead was with Otago, but through the middle of the race, we did see this Canterbury crew here in the red boat on the left of the screen there, just absolutely stride out and just push away. They're now 3 lengths ahead. So once they got their motor warmed up and running, they were off. And Otago holding on to second place at the moment. Third place sitting with Victoria at the moment. So those 3 have really stretched out away from the rest of the field. So it's great to see from these women who are in their 3rd month of the sport. So you can absolutely pick up a new sport at any time, team, and excel. And it absolutely helps with enriching your academic excellence. But we are now not too far from the finish. Yep, we're entering the final 250 metres of the Women's University Novice Cox 4. Canterbury holding on to the lead, about 4 lengths ahead of Otago, who have about 3 lengths over Victoria. And then we're getting a great battle there for 4th between Auckland and Otago number 2. So they're having a good battle there. And then another great, sitting in 6th will be Waikato, and then another great battle between Canterbury 2 and the Massey Victoria Composite, having a great battle at the back of the field there. And it doesn't matter where you are in the race if you're having a race. You know what I'm saying? You do your best, you try your hardest. That's what we're here to do. As we see many people who've come down for the early races come down to cheer on their university, which is great to see. We've got a big contingent here, of course, from the likes of Canterbury and Otago. They are the closest universities to us here at Lake Ruataniwha. But here we are just getting some great shots of that Canterbury crew as they enter the final 100 metres, just rowing beautifully, getting their blades in, getting a good push. You see they really drive their legs down. Love that 3-seat, man. She's got some good leg drive on her. So that's what we're here for, that kind of leg drive. She might be able to hear me. As we see Canterbury now cross the finish line to take the win in the Women's University Novice Coxed 4. Great work, Canterbury. Love to see a celebration too, team. Slapping the water. Let's see more of that later today from everyone. As we see Otago there across the line to take the second. Well done, Otago. And third place, they've been third the whole time. They really held on to it and stretched away from the rest of the field. It is going to be Victoria University. Great job, Victoria University. So those 3 crews there really did stretch themselves off. Oh, and there's the Canterbury crew cheering on the rest of the competition, congratulating everyone. That's what it's all about, team. It's about sportsmanship. So it's great to see everyone getting along so well. I mean, they've all done a massive accomplishment to race in their first New Zealand University Rowing Championships. And it does look like 4th place is going to go to Auckland. They have held on to that. So Auckland just approaching the line now. They've got about 2 lengths lead over Otago number 2. So Auckland University there taking 4th place. And then 5th, we're having a great battle right to the line between Otago number 2 and Waikato, but I think Otago number 2, yep, they've just held on to that. Great work, Otago number 2, only just over Waikato University. So good battle there between those two crews. As then we have the final 2 crews, Canterbury number 2 and the Massey Victoria Composite. Anything can happen, team. You're seeing a great finish, great sprint finish here from the Massey and Victoria Composite, but we're getting a good response from Canterbury number 2. The key thing is to hold your nerve, keep in time. And we see the final 2 crews cross the line there. Great finish from Canterbury number 2 and a really good battle they had there with Massey and Victoria Composite. So that rounds out the second race of the day, which is the Women's University Novice Coxed Fours. Next up will be the Men's Varsity Double Sculls Division 1. There will be 2 divisions for this event. Of course, you're watching on the live stream. If you do go away at any point and you need to come back and find us, make sure you do find us through rowinghub.co.nz. That is the easiest place to find this feed again. Of course, we couldn't do it without our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management. I will be back with you shortly when we head up to the start for the next event, which a reminder will be the Men's Varsity Double Sculls.
Lake Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie district at the base of the picturesque Southern Alps is the southernmost rowing course in the world. Rowing teams have travelled here from all over New Zealand to race in this idyllic location. Athletes warm up from the boat park at the western end of the lake, row past their supporters and into the start blocks of the 2,000 metre course at the eastern end of the lake. Crews hit top speed in the first 300 metres, fighting for early dominance. They then settle into a rhythm, maintaining a base speed through the race's middle. Around the 900 to 1100 metre mark, decisive moves test opponents' stamina and rhythm. As fatigue sets in, the strongest crews emerge. In the final push, lactic acid builds, ratings rise, and gold medals are decided.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And here we are, just heading back up the lake for the next event, which is the men's varsity double sculls Division 1. There will be 2 divisions in this event. So this event is already underway. They're about 500 metres into the race. But in lane 1, we have got Canterbury University number 2. In 2, Otago number 2. In 3, Lincoln. In 4, Auckland. In 5, Waikato. In 6, Canterbury. In 7, Otago. In 8, Victoria. In 7, Victoria. And in 8, Victoria. 7, Otago, 8, Victoria. So, in this event, yep, we have got everyone there. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 of them. There is quite a few. So it is Victoria in 8, Auckland in 9, and Victoria number 2 in 10. So quite a lot of boats. That's the great thing about our course down here at Taniwha. We can get 10 lanes across. So if this is your first time watching rowing on the live stream and you've seen it at the World Champs with 6 boats, down here at Taniwha we can get 10. But who is in the lead at the moment as we approach the 1K? It does look like to be the crew in lane 6. So that is Canterbury number 1. Currently holding on to the lead, but only just on their left-hand shoulder. It is Waikato number 2 right there, and then the 2 crews on the inside, Canterbury number 2 and Otago number 2, having a good battle there for third alongside Otago number 1 that is out there in lane 7. But it is the crew from Canterbury, Ashley James Fitzgerald and Flynn Mercer, that have a boat length lead over Waikato. That is Jasper Mayling and Jamison McConchie, and they have about a length lead over Otago number 1, Angus Lowe and Ashton White. So those 3 are the top 3. Battling it out for 4th at the moment is Otago number 2 and Auckland number 1. So those 2 there having a really, really good battle for 4th. But it does look like their battle is currently going the way of Otago number 2 as they just stretch out about a length lead in their last 250 there. So they really pushed it up there from the 1,000 to the 1,250. But of course the lead is with our crew from Canterbury. Canterbury number 1 having just that little bit of confidence with that little bit of clear water. They have got a length and a quarter over the crew from Waikato. But we do see Waikato do a big push there. They are trying to move away from Otago number 1. They don't want Otago number 1 pushing up for their spot, as we see Otago number 2 are really making a play at third at the moment. Otago number 2 really picking up the rate to try to get up into one of the top 3 spots, as we see Waikato now. Waikato lift the rate as we enter the final 500 metres here of Division 1 of the men's varsity double sculls. Waikato now have overlap over Canterbury, so Waikato is really pushing it up. You're really seeing them lift the rate and have a really strong finish every stroke, but Canterbury have made a great response there. Canterbury is saying, no, we've led most of this race. We've done the hard work. We want to hold on to it, but Waikato goes again. So we're getting a great battle here for first and second between Canterbury number 1 and Waikato number 1, as we see Otago number 1 managing to hold on to third place, but they are getting a great challenge from their teammates, Otago number 2. So no doubt we'll have plenty of supporters, particularly from Otago. Which one are you cheering for? Number 1, number 2? I don't think you care. Cheer for both of them. Get one of them on the podium. But Waikato is really lifting the rate. Waikato now bell for bell with Canterbury. It's Canterbury in the lead. The next stroke it's Waikato. So Canterbury and Waikato down on the banks cheering. Let's go. Let's see who's going to get the line first, as we see now 250 metres to go. Waikato just taking inches every single stroke. Waikato now stretching out to canvas lead over Canterbury, but a great response from Canterbury. They've now halved that lead again, and Canterbury have lifted the rate and gone again. Canterbury just rowing over the buoy line. Can they keep their blades nice and clean away from it as Waikato goes again? So we're having a great battle here between Waikato and Canterbury. Waikato holding on to half a length lead. What a second half we've had from this Waikato crew. Canterbury led from the start. They had clear water, but we into the final 100 metres, it is the Waikato crew that really made the second K theirs, and particularly this final 500. What a sprint from this Waikato crew. Now a length lead over Canterbury. Just 250 metres ago, it was the other way. But this final 250 here is all Waikato, as Waikato crossed the line first with a length and a quarter over Canterbury in Division 1 of the men's varsity double sculls. Love the handshake there between Jasper and Jamison. As we come down to the line now for third position, it is going to be Otago number 1 who held on to it. Fourth going to Otago number 2. And then fifth will be Canterbury number 2. Then we're heading back over there to Auckland for 6th. Then we're going to be Lincoln. Then back out to the outside, Auckland number 2, Victoria number 2, and Victoria number 1. But what a sprint finish there from Waikato. So no doubt in the rest of the varsity men's races today, they have Jasper and Jamison. And then I think they gave away a few secrets there. They might have a fast sprint on them, team. But how good was that for Division 1 of the men's varsity double sculls? Next up, you can already see it there. It's coming at us hot. Is Division 2 of the men's varsity double sculls. So that was Division 1. Division number 2 is inside its the final 1K. I'll just read out the lanes now before we get to it. In lane 1, it is Canterbury number 6. Oh, plenty of crews in Canterbury. In lane 2, it is Canterbury number 4. In 3, Auckland number 3. In 4, Victoria 3. In 5, Lincoln 2. In 6, Otago 3. And in 7, Canterbury number 3. And in 9, Canterbury number 5. So those are the crews for Division 2 of the men's varsity double sculls. And it does look to be the crew from Otago number 3, that are in the lead, and hot on their heels is Canterbury number 3. And they're having a great battle for third between Auckland number 3 and Lincoln number 2. They're having a great battle for third, and then another great battle for fifth between Canterbury 6, Canterbury 4, and Victoria 3, with Canterbury number 5 currently sitting in whatever position is at the back. There's so many of them. I can't count that high this early in the morning. But it is, the lead is currently with Otago number 3, with Canterbury number 3 sitting in second, in a great battle that we're seeing here for third between Lincoln number 2 and Auckland number 3. So Lincoln is the crew just on the bottom left there of your screen. They've got about half a boat length lead over Auckland. So we're seeing some great rowing here from the Lincoln rowers, William and Mac. But we are seeing good little push there from Auckland, Ryan and Alexander. They're just pushing up now. They're just about a quarter of a boat length behind. But this race certainly belongs to the crew from Otago number 3. Of course, we just saw their number 1 and 2 crews. They had a great battle for third and fourth in Division 1. So it's no wonder that they have got a strong third crew that is currently holding on to the lead of Division 2 of the men's varsity double sculls. As we're now inside the final 250 metres. The leaders are inside the final 250 metres. That is Otago. They've just got that length and a half lead over Canterbury. And so those two crews have certainly pushed themselves out, made themselves known to be the top 2. But we see Auckland really pushing up into third at the moment. Auckland now half a boat length over Lincoln. So Auckland have had a great third 500 there to really squeeze up and over, but still a fantastic battle happening for fifth between the likes of Victoria number 3 and Canterbury number 4. As now the leaders, Otago number 3, are within the final 100 metres, and they're just stretching away there from Canterbury. They obviously had a little bit back, but they've got lovely run on their boat, does this crew from Otago. Every stroke when their blades are out of the water, their boat just keeps propelling forward. So that's great rowing, but great boat run here from Otago number 3, Jed and Kaya. So they take the win there in Division 2 of the men's varsity double sculls. Second place is going to go to the crew crossing the line at the moment, which is Canterbury number 3. And that Auckland crew that had a great push there at 500 to go, have managed to just hold on. They're still holding on to that three-quarters boat length lead over Lincoln. So there goes Auckland across the line, and Lincoln in fourth, and hot on their heels is Victoria for fifth. Another great battle down on the inside, though, for sixth and seventh between Canterbury number 6 gets it. Sorry, Canterbury number 4 gets it only just over Canterbury number 6. And then just about to cross the line now is Canterbury number 5. So many Canterbury doubles, team. They obviously like sculling down there. Good to see. No doubt we'll see some quads from them at some point. But that is Division 2 of the men's varsity double sculls. The next race will be at 8:40, so in about 4 minutes. And that will be the Women's Championship Single Sculls. So that will be quite an exciting race. The best of the best out there on their own, as we're starting to see that sun just peek up over the horizon there. We got a nice early start here at Lake Taniwha. So I'll be back with you in a few moments. If you do go away, remember find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. We are the team from Altitude HD. Thanks to Milford Asset Management for making this possible. And here we are, cruising up the lake for the Women's Championship Single Sculls. This is going to be quite a good race here. We've got some real top competitors in the race. In lane 2, we've got Otago, Sam Rankin. In lane 3, we've got Auckland, Atlanta, Bruce. In lane 4, Otago number 1, Hannah Matahiri. In 5, Waikato, Amelia Burrell. In 6, Canterbury, Olivia Key. In 7, Otago, Madison Neal. And in 8, Canterbury, Emma Spittle. So, of course, Hannah Matahiri there in lane 4 from Otago, she is studying medicine. So you can absolutely hit your academic excellence targets as well as competing highly in sport, because Hannah does. Hannah is, of course, a member of the New Zealand Rowing Hub. So it is great to see her balancing everything well. So she is in the lead, is Hannah. She is got some clear water over Olivia Key from Canterbury, currently sitting in second, but only 2 lengths behind there. And third, currently sitting with Amelia Burrell of Waikato in a great battle for... Sorry, it's Madison Neal sitting in second. Great battle for fourth happening between Olivia Key and Atlanta Bruce from Auckland University. Of course, Amelia from Waikato and Atlanta Bruce from Auckland, they went to high school together. So they'll be having a little battle there between them. Amelia currently leading that little local battle, but I will give a shout out to Atlanta's mum, April. Hi, April. Old mate, hey. Good to see your daughter rowing. Of course, you wouldn't be here without your parents' team, so we always need to give them a bit of a shout out. But it is, of course, Hannah Matahiri, that is in the lead. She's just stretched out again through that 1K. So she obviously, her plan just to get up and running in the first K. And as she moves through the halfway marker, just stretch out a little bit more, get a little bit more length, and you'll really see the power from her come through the middle here. So sometimes you will see the faster, smaller, lighter scullers get a bit of a jump on the lead, and then the stronger, more powerful ones with a big engine move through the middle. And that is what we're seeing here, obviously, from Hannah. Hannah here is nice and strong, and she's got a great rowing technique. So anyone out there watching this live stream who hasn't yet tried rowing, here is a great example of exactly how to do it. Her boat is beautifully balanced. You've got a great view here from our drones, and you can just see she gets her blades in with nice, long, relaxed arms. She gets a great connection. There's no point pushing legs down if you're not connected. So novices that are racing later in the day, top tips here, watch this race here from the Women's Championship Single Sculls, because this is a masterclass in how to do it from Hannah Matahiri. She has now stretched her lead out to a few more lengths. She's about 3 lengths over her teammate there from Otago, Madison Neal. She's still holding on to a firm second, and third sitting with Waikato University's Amelia Burrell, but still that great battle for fourth happening between Atlanta from Auckland and Olivia from Canterbury, and then another great battle between Emma from Canterbury and Sam from Otago. But this race really is Hannah's. Hannah's absolutely showing us how to dominate a women's championship single sculls. Of course, this is championship is the top division here, so anyone can compete in championship. So we will see many people who have represented New Zealand in this category. So it is great to see that you can obviously balance university studies, rowing for your country, and having fun. But it is Hannah still with about 2.5 lengths lead over Madison Neal, and Stacey Neal just stretched a little bit over Amelia Burrell. Amelia holding a firm third, sort of in what I would call no man's land, you know, a little bit behind the leaders, but far enough ahead of the ones behind. So that is the hardest place mentally, to just keep pushing, you know. Hannah's got the nice, easy job of getting herself in front because she is strong. She's worked to get herself there. It's not easy because it just happens. It's easy because she's got herself there. She's done the work. But now she can just watch the rest of the race unfold behind her. But we are seeing Olivia Key from Canterbury just push up into fourth, just squeezing a little bit up over Atlanta. But Atlanta from Auckland is just pushing back a little bit. So great battle there happening for fourth. And Amelia sitting in third, we'll be seeing that battle happen behind her and just try to push away from it. But it is still Hannah Matahiri from Otago that is just stretched out her lead a little bit more again as we enter the final 250 metres here of the Women's Championship Single Sculls. So Hannah just keeping nice, cool, calm, relaxed rowing. Of course, a future doctor here. So, you know that old cliche, if anyone needs a doctor in the house, we've got one on the water. She's right there. That is Hannah Matahiri coming down towards the finish line of the Women's Championship Single Sculls. And in second place, holding on to second, is her crewmate Madison Neal from Otago. Madison sculling beautifully there as well. They obviously know what they're doing down at Otago, don't they? They are the university that has won the Ashes, the overall points trophy, the most. So, of course, we should see them at in the lead. But this race has really been Hannah's, as we're now in the final 100 metres of the Women's Championship Single Sculls. Hannah just stretching out nicely, long and strong rowing. That's what that is, team. Nice, long, relaxed arms as she just places the blades in, gets locked on, gets connected, and drives through her legs with a nice, strong brace core. As Hannah crosses the line to take the win. Well done, Hannah. And then crossing the line very shortly to take second place will be her teammate, Madison Neal. So 1-2 for Otago University. Third place still sitting with Amelia Brow from Waikato, but what a great battle we are seeing here for fourth between Atlanta from Auckland and Olivia from Canterbury. Those two pushing, but is there third place to Amelia? Well done, Amelia. As we see, Atlanta has just got the better of Olivia, so Atlanta from Auckland takes fourth place, fifth to Canterbury, Olivia, and then sixth place is going to go across the far side to Emma Spittle from Canterbury, and then down on the inside to Sam Rankin from Otago. And that is the Women's Championship Single Sculls. Next up in about 10 minutes or so, less than 10 minutes, 8 minutes, will be the men's tournament Coxed 4. So tournament, of course, people who have only raced at university regattas or only done a novice season at club or schools but haven't got a national medal. So again, that'll be another great race to watch. So if you're watching on the live stream, don't go anywhere, but if you do, remember, find us through rowinghub.co.nz, and we'll be back with you just before 8:55 for the men's tournament Coxed 4.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And here we are, just driving up to the start for the next race, which will be the men's tournament Cox 4. And that will be getting underway shortly. And we are seeing that they are just getting into the box. So hopefully we got some more boat holders down there. So yeah, just reiterate that message. If you're here at Lake Taniwha on the banks, please do, and you've got at least a spare half hour at any point today, head down to the start to help be a boat holder. If you are still in your university's accommodation, keeping warm, haven't got out of bed yet, and you're watching this on the live stream, maybe pop out of bed and keep your sleeping bag with you maybe and head on down to the start to help boat hold. I'm Meg Glenn, but I am just joined by Jared from Rowing New Zealand. So Jared here is going to tell us a little bit about university rowing in New Zealand.
Yeah, thanks, Meg. Good to speak to everybody this morning. Lovely Regatta conditions. We're really happy to have such a fantastic event going on at a great place. I just wanted to welcome everybody and really look forward to a lovely day.
Sweet. So did you row at university, Jared?
I did an embarrassing number of years at university, Meg. I think 5 rowing and then concurrently about another 5 as a coach. So about 7 uni games, maybe 8 over time. Loved it.
Oh, I was going to say, that's not embarrassing. That just says how awesome it is. So awesome you couldn't get away. But let's just run through who's in this race here. The men's tournament Cox 4 in lane 2. We've got Canterbury number 2 and 3, Waikato 4, Auckland 5, Victoria 6, Otago 7, Canterbury 8, Otago number 2. And 9, we've got an AUT composite. So they are underway. We're about 250 metres in, and it does look like the crew in lane 6, Otago number 1 is currently in the lead, but only just. They got about a foot lead over Auckland number 1, currently in second, and a great battle for third happening between Victoria, the AUT Composite, and Canterbury number 1. So really hot race happening here in the men's tournament Cox 4. So Jared, which university did you go to?
I actually doubled up, man, guys. Started at Canterbury, spent 4 years, the first 4 years at Canterbury, and then another 6 at Vic. I did a double degree, one at each. And that's how I managed to get so many uni games, is basically the reason I came back.
So this battle we're happening here between Canterbury and Vic, who are you going to cheer for?
Yeah, that's a struggle. I mean, in the end, I'm a one-eyed Cantabrian, but I do have a pretty soft heart for Vic. So I think in the end, I'm probably going to go for Canterbury, but I'd love to see Vic pull it off. I mean, they don't get many medals, Vic, in general. A couple of medals are an event, so if they can get one here, that'd be awesome. Be really proud of them.
Yeah, how good would that be? I took some great photos yesterday of some Vic crews, actually. Very photogenic is the Vic team. But out in the lead, is Otago number 1. So we're about 600 metres in here of the men's tournament Cox 4. And Otago number 1 holding on to about a length lead over Auckland number 1 and third place. Currently sitting with Canterbury, only just though, over Jared's soft spot Victoria, and the AUT Composite currently holding into 5th, and then we're heading back to the likes of Otago number 2, Waikato, and Canterbury number 2. But let's get a closer look here of this Otago number 1 crew. So if you're coaching this, Jared, what do you like? What are you seeing from this crew that you think is making it row so well?
To me, it's timing there, Meg. They've got some great timing. Their strokes could do with a little bit more length, but other than that, I think it's timing that's making it work for them today, definitely. Getting in together, out together, nice blade work. Going well there with the timing, and that's what's making the boat move.
Yeah, it really is, because they seem to be just stretching out a little bit. They have a slightly higher rate than the Auckland crew. So the Auckland crew holding on to second, a little bit of a lower rate, but maybe they're just biding their time. Maybe we'll see a sprint come from the Auckland crew. No doubt we'll see a sprint come from this Otago crew as we approach the halfway marker in the men's tournament Cox 4. So, of course, those watching at home, different divisions to club rowing or school rowing. We've got novice, tournament, varsity and championship. So these men here in tournament have only raced at university regattas or only done a novice season at club or school without winning any national medals. So still very green in the sport of rowing, but as we said earlier, plenty of New Zealand rowers did make their start at university. So is Otago number 1 in the lead as we move through the halfway marker with about 2 lengths of a lead over Auckland. Currently sitting in 3rd. We've got a good amount of clear water between Auckland and Canterbury. They've just stretched out a little bit more over Vic. Vic holding on to 4th. But Otago number 2 have really pushed up. They're now in 5th. So they're making a play there for 4th and possibly bronze, with the AUT Composite sitting in 6th, and then a great battle down on the inside lanes between Canterbury number 2 and Waikato for 7th. But it is our crew from Otago, Vaughan, Caleb, James, Isaac, and their coxswain Charlotte, that are in the lead here in the men's tournament Cox 4. Oh, so Jared, you've obviously been in university rowing a long time. So what is some lore of the tournament events you can tell me?
Well, actually, back at Vic in the day, there was a guy named Niels Mendit, and he did 7 years at tourney level. It was an amazing rower, actually, in the end. Even though he'd only ever done uni rowing, he just knew all the, knew how to boat load. He could rig boats, he could de-rig boats. He just did everything, just loved it, just came back for tourney every year and never left. Yes, yeah, really great stalwart, and they're the sorts of people we want to see through uni rowing all the time. So fantastic work, Niels, and love to see more of him out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see when people just get amongst the university sport, because, of course, the physical pursuit does help your academic pursuit. And also, university rowing is run so much by volunteers. So having those people like that competing time and time again in the same event, they really help and bring on everyone around them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we do recognise from RNZ that this is the toughest category. Like, to row at university, you've got to be able to you got to be a step above everybody else. You know, to be able to handle the requirements at school is a little bit easier. You have a lot of support. The school supports. There's parent support. There's quite a lot behind it. Whereas at uni, typically you're on your own. You're usually working for yourself, you know, got to feed yourself, got to figure out all those other social and other things in life. So uni rowing is just that little bit harder, and we recognise that it's a a bit more pressure, but so yeah, really impressive to see that all of these categories here rowing, whether it's novice or champ or all the ones in between, they do a great job.
Yeah, and it's awesome as well. Like, give up your Easter weekend, you know? I mean, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the country this weekend, to be honest. We seem to be avoiding the cyclone here. It's great. But this is the men's tournament Cox 4, as we're well within the final 500 metres, and it is Otago number 1 that are in the lead. Otago number 1 with about a 3-length lead over Auckland. Third place sitting with Canterbury. Then it's back to Victoria for 4th, but we are seeing a fast finishing Otago number 2 there sitting in 5th, but they might roll Victoria then there. So if you're on the banks here from Victoria or Otago, make sure you go cheer on your crew, and then we're out to the AUT composite, then down on the inside to Canterbury number 2 and Waikato number 1, who've had a fantastic battle the whole race within a race that. But it is this crew here that we're seeing on the screen from Otago number 1 that Jared mentioned earlier, are just rowing so beautifully in time. And if you can really get your timing right, then that is what will propel your boat forwards together. So Vaughan, Caleb, James, Isaac, and then Coxon, Charlotte are doing a fantastic job of that as we're now entering the final 100 metres here of the men's tournament Cox 4 at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. So this Otago crew, they've led from the start and they've just stretched out. In the second K, they've really just drove away from everyone. Every stroke, just get a few more inches. They've really letting the boat run on the way forwards. It keeps them propelling each stroke as we now enter through the finish line. So that is Otago number 1, take the win, and look at that celebration. Love to see a good celebration team. Hitting the water, high fives all around. Let's see more of that. That's what it means to them. Taking the win there in the men's tournament Cox 4 with second place going to Auckland University, just crossing the line there. Yeah, Otago. Look how wrapped they are. I love it. They're clapping, hands in the air. That's it. It means a lot to them. They've worked hard whilst balancing the university studies. Great to see them take the win. Third place, they're going to Canterbury. And then we have had a fast finish here from that Otago number 2. They seem to have just got up over Vic. Vic lifting the rate for the finish, but no, it was Otago number 2. There they got 4th. Vic there for 5th. 6th out to the outside for AUT composite. And then down to the inside, we are going to see Canterbury number 2. Obviously had a nice, strong finish there for 7th. And Waikato number 1 placing 8th there in the men's tournament Coxed 4. So the next race will be coming at us very soon, and that is Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Double Sculls. As we just check out all the men's tournament Cox 4s there after the line. Look at them all chatting to each other, saying how great their race was. You can also make friends from other universities. And actually a lot of these people racing here do club rowing as well. And so they'll be at different clubs throughout the club season. Maybe it's different home base, and then they all mix up as they move to the university. So you've got plenty of friends and other crews, which makes this a great social event. But we'll just be back with you shortly for the Women's Varsity Double Sculls Division 1. Yeah, we just saw the draw there on the live stream for the women's varsity double sculls. We've got a packed race here with 10 crews. In lane 1, we've got Canterbury 2, in 2, Auckland 2, in 3, Victoria, in 4, Otago, in 5, Waikato, in 6, Lincoln, 7 is Auckland, 8 is Canterbury, 9 is Otago 2, and out in 10 is Victoria number 2. Lots of dots on the screen is what they are, but these are the women's varsity double sculls. And in the lead, it does appear to be lane 4, Otago number 1, 2 Olivias. They really do like the Olivias down there, don't they? So they appear to be in the lead as we approach the 1K marker. A great battle for second happening between the likes of Canterbury number 2, Victoria number 1, I would say, is currently in second, and then out on the outside. But Jared, I believe you coached this grade varsity when you were at Victoria. Why did you like coaching this grade?
It's a great grade for getting people back into the sport. Meg, often people come back in after having done 3 or 4 years at school, or sometimes just 1 or 2 years at school. So varsity is a good way of and introducing them into the uni games and the whole experience of uni, which is great fun. You know, it's probably not the pressure that school rowing or that club rowing has. So really great grade to come back, experience rowing again, have a bit of fun with your mates, get out and do a few different things that involve social activities with rowing and getting back into it, experiencing again. So you really like this grade. I think it's got a good capacity to bring people back into it.
And here we are getting a nice close look there at the leaders from Otago, Olivia and Olivia. Olivia squared, so they are currently in the lead, only just over their crewmates, Otago number 2, Maggie and Lauren. So nice sculling that we're seeing here from Otago number 1 in the women's varsity double sculls division 1. Jared, why don't you talk us through their technique?
Yeah, again, timing before, looking good for these girls. They really obviously spent a little bit of time in the boat together, I'd expect, in advance of it. Glenn's good at putting a pretty good program down there to get down there in Otago. So they'll have, I'm sure, spent some time out on the harbour down there in Dunedin. Yeah, looking good. They've got quite a nice rating, good clip, good blade work, definitely good catches there. Really nice, actually. Yeah, I'm sure there's a few work-ons, but they're definitely working well, I think. Definitely together, they've spent some time and they've got that synchronicity, definitely. So, yeah, looking good.
Yeah, nicely synchronised as they enter the final 500 metres here of Division 1 of the women's varsity double sculls. So they've really led this race. It was nice and tight in the first K there, but really this... as we move through the middle, this crew here, the Olivias from Otago, has just stretched out their lead. Over their crewmates, Otago number 2, Maggie and Lauren, currently sitting in second. And then we're down into lane 3 for third, and then back to lane 1 for fourth. So that's sort of how the positions are sitting at the moment, but we are seeing another dominant performance from Otago. We have seen a few races today where Otago have got 1-2, and this race does not appear to be any different, as we see plenty of 8s in the background there heading up for their races. So plenty of exciting racing coming up. I mean, there's going to be exciting racing all day. This is the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Champs after all. But it really is Otago's race, this event, the Women's Varsity Double Sculls Division 1. They're currently holding on to first and second. Nice and relaxed sculling from both of these crews. You're seeing them just allow the boat to run, particularly the number 2 crew there, sort of bottom middle of the screen. I can sort of see that they, as the blades are extracted from the water, just have a little moment to allow the boat to continue moving forwards, and they're not disrupting it on the way forward. So great sculling there from Maggie and Lauren. But it is their teammates, Olivia and Olivia, in the number 1 boat. that have led this race so beautifully, and now about 50 metres from the finish line with a good sort of 4 lengths lead. So Otago number 1 here coming down towards the line, looking nice and comfortable and confident in Division 1 of the women's varsity double sculls. And they're just about to go across the line there. Well done, Otago. And of course, Otago's also going to get a second. Love to see a handshake there between crewmates. Absolutely wrapped, as they should be. They sculled that so beautifully as their teammates Maggie and Lauren cross the line there in second. And then third is Victoria. Victoria just crossing the line there. Caitlin and Zoe. Well done, Victoria. Jared, you'll be happy with that. Victoria on the podium.
Absolutely, fantastic. Well done, girls. Well done to all of the varsity doubles out there. That was a really good race. Impressive rowing, and yeah, keep it up, ladies.
Yeah, that was great to see. As we saw Canterbury place 4th, and everyone else crossing the line. Of course, we will be heading up very shortly for Division 2 of the same event, the women's varsity double sculls. It's obviously a very popular event, and that's why there's 2 divisions, so it's great to see having such high entries in these events. Seeing the winners there, Otago number 1 from Division 1, but very shortly we'll head up the course for Division number 2. But Jared, why don't you explain to us a little bit about the divisions?
Yeah, so basically, Meg, the way the divisions work here is that because the conditions are similar between the 2 divisions, that rather than award medals based on who wins the first division only, the medals are awarded based on the best time. So you can actually be in Division 1 and potentially could win that race, but the 3 fastest times might be in Division 2, so the medals will be awarded based on those times. So if you look at the results on Row IT, you'll go through and see from yesterday's racing or from other divs today that actually, yeah, there is a, you know, it might be first and third are in the first div, and then silver might go to the Div 2 or something else. Go and have a look. It's a different way of racing, but ultimately fairer when you can't do heats and semis when there's not enough time with one-day racing. So it gives an opportunity for the best to show themselves without needing to have those heats and finals that happen in our bigger regattas.
So the real takeaway from that team is if you're in the lead, don't just settle for being in the lead. Go as fast as possible. But here we are for Division 2, the women's varsity double sculls. And in lane 1, we got Canterbury 6, in 2, Otago 5, in 3, Canterbury 4, in 5, Waikato 2, in 6, Otago 3, in 7, Canterbury 3, in 8, Otago 4, in 9, Canterbury 5, and in 10, Otago 6. But it is these 3 crews here that have really stretched themselves out into the lead, having a great battle out the front there. So Canterbury number 3 currently holding on to the lead, only just though, about a canvas over Otago number 4, and they've got a length over Otago number 3. They're in third. So those 3 crews have really pushed themselves out here. And as you're saying, Jared, it's times that matter for these events that have divisions. So having a great battle out the front like that is surely going to make you go faster, no?
Yeah, one-on-one like that, or at least three against each other, really, really close, is always going to push the teams along. You know, they're seeing each other. I know they're not certainly looking across, but they're out of the corner of their eye. They can see the other teams, and it pushes you along. It does help to have that competition.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing great competition here from Otago number 3, Stella and Toby currently holding on to the lead. They're doing really good hard work there, but they're getting a great challenge from Zoe and Eleanor from Otago number 4. So Canterbury and Otago really battling it out here. Just pushing away a little bit from Otago number 3, Poppy and Lucy, but they are holding on there. But we are seeing the Otago number 4 crew, Zoe and Eleanor, just lift their rate a little bit as they start to inch up on that Canterbury number 3 crew, and it does look like there we go, Otago is just moving into it's Balball for Balball. Actually, it's Balball for Balball every stroke, but a great response from Canterbury as we're within the final 250 metres here of Division 2 of the women's varsity double sculls. Canterbury has held on to the lead, but this last 500 here, Otago number 4 have really lifted their rating and made a challenge for that first place position. But Canterbury have made a great response, but we are starting to see as we enter the final 100 metres, Otago here, Zoe and Eleanor just push again, and now they're a length up. So Otago are just getting more and more every stroke as they just stride away from the Canterbury crew. Canterbury trying everything to come back at them. No doubt both of these crews will get some pretty fast times though, as they just push each other right to the line, and that's what we want. We want good competitive racing. Respect your competitors and you get a better race. So there is the win for Canterbury number 4. Nice for Division 2 for Zoe and Eleanor. Love to see the handshake there. And crossing the line in second there was Canterbury, and then third was Otago number 3. And the next cross the line looks like it's going to be another Otago crew, Otago number 5 down on the inside. And then we're having another great battle here between Canterbury number 4 and Canterbury number 5. So many crews from Canterbury and Otago as well. And then let's not forget Canterbury number 6 on the inside. It's Canterbury across the line here. And then it looks like after that is going to be a fast finishing Waikato crew and then another Otago number 6. So really great work there in Division 2 of the women's varsity double sculls. Of course, check Rowett for the final medals for that event based off the times, because of course it depends on how the times stack up against Division number 2. But that concludes the races for the women's varsity double sculls. Next up in a few minutes we'll be back with you for the men's championship single sculls, and of course there's 2 divisions for that one as well, so plenty of top single scullers. We might have our next New Zealand single sculler lined up here, we shall see. But don't go away, folks, but if you do, remember, find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. Thanks, of course, to our live stream partner, Milford Asset Management. We are your team at Altitude HD.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Lake Ruataniwha in the Mackenzie district at the base of the picturesque Southern Alps is the southernmost rowing course in the world. Rowing teams have travelled here from all over New Zealand to race in this idyllic location. Athletes warm up from the boat park at the western end of the lake, row past their supporters and into the start blocks of the 2,000 metre course at the eastern end of the lake. Crews hit top speed in the first 300 metres, fighting for early dominance. They then settle into a rhythm, maintaining a base speed through the race's middle. Around the 900 to 1100 metre mark, decisive moves test opponents' stamina and rhythm. As fatigue sets in, the strongest crews emerge. In the final push, lactic acid builds, ratings rise, and gold medals are decided.
just heading back up the course for Division 1 of the Men's Championship Single Sculls. Of course, it's going to be a fast race being championship. That is our top category here at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. So let's see who we've got in this race. And in lane 2, we got Canterbury University, Sam Wilson. In 3, Lincoln, Hamish Yeatman. In 4, Auckland, Ari Magasiva. In 5, Victoria, Charles Beale. In 6, Otago, Sam Barnett. And in 7, Waikato, Luke Burquest. So some very fast competitors in this event. Some scullers there who have done well throughout the club season. But who is in the lead? It does look like it is Ari Magasiva. Love to see him at the front. I'm not going to lie. I might be cheering on Ari in this race team. But it is Auckland University currently holding on to the lead about a length and a half over Sam Barnett from Otago. But what a race we are seeing for third, because really no one's out of it. They're all in it. So Canterbury, Lincoln, Victoria and Waikato, that's Sam, Hamish, Charles and Luke, are all having a fantastic battle for third. Of course, there is 2 divisions in this event, so times do matter. You're not just racing for places, you're racing for time. So having such a fantastic race here will only push these crews up. We're getting a great view there of Charles Beale from Victoria in lane 5 there, just at the bottom of the screen as he looked across to his left to keep an eye on the Canterbury and Lincoln scullers, Sam and Hamish, as we see Canterbury just pushing up. So Canterbury is really striding out through the middle here as we just about to go through the 1K marker. He's got a slightly lower rate, does Canterbury than Victoria, but he's really stretching out, getting nice, long, powerful strokes. But it really is Ari who is out in the lead, Ari Magasiva of Auckland University. He has got about a length and a half, almost 2 lengths now over Otago. So Ari keeping the rate high, and he's a nice, powerful lad is Ari. He's just stretching out his lead. The trick here, because we are racing for time, of course, is to make sure as well you do get as much water between you and your competition, because then if they come back at you with a fast sprint, you've got a bit of wiggle room. As you can see them coming in, you can drive away. But there is Ari in the lead. He's got about 2 lengths over Otago's Sam Barnett. As we just see Canterbury's Sam Wilson do a great move through the 1K marker there to push himself up into third, but not by much. Lincoln, Victoria and Waikato all right there. So let's get a great view here of Ari as he moves to the 1250 metre marker. So we've got 750 metres left to travel of Division 1 of the Men's Championship Single Sculls. Ari's got a nice high stroke rate. He's got long levers on him. So he is just tapping over, great aerobic capacity to be able to keep the rate nice and high. So these championship single scullers, many of them compete throughout the season in the senior category of club rowing. And so they've raced each other many times before. And so it's great to come back into the university scene and have another hit out. But we are seeing a great challenge from Sam Barnett of Otago. He is really holding on. He's not letting Ari get away. So I'm really intrigued to see what kind of a sprint Sam has on him, because with about 650 metres left to travel, anything can happen. And what a third 500 we're seeing Sam Wilson from Canterbury have. He is really pushing up there. He's getting himself away from that race for third. He didn't like being in that race for third. He wanted a firm third. So he has really pushed up so that he's now got a bit of clear water over Victoria University's Charles Beale, who's currently sitting in 4th. 5th place would be Hamish Yeatman from Lincoln, only just though over Luke Burquest from Waikato. And that is the order in which they went through the 1500 metre marker. So final 500 metres, but we are seeing that sprint there from Sam Barnett. Sam Barnett from Otago really lifting out. So possibly Ari knew, as a mature racer, knew he might needed to get a bit of space. But what the confidence in his own ability Sam Barnett has, he knows he can reel anyone in if he has a good sprint. So Ari's still holding on to the lead, but Sam Barnett from Otago University is really closing in, and Canterbury's Sam Wilson in lane 1 there is also pulling up. So these two from Canterbury and Otago, the South Islanders, are really attacking the North Islander, Ari from Auckland. as we're now in the final 250 metres here of the men's championship single sculls Division 1. What a race we have on our hands. Ari has led it the majority of the race, but Sam from Otago is whipping up his rate, and Ari responds, but Sam, he whips it up again. He's getting inches every stroke is our sculler from Otago as he looks across to see how much he needs to pull, but Ari remaining long and strong, calm and collected, just stretches out again. He says, I saw your sprint, but I had more, and I held on to it as we enter the final 100 metres, but Sam goes through that now. He's going to lift it again. Final 100, the sprint is on. It's Ari's at the moment, but Sam only half a length. Every stroke, he's lifting, he's whipping it up. Sam, every stroke, he moves another foot. It's not inches, it's feet. Sam is racing for the line. It's bell for bell between Ari and Sam from Auckland and Otago. Who's going to get the win? Wow, that was very, very close. What a sprint from both of them. Love to see the thumbs up to each of them as well. They say, thank you, sir. I quite enjoyed that race. I'd love to have another one. So that was quite the finish there from Auckland's Ari Magasiva and Otago's Sam Barnett. Love to see that top quality racing. And let's not forget on the inside there, Canterbury's Sam Wilson with the strong second 1K before we saw Charles Beale from Victoria and Luke Burquest, and Hamish Yetman. So that was quite the race there. In Division 1 of the Men's Championship Single Sculls. Of course, we've got Division 2 coming up next, and it is about time, so Ari and Sam will be happy that they had a fast race here as we now head up to the lake for Division 2. So it's coming at us fast is Division 2, the Men's Championship Single Sculls. In lane 2, we've got Otago Simon. In lane 3, we've got another Otago number 3, Luke. In 4, we've got Lincoln, Matthew. In 5, we've got Canterbury, Jimmy. In 6, we've got Otago, Henry. And in 7, we've got Lincoln, Matthew. So these scullers here, of course, going for times, and if the first division was anything to go by, we're going to get another great race here, and it certainly does look like we have. But out in the lead at the moment, it is Canterbury number 2, Jimmy Middleditch. Jimmy currently holding the lead a length only just over Luke Brock from Otago, but he's only a few feet over his teammate from Otago, Henry Clatworthy. So those three are currently sitting in the top 3, but right behind them is Matthew, Simon and Matthew. So plenty of fast scullers here. But it is still the sculler from Canterbury, Jimmy, but we are certainly seeing Otago number 3, Luke, there really push up. He's starting to squeeze up. We did see in that last race a fast finishing Otago sculler, so we're probably going to see another couple fast finishing Otago scullers here. Of course, they're all going for time, and in that last one, Ari did get the win over Sam. Ari with 7:37 and Sam with 7:38, so that's the time to beat. Can these scullers do it? But Canterbury, he certainly saw the push there from the 2 Otago scullers, and he's stretched back out again, so he's got his boat length lead. It's all about mental advantage. If you can hold that boat length, then you can watch the charges come at you and work against them. We're now entering the final 250 metres of Division 2 of the Men's Championship Single Sculls as we see Luke from Otago just push up again. He's really trying to dig into Canterbury's lead, but Jimmy from Canterbury, he is doing everything. He's throwing the kitchen sink at this race to just hold on to that lead. He had it early on in the race and he does not want to relinquish it. As we have about 150 metres left to travel, it is Canterbury holding on to the lead, Otago sitting in 3rd. Otago also holding on to 3rd, sorry, 2nd and 3rd, but we are seeing very fast from the 2 Matthews, Matthew O'Meara and Matthew Glenn here. They are both finishing very quickly because, of course, it's all about times. So these scullers are having a great race, but now final 50 metres to go for our leader, Jimmy from Canterbury, and he's just stretched out that last 100 as well. He saw everyone moving closer to him and he wanted to get faster time and push away, but keep pushing. See if you can beat the time of Ari of 7:37 as we see Jimmy Middleditch there from Canterbury cross the line, and Otago number 3, Luke Brock, did hold on to it, then Otago number 2, Henry Clatworthy, then Matthew and Simon. Wow, very fast race there from Division 2 of the Men's Championship Single Sculls. Oh, isn't he wrapped? Great to see it, Jimmy. Well done. Awesome racing there. Love the thumbs up all round, team. I'm a fan of the thumbs up and the high fives, eh? Keep it going. But that is the two divisions for the men's championship single sculls. Keep an eye on Rowett to see the final times and how it plays out. Did the Scullers in Division 2 beat the Scullers in Division 1? That is the question we are asking ourselves. Very shortly, we'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes with the men's varsity Coxed 8. A very full race there of 10 crews. So don't go away, folks. We will be back shortly.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And here we are for the men's varsity Coxed 8. and there does appear to be a lot of crews in this race. It is all 10. So in lane 1, we've got Canterbury 3, in 2, Otago 2, in 3, Canterbury number 1, in 4, Auckland number 1, in 5, Victoria 1, in 6, Lincoln Composite, in 7, Otago number 1, in 8, Waikato 1, and then out in 9 we've got Canterbury 2, and out in 10 we've got Canterbury 4. So down here at Lake Taniwha we can have 10 lanes, which makes for some very interesting racing. But these 8s are coming at us very, very fast, and it does appear to be the crew in lane 7. So that is Otago number 1. That's Angus, Gain, Jackson, Jacob, Roland, Ethan, Toby, Charlie, and their coxswain Fred that are in the lead. So Otago number 1 really holding on to this lead. They've worked hard early in the race to be a good 2 lengths out. And currently sitting in second is Canterbury number 1. So no doubt, of course, yesterday in the men's Champ 8, the Heberley Shield, Canterbury took the win and Otago took second, but Otago is not letting that happen today. Otago is saying, nope, we won't let that happen again. We're going to get out fast from the start. So Otago in the lead, Canterbury in second. They've got about 2 lengths of a boat length, 2 lengths lead over the Lincoln Composite, currently sitting in third. But a great race we're seeing happen for fourth between Otago number 2, Auckland University as well. But it is this crew here we're getting a good look at as we approach the 1500 metre marker. So just entering the final 500 metres of the men's Varsity Cox 8 here at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. So Otago number 1, they got out early, they held their lead, but we are seeing a very fast finishing Canterbury crew here. So Canterbury now getting a bit of overlap. So it is Otago's race. They have worked hard, they have held on, but are we going to see a fast sprint from Canterbury to get up and roll them? We shall see, although we've seen many fast finishes from Otago crews today, so no doubt there's more in the tank for this Otago crew as they do just pick it up a little bit and just get that little bit of clear water back. So obviously Otago saw Canterbury coming and wanted to just stretch out. You see them just lift the rate a little bit there. They've done the work early. They're not going to let it go that easily. So it is Otago number 1 here in the men's Varsity Cox 8 as we are in the final 250 metres. With Canterbury sitting in second. Those two got a good amount of clear water, but there is quite the race for third. It's still sitting with the Lincoln Composite sitting in third, but hot on their heels is Otago number 2. Otago looking to get 2 crews up on the podium, and Auckland number 1 as well as Canterbury number 2. So it's a real battle to see between third, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Very many fast crews there as we see the Waikato coxswain. Where are you off to? But it is Otago number 1 now coming down to the line. Otago number 1 takes the win there. Beautiful work from Otago in the men's Varsity Cox 8. They're absolutely happy, wrapped. They held off the charges from Canterbury. They've redeemed their club, their university from yesterday. So great work, Otago. Canterbury second, and third, Lincoln has managed to hold off the challenges from everyone else. So Lincoln take third. Yes, they're happy with that. Very fast finishing there. Otago for 4th, then Canterbury, then Auckland. They all came across the line together there. So very fast 8s we're seeing here in the men's Varsity Cox 8. Then we're heading back to Waikato, then down the inside to Canterbury, Victoria, and Canterbury number 4. Wow, Canterbury's got a big team, haven't they? And funny I should mention Canterbury because just joining me in commentary at the moment, we have got a University of Canterbury rower, Phoebe Collier. So Phoebe was she's done a lot of rowing in her time, high school, university club. She's been in the University Trans-Tas team, the 21s, the 23s. So I'm just going to leave you on that little cliffhanger. We'll talk to Phoebe a little bit more in about 4 minutes when we come back for the women's tournament Coxed 4s. So don't go away, folks, but if you do, remember, find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. Thanks to, of course, our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management. And we are back here at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. I left you on a little cliffhanger before, because in commentary with me now we've got one of the Canterbury University rowers, Phoebe Collier. She's done Trans-Tasman University rowing before, representing New Zealand in that, as well as 21s, 23s. So Phoebe, how has being part of your university's rowing program helped you to achieve such great things like rowing for our country?
So pretty much I'd just like to say rowing with like a really good group of people, and also being able to have like the nice social side as well as the competitive side that uni rowing provides, I think definitely aided a lot in, I guess, progressing through the chain into different teams.
Awesome. So anyone out there watching who's a high school rower or hasn't even yet picked up an oar but are intrigued, you can go anywhere and everywhere with rowing at university here in New Zealand. But we're just driving up to the start there. Lovely, beautiful, serene driving from our drone driver this morning as we're heading up to the start of the Women's Tournament Cox 4. That will be underway shortly. They look to be in the blocks. So, of course, tournament is for those who have only raced at university regattas or only done a novice season at club or school without achieving any national medals. And we look like we're just seeing the last boat back into the blocks there. But who's in this race? In lane 2, we have got Auckland Composite. We've got Otago number 2, we've got Waikato number 1, we've got Otago number 1, we've got Auckland number 1, and we have a Canterbury number 1 as well. Six crews in this race. For the Women's Tournament Cox 4, as we just see the last one get attached there. So for the folks at home who haven't watched rowing before or been this close to the action, you can see all the boats lined up there, and you might be able to spot that there's a little person at the back of them that is holding on to the boat. That's the boat holder. So if you are down in Twizel and you're looking for something to do today, we are in need of a few more boat holders so you can get even closer to the action. If you head on down to the start, you've got half hour to spare or something. If you're one of our fantastic rowers here on the bank or coxswains, we do need a few more boat holders. You can do a half-hour shift there. It's a best place to watch the action, really. Get some nice fast starts. And if you're a novice as well and you want to get a bit closer to the action, you don't need to have done it before. Get down there and get helping out, because, of course, we wouldn't be able to run a university rowing without the fantastic volunteers that we have at our universities, as we are now underway in the Women's Tournament Cox 4s. So all of these boats getting away quite nicely, quite cleanly off the start. It is the crew from Canterbury and 7 that seem to have just pushed out a little bit into the lead as we see Otago number 1 get up and running. But I've got my Canterbury rower with me, Phoebe. So what do you make of Canterbury's fast start there, Phoebe?
Yeah, I'd like to say they've got a lot of raw strength in the boat, and also they look to be ticking along pretty well in comparison to the rest of the field. I know a lot of the Canterbury crews do sometimes tend to have quite fast starts, and they also are looking like pretty clean and everything, especially just for like, you know, going into their second year of either uni rowing or just second year of rowing in general.
Yeah, they are looking really good, aren't they? But as we progress through this race, now about like 200 metres in, it is the crew from Otago that have just seen that fast start from Canterbury and just squeezed up into the lead. So Otago now with almost a boat length over Canterbury, but Canterbury just pushing back as we see Otago number 2 as well push up, and they are bringing with them Waikato. So those four crews are the leaders at the moment. Otago number 1, Canterbury, Otago number 2 and Waikato, and then we're a length back to the likes of Auckland and Auckland Composite in the Women's Tournament Cox 4. So Phoebe, how long have you been rowing at uni?
So this is my third or fourth year of rowing at uni, and it's been so much fun.
Awesome. And so you came up through school before that, school and then into uni?
Yeah, so I started rowing in my under 16 season at school, and I've been rowing ever since, and it's been so much fun, met so many new people, and it's just like a great sport to get involved and like really great way to get fit and, you know, meet a lot of new people.
Yeah, awesome. As we see your teammates there from Canterbury, they did have fast start. Otago raised them through the first 250, but the second 250 has certainly been your teammates from Canterbury's 250 as they've squeezed up to the lead now. Entering the 500 metre marker, it is the crew from Canterbury with about a half a boat length lead in the women's tournament Cox 4 over Otago. Otago currently sitting in second. That's Otago number 1. Because Otago number 2 would currently be in third, but they've only got half a boat length lead over Waikato University, and then 5th place sitting with Auckland 1, 6th place Auckland number 2. So there's certainly all to play for here in the women's tournament Cox 4. Well, maybe there's all to play for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, but it is our crew from Canterbury that are really stretching out their lead. Canterbury now have about half a boat length clear water over Otago, and every stroke they get further ahead. So Canterbury holding on to the lead. Otago number 1 is being reeled in by Otago number 2 and Waikato University. So what is your favourite university rowing memory, or your favourite thing about rowing at university, Phoebe?
I remember a couple years ago down in Twizel when we couldn't race in an Ashburton. We had to race down in Twizel, and we had all the jet boats and stuff that were all on the lake, so we weren't able to shut the lake down. And we had to do a whole lot of 3/4 slide because the water was just so rough. And there'd just be waves that just come over into the boat, and it was just so much fun because it wasn't really that serious of racing, and it was just so enjoyable.
That sounds like a lot of fun. And actually, that sounds like it's getting you ready for the coastal rowing, you know? Coastal rowing's in the LA Olympics team. You may as well get amongst it. And, you know, training and racing against some jet boats is a great way to train for it, I think. Have you done coastal rowing, Phoebe?
No, I haven't. I thought about doing it this year, but it kind of clashed with a few other things that I had on.
I'm going to call out University Sport NZ here, and let's get coastal rowing into the university schedule, I think. I think we could double up. We could do this and that, flat water and coastal. It'll be loads of fun. But here we are moving through the halfway marker of the women's tournament Cox 4. It is Phoebe's teammates from Canterbury who have just stretched out to a lovely lead. They're so far in the front you can't even see them on the screen. As we're seeing a great battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th happening between Otago number 1, Otago number 2 and Waikato University. So Otago number 1 did have a nice fast first 500, but Otago number 2 have been just reeling them in very slowly. But it doesn't matter how slow you reel them in if you do eventually reel them in. And they are bringing with them Waikato University. Of course, we've seen many fast finishes from Otago crews today, and I'm sure these two crews here will be no different. So we'll see what that Waikato crew can do to match them. And Auckland number 1 has pulled up as well. So there's certainly going to be all to play for these silver, bronze and 4th and 5th positions in the later stages of this race. But this race really is about our friends here from Canterbury University as they just stretch out their lead even more, getting even more clear water over the rest of the field. So let's get a nice close look here with our beautiful drones from Altitude HD. So what are you seeing from how you think this crew's rowing really well, Phoebe?
I think they're all really moving together, and as soon as they've got their blades in the water, they're really just like attacking every stroke. It seems like, they're a well-developed crew, even if they haven't been rowing together too long, but it looks like, they're pretty well synced up as a crew.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've heard it before today, and it really can't be said enough that certainly synchronicity, how well you are in time with your crewmates, really does help a crew. If you're slightly out in your drive, it really does slow you down more than you realise. But this crew here is doing a great job at just keeping in time, getting their blades in the water together, pushing together. And that is why every stroke they drive away from the rest of the field. Have you done any coaching, Phoebe?
I've done 2 seasons coaching at Villa and then also 1 season coaching at Burnside.
Nice, so that's good to see. I said university rowing is run on volunteers, but it's also great to see our university rowers getting out in the community and help coach high schoolers as well. So university students, I can't give you enough raps, eh? You are certainly our future. You're the people we need to see in future years running this country, doing stuff like balancing academic excellence alongside physical pursuits like rowing and helping in the community. I mean, give yourselves a pat on the back, team. But here we are now in the final 500 metres of the women's tournament Coxed 4. It is certainly Canterbury's race this. They've just stretched out even more. Love that high drone shot when we just see their puddles. You see the stream from where they have been just stretching out behind them. I'm not even going to count how many lengths ahead Canterbury is. We're just going to call that some distance. But second place at the moment is Otago number 2. So Otago number 2 really have reeled in Otago number 1, and they have brought with them Waikato University. So Otago number 2 currently sitting in second, and Waikato University and Otago number 1 having a great battle for third. But Auckland University is right there as well, and with the Auckland Composite currently sitting in 6th. So let's see how these sprints play out in the final finish. I don't think anyone can get Canterbury though. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on them, but this Canterbury crew is just rowing so beautifully as they are about 300 metres from the finish line here of the women's tournament Coxed 4. I mean, I don't want you to give away your well, I kind of do want you to give away your secrets, Phoebe. But is there what is making this Canterbury crew go so well? What is your coaching team doing down there? What's the vibes in the team camp at the moment?
I think with the coaching team, I find that all the coaches are so positive, like no matter how you're performing and no matter like how you are on or off the water, they're just like a really supportive group, and they also are all very like technical in how they're coaching. They've also got a good like training program behind them, and like quite a lot of them have all done like university rowing themselves, or they've been like quite heavily a part of like Avon Rowing Club, which is where we row out of. So it's kind of like, you know, very good team culture and very supportive like group of people.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about team culture. If you've got a team culture, everything else just flows on. As we see that Canterbury crew, there was a little whoopsie-daisy, but it did not matter because they've got that great team culture, and so they can just get back in and keep driving their boat away. As they're now well within the final 100 metres of the women's tournament Cox 4, this Canterbury University crew has just stretched out their lead every stroke. Great race happening there for second, third and fourth. It is Otago number 2 holding on to second at the moment, with Waikato University currently in third. Plenty of people cheering them on because Otago number 1 is right there pushing up, but crossing the line at the moment is our winners of the women's tournament Cox 4. It is Canterbury University. Yeah, plenty of cheering. Love it. They're absolutely wrapped, as you should be, because what a race that was. Absolutely textbook on how to do a race. But here is the real race that's happening behind them. Oh my goodness, a bit of a mistake from Otago, but they get it back. That allowed Waikato to come through. Waikato pushing up for second. The 2 Otago crews battling it out for third and fourth. Waikato, held their nerve, got the second. How good, as we just saw 2 Otagos battle it out for third and fourth. And how happy is that with Waikato? And then it is going to be Auckland in 5th and 6th. Wow, that was quite exciting right at the end. Of course, the race is not over until you take that final stroke. You've got to keep driving forwards. You don't know what's going to happen to your competitors, and you've got to be ready to pounce, ready to capitalise, as we just saw that Waikato crew do. But this race was all about Canterbury. Canterbury certainly led that beautifully from start to finish. So, next up, we will have the Women's Championship Double Sculls. That is already on the course, so we'll be racing up to watch that one. So again, we're going to see some of our top rowers in the country, not just university, top rowers across the country in this event. We have got 8 crews. Sweet. And just before we see this though, Phoebe, have you got any messages for anyone who needs to think about getting the best out of themselves today, just before you head off to another race?
Yeah, honestly, just put yourselves all into like a good mindset before rowing, because it's like, you know, uni rowing is all about the enjoyment of rowing and just kind of, you know, seeing what you can do. The water's real nice today, so it's like pretty good conditions. So yeah, just try not to put too much pressure on yourselves.
Awesome. That's Phoebe Collier, everyone, from the Canterbury University. She is cheering on Canterbury in this next race. So here we are for the Women's Championship Double Sculls. And in lane 2, we've got Otago, number 3. In 4, Canterbury... we've got Waikato, sorry, in 3. In 4, we've got Canterbury. In 5, we've got Otago. In 6, we've got Waikato. In 7, we've got Otago. In 8, we've got Canterbury. And in 9, we've got Otago. So many crews there from many universities. But currently in the lead, it is the crew from Otago. Otago number 1, Madison Neal and Hannah Matahiri. Of course, these two raced each other earlier in the singles and were 1-2, so it's no surprise you put them together in a double. They go fast. Currently in second, hot on their heels, will be Amelia Barrow and Jenna Lee McGrath. Jenna Lee McGrath, of course, just recently named in the elite squad, training squad for the coastal rowing champs. So our flatwater and our coastal rowers battle it out in both disciplines. But it's all about this crew here from Otago, Madison Neal and Hannah Matahiri, currently in the lead of the Women's Championship double sculls. And you can just see that they are so beautifully in time. Their blades get in the water together. They really hang nice and long and loose as they drive through the hips. Strong brace core. We don't want any weak spots where the power can be dissipated, because we want to transfer the power from through our bodies from the foot plate to the handles. But it is Otago in the lead. Currently in second place is Waikato. Only just though, because there's a great battle happening for third and fourth outside of them, happening between Canterbury number 2 and Otago number 4. So those two having a great battle for third and fourth, and having a great battle for fifth and sixth though on the inside is Otago number 3 and Waikato number 2, also pushing up the speed of the race. So that's what we love to see. Lots of fast battles across the whole field. It pushes up the standard of the whole race, and it really gives us spectators something to watch here. So if you're at home watching this, wondering if you should get involved in the sport of rowing, you absolutely should. And if you already are involved in the sport of rowing, you go to university and you're not here, you make sure you're at next year's champs. But it is certainly Otago number 1, Madison Neal and Hannah Matahiri that are in the lead. They have a good 4 boat lengths lead over Waikato. Waikato holding a firm second, and third at the moment will be with Canterbury, Olivia and Emma, but they've just pushed away from the Otago crew that's just sitting on their outside. But there is a fantastic race happening on the inside lanes between Otago number 3 and Waikato number 2. Will that battle that they're having push them up, and will they roll Canterbury number 2? Canterbury got to keep their eyes on that. But it is the crew from Otago now inside the final 100 metres. Otago are just stretching out their lead. They've led this race from start to finish. They certainly know how to scull fast, do these two ladies, these young minds of the future. As we come down to the finish line, it is Otago University take the win in the Women's Championship double sculls. Fantastic lead there. Beautiful masterclass in sculling a double. As second place, Waikato University crosses the line. Great work, Waikato University. Has Canterbury held on to the third place? It does look like they have. They pushed away from the challenge from the inside boats, but it is Canterbury for third. Then we're going to get Otago. It might have been Otago, Waikato, but double check right on that. That was a very fast finish from those two Otago crews and that Waikato crew there. As we see another Otago crew, surprise, surprise, many crews from them across the line. So what a great race we were treated to there in the Women's Championship double sculls. Next up, in about 5 minutes, so I'll take a little break. In about 5 minutes, we will have the Women's Varsity single sculls. A stacked field. We've got 10 boats in that, so that'll be a great race. So if you're watching online, remember if you go away to have a cup of tea or something, remember you find us again by going through rowinghub.co.nz. We are your live stream team, Altitude HD, and we would not be able to give such fantastic coverage and commentary if it wasn't for our friends from Milford Asset Management. They are, of course, our live stream partners. Be back shortly for the Women's Varsity single sculls.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talked to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication and coaching. How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will in a huge way affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it, and ultimately their success as well. So I try deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby. We don't want to do that. So I call it the entering of the water, or the protection, or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, I'm Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maddie Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that, and it was generally the younger ones who just said, to hell with it, look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
And we are back here for the women's varsity single sculls. And we would have just seen in that clip there with Wendy Petrie, Tom T-Mac, one of New Zealand rowers who just competed recently for Oxford in the Oxford versus Cambridge University boat race. So maybe when you're done your university rowing here in New Zealand team, you could head off for postgrad and compete in that famous race. But in front of us, we have got the women's varsity single sculls. And in lane 1, we have got Canterbury University 3. In 2, Otago 2. In 3, Waikato. In 4, Canterbury. In 5, Lincoln. In 6, Victoria. In 7, Otago. In 8, Canterbury. In 9, Victoria. In 10, Otago. That is Libby, Olivia, Jemima, Zoe, Caitlin, Singa, Poppy May, Meredith, Leah and Kate. So quite a stacked field here of 10 boats in the women's varsity single sculls. So they're now into the meat of the race, just approaching the 1,000 metre marker, and there are not one crew, not two, there are 5 crews in the lead. It looks to be Olivia from Otago number 2, Waikato number 1, Lincoln number 1, Victoria number 1, and Otago number 1. All those 5 crews, Olivia, Jemima, Caitlin, Singa, and Poppy May, are in the lead. There's not one leader, there's 5. So we are getting quite a good race here in the women's varsity single sculls at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. You can have a quality field at our university champs because it really does, all the rowers are sort of more dense, the talent that we have. So we are seeing great race here. It does look to be the Otago sculler Olivia, who is just pushed out a little bit. If I had to call anyone the leader, it would be her, but only just over her mate, Poppy May from Otago, who's more or less the same as Caitlin from Lincoln and Jemima from Waikato. And I would possibly put Senga from Victoria back. But no, it is the Waikato sculler who's just done a little move there. So first place currently sitting with Otago. Number 2, second place currently sitting with Waikato. About 3/4 of a length back. And then it's about 2 feet does Waikato have over the Lincoln sculler. And then we're having a great battle for 4th between Senga and Poppy May from Victoria and Otago. So obviously all these scullers had a bit of a move there through the 1K, and how that move made their boat react relative to the other scullers has seen a little bit of an order appear as opposed to having 5 leaders. So it is Otago number 2 currently in the lead, only just though over Waikato and Lincoln, and then a great battle for 4th between Victoria and Otago University. Of course, these scullers are all overlapping, so anything can happen in this second 1,000 metres of the women's varsity single sculls. Of course, today I've been out and around the boat park, and I have seen many blazers. I love all the blazers everyone's wearing from their university. Look so sharp, you know. Look very professional. I love the blazers. We need more blazers in rowing, I think. So if fine traditional around the world, I think we could get more of them blazers happening here in New Zealand. But here in the women's varsity single sculls, it is Olivia from Otago who has the lead, and we've just seen a great move there from the Lincoln sculler, Caitlin Whitaker. Caitlin has now pushed up into second. She's got about a half a canvas lead over Jemima from Waikato. So that's the top 3 at the moment. Those 3 are just pushing away from Senga and Poppy May from Victoria and Otago. Senga currently holding on to 4th, Otago 5th, and then we're back to the inside. Libby from Canterbury for 6th at the moment. That's how they are sitting. But as we see, it doesn't take much to change the lead here in a single scull race, because certainly our sculler from Lincoln, Caitlin Whitaker, she moved through Waikato and she is making a play for first. She is pushing up on Otago as we enter the final 500 metres of the women's varsity single sculls. Otago still with the lead, but we're seeing great moves here from the Lincoln single sculler. So it goes Otago, Lincoln and Waikato, as we just see Jemima from Waikato lift the rate again to try to claw back on the other 2 South Island scullers. So it is very close here in the women's varsity single sculls. We had that great last sort of 250, 300 from the Lincoln sculler, but the Waikato sculler wasn't too happy with that, so Jemima is pushed back, and Jemima now from Waikato is back in second, but only just. It could change in a matter of 3 strokes. But we are seeing a great race here from Olivia from Otago. She allowed these 2 scullers from Waikato and Lincoln to push up a little bit on her. She just let them sit there, and then she's pushed away again. So Otago now with a nice clear lead. She's got a bit of clear water there over the field as she keeps her strokes nice and long and strong. She certainly led for most of the race. She isn't going to relinquish the lead now. So Otago with the lead, but it really is bell ball for bell ball between Waikato and Lincoln. It's a very good race here. Every 100 metres it appears to be a different one in the lead. So they're treating us to a good race here as we see Senga from Victoria pushing up as well. She's currently sitting in 4th, but might she get a 3rd? We'll see what kind of a sprint she's got on her. But it is Otago in the lead as we now about to enter the final 100 metres of the women's varsity single sculls. Otago in the lead, and then we Waikato. Here, who's going to move through the Hundy first? It is Waikato, only just about a half a length over Lincoln. But last 100 metres, you can whip that rate up in a single and you can charge your boat forward. So let's see who flies faster out of Waikato or Lincoln. But it certainly is the fastest one on the water is Otago. Otago as we come down to the line. Otago with 2.5 boat lengths of clear water of everyone else in the women's varsity single scull. Well done to Olivia taking that win. Second place, it is going going to go to Waikato. Great sprint there from Jemima, holding off the challenges from Caitlin from Lincoln, taking third place. Well done. That's the top three in the women's varsity single sculls. It looks like Senga from Victoria is going to take the fourth place. Great work there. And then we've got a fast finishing Canterbury sculler, Libby. And then back over to the far side to Otago. Then we're heading back to Canterbury, Victoria, Canterbury, and Otago. Lots of scullers, 10 in this race. Aren't we lucky down here at Ruataniwha to be able to have 10 lanes and lots of scullers in action. So next up, in about 5 minutes, 10:25, we'll kick off the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. I emphasise novice because they are my favourite races to watch. Anything can happen. So don't stray too far away from your screens. If you do, of course, find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. If you're at the course here and you're looking for something to do, you've got a few hours to fill before your next race, head up to the start line and do a little bit of boat holding. Could always need some help. If you're standing on the bank seeing the drone drive towards you, make sure you give it a wave because all your fans online are watching. We are, of course, doing this live stream thanks to our partner, Milford Asset Management. So make sure you support them in every way that you can. And, of course, follow us on social media, on Instagram, Altitude HD, Row New Zealand. I'm sure you're all following, but if you're not, make sure you do. That's where you're going to see all our awesome content as we check out the boat park and everyone in it. Everyone here having a great time down at the 2025 University Rowing Champs at Lake Ruataniwha in Twizel. So we'll be back shortly in about 5 minutes to catch the Men's University Novice Coxed 4.
The Rowing New Zealand pathway continues to evolve and change. We look at the athlete funnel, which takes rowers all the way through to the Olympics. We're sort of trying to look at athletes once they've finished school, because the school program here is very well done and it's awesome. So it's like, if athletes want to continue rowing after school, what are their options? So we've got under 18s, we've got interprovincials, Trans-Tasman Uni. Those are sort of the first opportunities for athletes to try and do some things, and then as Rowing New Zealand then starts to provide some more international experiences with our junior team, under 23 team, and they're all sort of ID points in sort of us sort of then going, okay, are these athletes ready to step up to that high performance space? So we've got Olympians, gold medalists, so we know what the standards are, so it's easy for us to be able to say, look, you're tracking on the same sort of path. Coaches are trying to use more technology in what they're doing, and trying to, I guess as coaches, you always want the athletes to believe what you're saying is right, but sometimes athletes need to see stuff and see it in person, so being able to sort of track that data and see that is really cool. Coaches obviously use a lot of video this day and age, so a way of being able to give video feedback and the athletes being able to sit down and watch it afterwards. So all those bits are really important. So engaging the athletes, so it's a more coach-athlete relationship rather than the coach is kind of dictating everything. He didn't pick up an oar till he was in his 20s. Like, it's not the kind of thing that you have to do when you're 5. Like, you can pick it up all the way through school, you can pick it up when you're at uni, and that's the beauty of having different entry points into our system as well, which is really important. If you don't make it at juniors, doesn't mean you're not going to be an Olympic champion.
we are, we're back at the 2025 University New Zealand Rowing Championships. In the blocks, we have got the Men's University Novice Coxed 4, as we were just treated to watching them all back in and line up. That Auckland crew took the long route into the starters' hands, but it expertly got there. So great leadership from the coxswain. Who is? Oh, would you look at that? It's Ella Ryan. I believe I coached Ella Ryan at high school a few years back. So I'm not surprised she figured out how to get that novice boat into the starting blocks there. Great work, Ella. So you can see they're all poised and ready. These novices, of course, have only been rowing for 2.5 months. So it is good to see that they are ready. They know exactly what they're doing. But let's see who's in this race. In lane 2, we've got Canterbury number 2. In 3, Waikato University. In 4, Canterbury number 1. In 5, Auckland University. In 6, Victoria University. In 7, Otago University. In 8, Victoria Composite number 2. And in 9, we have Otago number 2. So Otago is just getting lined up there, just on the edge of the screen. So we're moments away from starting the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. And what a treat we have, because we just had that little break. We get to see the whole start. So here we are, we're away in the Novice Men's Cox 4. A bit of fun steering there from the Waikato crew. Oh, and same with the Canterbury crew. Of course, it's hard to balance, and by balance I mean get the power right in a Cox 4 of novice level, as we see the Victoria Composite and Otago number 2 go and say hello to each other, but they're up and running again. It didn't slow down Otago number 2. Victoria's got it sorted now, but the early leaders in this Men's University Novice Cox 4 would be the crew from Otago number 1, with about a metre over Auckland. So, you know, it's not about who gets into the blocks fastest, it's about how fast you can go in a straight line. So Otago number 1 in the lead, but Auckland just pushing up. Really, it's first equal between those two, and then Canterbury number 2 currently sitting in third, and we're seeing a great battle between Canterbury number 2 and Waikato there on the inside for 4th and 5th, and right next to them, to be honest, is Victoria Composite and Otago 2. So there's plenty happening in this Men's University Novice Cox 4, but in the lead it is a great battle, stroke for stroke. How lucky are we to be treated to such a good battle and so early on in a race between Auckland and Otago, the north versus the south. Who is going to win in the end? There is plenty of time for anything to happen in this race to change plenty, as we're only about 300 metres in. But it is now Otago that's just stretching out. Otago just getting about a canvas of a lead over the Auckland crew as we approach the 500 metre marker, so the first quarter of the race. Let's see who goes through it first. It is going to be Otago. There we go. Otago with the canvas over Auckland, and these two crews have really stretched out because Auckland's got about a 2-length lead over Canterbury, who has a length lead over Waikato. That's the top 4 at the moment in the Men's University Novice Cox 4. So, of course, the first 100 metres is always sort of the hardest for these novices because they go from a dead standstill to race pace up and running. So, from the state of changing the state they're currently in is the hard part. But once now that we're 500 metres in, they're up and running. Any mistakes that they made earlier, they have 1,500 metres to correct and improve from. So we're only going to see these boats get better as we move down towards the finish line. But it is a real drag race we're seeing out the front here between Otago and Auckland. Otago only just holding on to the lead over Auckland, still with about a canvas, but there really isn't much in it as they move through the 750 metre marker. Yeah, Otago with a canvas over Auckland. They've stretched out a little bit more their lead over Canterbury. They've now got about a 3-length lead over Canterbury, who only has about a canvas over Waikato. So Waikato got going a bit slow there, but they are really pulling through the middle of the race as we get a beautiful shot from up above. Love a good bird's eye view of that Otago crew. So Otago and Auckland there, but we're seeing great parallels, and I mean the blades are nice and parallel between each person on each side in that Otago crew and the Auckland crew, and that's why these two crews are out the front here. So they haven't been rowing long, but that doesn't mean they're not rowing well. These crews are rowing beautifully as we see Otago stretch out their lead a little bit more. They're now about 3/4 of a boat length up over Auckland in second, and Canterbury and Waikato having a good battle for third. We see Waikato just pushed up over Canterbury. So Waikato now sitting in third place, with Canterbury sitting in fourth of the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. So once they get up and running, everything changes, and then we're seeing a great battle. Fifth actually would be sitting with Otago number 2, and a great battle for sixth between Victoria and Canterbury number 2, and then we're back to the Victoria composite. But it is Otago now. Otago, as we enter the second half of the race, Otago now stretch their lead out to a 1 length. So Otago, a length and a half. They've got a bit of clear water now. They've just got those nice, long, strong strokes. Almost 2 lengths now. It's almost like every 3 strokes they gain half a length. So Otago there in the lead of the Men's University Novice Cox 4. This third 500 is a real mental battle. You've really got to hold your nerve. Squeeze out a little bit more power and keep pushing away from your competition. Otago are doing just that, because now they're 3 lengths ahead. As we go through the 1250 metre marker, 750 left to travel in the Men's University Novice Cox 4. It is Otago with about a 3-length lead over Auckland. And Waikato is coming up very fast. Waikato is now only about 2 lengths behind Auckland. So this Waikato crew just seem to be getting faster and faster each stroke. We may see them have a good sprint towards the end, as Canterbury are sitting in 4th. And then watch out, though, for a fast finishing Otago number 2 crew on the outside. I love a good outside sleeper lane, as we call them, charging through at the end. And Otago, many fast finishes today, so look out for them. But it's all about Otago number 1. Otago number 1 are in the lead with a nice, strong 3 lengths. Good amount of clear water over Auckland, and they're just stretching out every stroke. I think I recognise some of these fellas. I think I've seen them in the Tawny races earlier today. So getting some good racing up can help you become a more mature racer. Then when you come into your novice race, you're off. So 1500 metre marker, there it is. Otago, 500 metres left to travel. They've now got about 4 or 5 lengths lead over Auckland, who has about 2 length lead over Waikato. Waikato really did some good work there through the middle to squeeze up on Auckland. I wonder what's going to happen in this final 500. Who's going to have the better sprint? Is it going to be Waikato? Is it going to be Auckland? If you're on the banks of their team, get down and cheer them on. Let's see who can get their team up better. But it is certainly Otago. Otago have held the lead. They had a great challenge here at the start from Auckland, but Auckland couldn't maintain it, and Otago just drove away. But we are seeing now Waikato push back, as we are also seeing Otago number 2 on the outside make a good push against Canterbury number 1 for that 4th place position. But great view we're getting here. Oh, down the course, down the lanes, looking at everyone. You can see the nice straight lines the coxswains have driven. As you can see, the puddles are just stretching out behind them. But it is Otago number 1 that have got those great parallels, all their blades doing the exact same thing at the exact same time. We are a sport of timing. You can't be out there doing your own thing. So it's great to see this Otago crew is just drilled, nicely disciplined. They've been trained well by their coaches. Of course, the coaching team led by Glenn Sinclair. He certainly knows what he's doing down there. So we are now entering the final 100 metres. Final 100 metres of the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. It is led so superbly by this crew from Otago with a good distance, we'll call that. We won't bother counting lengths anymore. We'll just call that a good distance over second place, which is Auckland. Of course, Waikato put in a good sprint, a good charge there, but Auckland have held them off. Auckland with a nice, strong final 250. But it is Otago. Otago about 30 metres from the line now. In the Men's University Novice Cox 4. That title is going to go to this crew from Otago. Well done, Otago, as they cross the line. Auckland currently holding on to second. Waikato clinging on to third. Canterbury doing a fantastic job in 4th, only just over Otago number 2. But Auckland here, Auckland about 30 metres from the line. Auckland's just going to row themselves over. Nice work, Auckland. Second in the Men's University Novice Cox 4. As we see that Waikato crew that had a very strong middle part of their race to really push up. Love to see the They're cheering, they're clapping, everything. Everyone's supporting all their competitors because you couldn't do the race without your competitors. You need to respect them, and you'll all come back and race each other again next year in the next grade up, which is, of course, tournament. So well done there to everyone racing in the Men's University Novice Cox 4. What a race you did treat us to. Anyone at home watching who is at university and hasn't yet tried a new sport, next year I know which sport you'll be doing. It will be this fantastic sport of rowing. Next up will be the Men's Championship Double Sculls. As I can see, that race is charging towards us very fast. They're about halfway already. I wouldn't expect anything less from the Men's Championship Double Sculls. They are our top athletes here at this regatta. And here we are, just joining the Men's Championship Double Sculls. Very fast are these men. So it does look to be the crew from Auckland out in front at the moment, but only just over the crew from Canterbury, Otago and Canterbury. So quite the race we are treated to here, but it is in lane 1. We got Canterbury number 3, then we got Otago 2, we got Auckland in lane 3, Waikato in 4, Canterbury in 5, Lincoln in 6, Otago in 7, Canterbury number 2 and 8, and Otago number 3 out in 9. But it is those 4 crews from Auckland, Canterbury number 1, Otago number 1 and Canterbury number 2 that are in the lead, that have done the work early in the race as we're about 300 metres from the line. But it is the crew Canterbury number 2, Lewis and Jimmy, making a good push. As I say that, Canterbury number 1, Will and Sam lift the rate, and so does Otago, Sam and Henry. As we see Auckland, Waldo and Ari lift. These 4 boats are racing for 3 medals, 3 spots on the podium. We see them continuously lift. Final 200 metres to go, but it is the 2 Canterbury boats out in front. Of course, they would be training each other, pushing each other in training. As we see Canterbury number 1 just edge out, but Canterbury number 2, they look over, they pick it up again, they make the call. Auckland's currently in 3rd, but we are seeing Otago lifted to go within these Canterbury boats. Will Auckland make the podium? Will they miss out? It's certainly Canterbury's race. Canterbury going for the 1-2. Canterbury, which crew though? Which Canterbury crew is going to take the lead as we're inside the final 100 metres of the Men's Championship Double Sculls? It's Canterbury, Auckland, Otago. But which Canterbury is going to take the win? That is the question we're looking to be answered. And it does appear to be Canterbury number 2, Lewis and Jimmy. How good, followed by Canterbury number 1, William and Sam. And then I do believe Auckland managed to only just get that over Otago, but wow, what a finish from 4 very, very, very strong crews in the men's championship double sculls. Of course, many of those names we saw earlier today in the single sculls. So it is no wonder when you combine them into the doubles that they go even faster. So what a great race we had there. I love those exciting fast races, and they are all absolutely cooked, aren't they? They really raced hard. That's what we're here to do. What a race that was. Next up will be, in a few minutes, will be the men's varsity single sculls. So that race will be starting in 3 minutes, the men's varsity single sculls. So we will just lazily cruise back up to the start. Maybe get yourself another cup of tea and a piece of cake if you're sitting at home watching. But if you do go away, find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. We are the team from Altitude HD, and of course we wouldn't be doing this live stream without our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management. So very shortly, in about 2 minutes, I will join you again for the men's varsity single sculls Division 1.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And that was a very fast 2 minutes, because here we are with Division 1 and the men's varsity single sculls. Now, of course, there are 2 divisions in this event, a very popular event, which is great to see. And so that means it is actually the time that matters. There will be 1 set of medals given out for the fastest 3 times. But let's see who's in Division 1. In lane 2, we have got Waikato, that's Jasper. In 3, we've got Ashley James from Canterbury. In 4, we've got Jaden King from Lincoln. In 5, we've got Jamison from Waikato. In 6, we've got Guy from Victoria. In 7, we've got Jed from Otago. In 8, we've got Joshua from Canterbury. And in 9, we've got Toby from Otago. I'll give a shout out to Toby. Used to coach him in high school. Good to see he is still here rowing. That's what we love to see. When you finish with the high school rowing, you carry on through club and university, because there's many, many more opportunities. Of course, one of those opportunities is a new one this year. It's the under-22 development team that has sort of evolved from the old 21 program, and many of the athletes in these events are named on that trial list. So that is great to see that they are pushing for the next thing in rowing. But who is in the lead? It does appear to be Joshua Clark from Canterbury. He has got about a length lead over Toby Robinson from Otago, who is more or less locked in a battle for second with Canterbury sculler Ashley James Fitzgerald. And then 4th place would be a 4-way tie between Jasper Mailing from Waikato, Jaden King from Lincoln, Jamison McConchy from Waikato, and Guy from Victoria. So it is very, very close there between all of them. But here is our leader. It is Joshua Clark from Canterbury, and he is just stretching out. He's got a nice high rate, which means he's taking plenty of strokes. And the more strokes you can get in, if they are nice and strong and controlled, the better. He also really looks after the run of his boat there. You see his boat keeps travelling forwards as he bends his knees, coming to the front of his slide, ready to take another stroke. Love to see the backsplash on his blades as well. He's really getting that maximum of his blade entry, not missing any water. But we are seeing a great challenge here from Toby Robinson from Otago, as we just see Toby look across over his left shoulder at his great rival from Canterbury and push up a little bit, because Toby has certainly eaten away at the lead that Joshua had. So Josh Clark from Canterbury, as we move through the 1K marker with about a 3/4 boat length lead over Toby Robinson from Otago. So those are the 2 front runners. They have really stretched out. Third place would be sitting with Canterbury, Ashley James Fitzgerald, only just though over Jamison McConchy from Waikato would be currently sitting in fourth, but it's a very close between him and his fellow teammate Jasper Mayling and Guy from Victoria, and hot on their heels is Jed from Otago. And back to Jaden King. But it is certainly our Canterbury sculler, Josh Clark, who has got half a boat length lead. So Otago's sculler, Toby Robinson, is just getting inches off him. He's clawing back. What a great move from Toby we are seeing. Toby now only about 2 feet behind Josh. So we are getting a great battle of two titans out the front here in Division 1 of the men's varsity single sculls. Of course, it is time. We have a Division 2, and it is their time that matters most. So these two scullers pushing each other is only going to help each of their causes, as we see Josh just respond beautifully to Toby's move and inch back out in front again. So Josh now has that half a boat length lead back, but Toby is not going anywhere. Toby is sitting right there with him, as we see Toby just have another look out to his left, keeping tabs on the competition there. But let's not forget, we got someone sneaking up the inside there. It does appear to be Ashley James Fitzgerald from Canterbury is just sneaking up the inside there, and he's bringing with him Jamison McConchy and Jasper Mayling from Waikato. So it is going to be all to play for as we enter the final 500 metres of the men's varsity single sculls Division 1. 500 metres to go. Anything can happen. Within a single, you can have a positive and a negative effect on your boat speed very quickly, and that is what we are seeing these scullers do. So everyone get down there and cheer, because this is going to be a fantastic race in Division 1 of the men's varsity single sculls. It is the Canterbury sculler Josh Clark in lane 8 who is holding on to the lead, half a boat length, but we see Toby Robinson from Otago lift again. He looks over, he just checks out Canterbury number 2 sculler Ashley Fitzgerald to make sure he's still behind. But what a play we are seeing from Jamison McConchy of Waikato. He really wants to get a top 3, does Jamison, as he tries to push up on the Canterbury sculler. But Canterbury number 1, Josh Clark, just stretches out again. He is in the comfortable position of being able to watch the race unfold and respond to moves as they happen. He is managing to keep his half a boat length lead over Toby Robinson from Otago. But Toby, the tenacity, the mental fortitude of Toby, he lifts it again. Toby is not giving up. 250 metres to go. It is still with Canterbury, Joshua Clark. Joshua Clark holding on to about a 3/4 of a length lead as Toby Robinson challenges him again, as we see Jamison McConchy from Waikato get up and over the Canterbury number 2 sculler Ashley James Fitzgerald. Jamison McConchy is just driving his boat forwards with a great sprint there. Jamison is just lifting it as well. Will he get up to Toby? That is the question with that kind of a sprint, as we see his teammate Jasper coming. Jasper Mayling from Waikato is now trying to push up into 4th. But final 100 metres of the men's varsity single sculls Division 1, it is Canterbury Joshua Clark. He is holding on to the lead. He is just responding to every attack that Toby makes. But Josh Clark here, as we're now 30 metres from the line, Joshua Clark of Canterbury, he crosses the line to take the lead. Well done, Toby Robinson from Otago second. Great race between those scullers. Love to see it. Third place is going to be Jamison McConchy from Waikato. What a sprint he had on him. 4th, he hung on. Ashley James Fitzgerald 5th. Jasper Mayling from Waikato. Oh, how good. Then we're going to go back to Victoria, Otago and Lincoln. What a race that was in Division 1. Of course, times matters. So Josh and Toby will be very happy with the battle they gave each other, because surely that only made their times faster, as we will now have to wait to see what happens in Division 2 of the men's varsity single sculls. That race already underway, and we will go enjoy it very quickly. But that was our winner there, Joshua Clark from Canterbury. Here we are. For Division 2 of the men's varsity single sculls, and in lane 1, we've got Liam from Canterbury. In 2, Sam from Canterbury. In 3, Hamish from Otago. In 4, Harry from Waikato. In 5, Ben from Victoria. In 6, Jasper from Auckland. In 7, Flynn from Canterbury. In 8, Ashton from Otago. In 9, Felix from Canterbury. In 10, Benjamin from Canterbury. So, plenty of scullers from Canterbury, although by the looks of it, there doesn't appear to be 10. So, there's a few missing, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll figure it out. So, let's go see who's in the lead there. It does appear to be a green boat, so I am going to hedge my bets on that being Harry February from Waikato. I recognise that stroke. So that is Harry in the lead at the moment. Currently in second, it looks like Ashton White from Otago. And then we'll be going to Sam Cleland from Canterbury, currently sitting in third. That is your top 3 at the moment in Division 2 of the men's varsity single sculls. But our leader is Harry February, and what we are wanting to know is, will he be able to set a time faster than the previous division, the previous race? Because it is off times here. That's how the divisions work. Jack Clark did 7:46. Toby Robertson right behind him on 7:47. So can Harry beat them? So here we are, Harry. Harry certainly knows how to have a strong finish. I quite enjoyed watching the men's club quad at the National Club Champs earlier this year that Harry was an integral part of. He absolutely got his boat up and running, and seeing him call from the 2 seat to lift the rate and sprint from about the 1K to get them out of a medal contention into a medal was fantastic. So that is what we're seeing him do here in the 2nd K. Harry is just absolutely pushing away from the rest of the field because he knows how to have a last sprint, and by last sprint I mean 2nd kilometre. Harry likes to whip it up and off he goes. But there is Harry. He understands the assignment. It is time, not position. So no matter how much he is in the lead, he is going to keep pushing away because, of course, he is going to get a strong challenge coming from the Otago sculler of Ashton White and the Canterbury sculler of Sam Cleland. As we are entering the final 500 metres here of Division 2 of the men's varsity single sculls. We're just about to enter that 500 metre. There's the 1500. There is the yellow buoy. So Harry February just stretching out his lead with a nice high rate, tapping it over. He's certainly in the lead with Otago University currently sitting in second, but we are seeing some strong scullers here from Canterbury, Flynn and Sam pushing up, and coming with them as well is Auckland, Jasper Anderson. But it is, and Otago, Hamish McIntosh there as well. So managing to hold on to third at the moment is Sam Cleland from Canterbury, but he is not without challenge. But Harry February from Waikato is in the lead, and he is aiming for a time. He is trying to beat the time of 7:46 that Joshua Clark just set in the previous race. That is what we're doing here, with about 300 metres left to travel in Division 2 of the men's varsity single sculls. Harry February from Waikato University in the lead. I believe Harry is in his first year of university. So it's great to see people in their first year absolutely getting amongst the university rowing scene and balancing their studies with physical pursuits. Start as you mean to go on. You should continue your physical pursuits all through life, team. Mental and physical health, they go hand in hand. That's my top tip. But it is Harry February at the moment who is in the lead of Division 2, the men's varsity single sculls. Will he set a time faster than Joshua Clark? That is what the question we are looking to have Harry answer in the next few moments, as we're now inside the final 100 metres. So Harry in the lead. Currently sitting in second is Ashton White from Otago. And then a great battle for third, fourth and fifth happening as well between Auckland, Canterbury and Otago. But here is Harry coming down towards the line. Harry February of Waikato University crosses the line in Division 2 of the men's varsity single sculls. Well done, Harry. He keeps going. And we see Otago currently sitting in second. What sort of a time is Ashton White from Otago going to put down? That is what we will find out very shortly as he just stretches out. Nice long stroke there. But what a sprint we're seeing from the inside. Canterbury Scarlet, Sam Cleland. He's really trying to push up on Jasper Anderson from Auckland as we just sort of see all those scullers cross the line together very fast. And then the next one, Otago, Hamish McIntosh. And then we'll be heading back to the final two scullers from Canterbury and Victoria. So well done, everyone. That concludes the men's varsity single sculls event. Next up, in about 2 to 3 minutes, will be the women's championship Coxed 4. So that will be a great race there. We've got 5 crews in that from some of our top universities. So don't go away, folks. We'll be right back in a few moments to bring you coverage of the Women's Championship Cox 4, thanks to Milford Asset Management.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, give them all the encouragement that they need. But the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you're there really to support.
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents are reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, it was like with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house, sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support, and they're amazing. Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, more communication, but I think it's as much about understanding each other. We need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. What is important, what are they trying to achieve, and how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport.
The kids enjoy it. That's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just told to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance, and we're stoked with all the boys out here today, and big thanks to Alan. Cheer.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, that's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. If they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up. and we're always there for them to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and they've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them just think about what's coming next.
Rowing as a family, you're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or, finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
And here we are joining the Women's Championship Coxed 4 at the 500 metre marker. We've got 5 crews in this race. We've got Otago, Waikato, Otago, Canterbury, Otago. And it does look like the crew in the outside from Otago number 2, Millie, Hannah, Mila, and Gemma, coxed by Isabel, are currently in the lead, but they're having a great battle from their other mates from Otago. Messina, Madison, Hannah, and Brooke, coxed by Lilo. So those two are Otago crews out in the lead, with Canterbury right there in second. Phoebe Collier is that crew. She was up here commentating earlier. So it is great to see 2 Otago crews out in the lead, as we see Otago number 1 just stretch out into first place. Moving through the 750 metre there, it is Otago number 1 with about a canvas over Otago number 2, who have about a half a boat over Canterbury, and then we're back to a boat and a bit to the Waikato crew, and then to Otago number 3. So the 5, I can't count team, 5 very fast crews here in the Women's Championship Cox 4. Every crew has a couple of names that I recognise that have done well in the club season, so we of course expect nothing less. Great shot here to see the difference in the rigs. We've got a bunch of conventional, and we've got the bucket rig there from Canterbury. There's no right or wrong, it is just what is best for your crew. So great to see these crews charging down the lake, as we see Otago number 1 just stretch out their lead a little bit more. As we approach the 1,000 metre marker, it is going to be Otago number 1 going through first. So Otago number 1 with about a 3/4 of a length lead now over their number 2 crew, who have about a 3/4 length lead over Canterbury, who have about 2 lengths over Waikato, and back to Otago number 3. So that is how they went through the 1,000 metre marker. All crews really getting stuck into their work as we're moving through the middle of the race. And we're just seeing that Otago number 1, once they get up to pace, they seem to just grind it out and push away from the rest of the field. But Canterbury is really clinging on to Otago number 2. So what kind of a sprint are we going to see in the final stages of the race between Otago number 2 and Canterbury number 1? As we just see Waikato stalking in the background there. But it was all about Canterbury number 1, Messina, Madison, Hannah, Brooke, and Lilu that are in the lead of this race with about 750 metres to go. Just getting that little bit of clear water now. So what I'm seeing from this boat is that they have got the faster cruising speed, we'll call it. The faster, once they get their boat up, they are just faster than everyone else. They're not having to put in like lots of moves to push away. All they're doing is their speed where they're most comfortable at working their best is faster than everyone else, and that's the ultimate goal. If you've got the faster racing speed, then it doesn't really matter what moves happen to from the crews behind you. They can't get up and sustain the speed you're holding. So that is what we're seeing this Otago number 1 crew do, having a nice fast race pace. That means no amount of moves or little pushes can eat into their speed, eat into their lead. Otago number 2 holding on to second place, about a length and a quarter behind their teammates, and they are just stretching out a little bit away from the Canterbury number 1 crew, who in turn are stretching out a bit over Waikato and back to Otago number 3. That's how the crews are sitting as they enter the final 500 metres of the Women's Championship Coxed 4. So it is Otago number one. Otago number one really holding on to that lead. But we are seeing a little sprint, a little change in boat speed happening from their teammates, Otago number two. But I think the nice, long, strong nature of the rowing that is coming from Otago number one will mean that they stay on top and can just push away from their teammates, as they have done, because they're now about a length and a half ahead. As we are about to approach the 1750 metre marker, so 250 metres left to travel in the Women's Championship Cox 4. It is Otago number one in the lead, with Otago number two sitting in second, so we're obviously looking for an Otago 1-2 podium. The team down in Otago will be very pleased with that, with Canterbury holding on to a very firm third place at the moment. But we are seeing a strong sprint coming here from the Waikato crew. But is there too much water between them and Canterbury in these late stages of the race? But as we now approach the final 100 metre marker, Otago number one about to go through it. So there's Otago number one, 100 metres to go. They've got a length and a half, 2 lengths lead over Otago number two in the Women's Championship Cox 4. And then it'll be Canterbury Waikato with that strong finish, but did they leave it too little too late? As we come down to the finish line now, 20 metres to travel of the Women's Championship Cox 4, as we see Otago number one crossed the line with superb rowing technique. Well done, Otago, and it is going to be an Otago 1-2, as Otago number two takes second, and third place, it will be a South Island podium in this event. It is Canterbury number one taking third place, with Waikato in fourth and Otago in fifth. Love to see the handshakes there of the crew from Otago after they take the lead. Well done. Many faces we've already seen in many races today. So it's great to see everyone getting involved and trying to get as many points for their university as possible, as we're all trying to get the Ashes Trophy for the best all-round university at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. The next race is a few minutes away. It will be at 11:20. So that's about 10 minutes away. And that will be the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. So 10 minutes time. You've got time to get another biscuit. Maybe check your social media. Make sure you are following, of course, Rowing New Zealand and Altitude HD on social media to see much more content from us, from these university champs. But we will be back with you in 10 minutes. If you do go away, make sure you find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. Thanks to our live stream partners, Milford Asset HD. And here we are for the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. It's a drag race between two crews here. In lane 2, we've got Otago number 1. We've got Peyton and Awatea. And in lane 3, we've got Canterbury, Hannah and Emma. And it appears to be the crew from Canterbury, Hannah and Emma, that are in the lead. They got a good couple of lengths over the Otago crew. So this is the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. Of course, lightweights. It is great to see the lightweights still exist in university rowing because it's no longer really a thing in club rowing once it got removed from the Olympic program. But it is great to see that we still have it here, so you really can get involved in this sport. You don't throw away your preconceptions of what it means to be a rower. If you're at home watching this, come and join in at your university or local club. But it is the crew from Canterbury, Hannah and Emma, that are in the lead. Hannah and Emma, a nice distance, we'll say, ahead of Otago with about 200 metres left to travel of the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. Great to see a bunch of people running down to the banks to cheer on their teammates as we see the Canterbury crew just lift the rate again. Canterbury really stretching out, wanting to set a nice fast time here in this event. So we're seeing some great sculling here from this double from Canterbury. Nice and in time, blades in together. They push their legs together. Two very important factors in moving a boat fast in the sport of rowing. As Canterbury are now about 40 metres from the line, Hannah and Emma, 40 metres from the line of the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. And it is going to be to Canterbury who take it out. Well done, Canterbury. And it is great to see that Otago is still pushing strong towards the line. Otago keeping the rate up, tapping it over. They really want to get as fast a time as possible as well. So there is 1-2 in that drag race between Canterbury and Otago in the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. So we will head back up the lake very shortly for the next race, which will be the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. And great to see that Canterbury crew there, nice and tired, having a good drink. So Women's University Novice Coxed 8 next. That will be coming at us very fast. Fastest caterpillars you'll ever see in the world will be showcased here on Lake Ruataniwha very shortly. So maybe make sure your cup of tea is warm. I'm telling people to drink a lot of tea today. Feel free to have a Milo as well. Or a cup of coffee. But look at our drone. He's having fun there, isn't he, as he cruises up to the start for this next race. Ideally, don't go anywhere, folks, but if you do, reminder to find us again through rowinghub.co.nz, thanks to our live stream partner, Milford Asset Management. In a few minutes, we will have the Women's University Novice Coxed 8, then that will have in it Otago, Victoria and Canterbury universities.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
See them all poised and ready. So great that these three universities can field a full 8 of women who are in the first 2.5 months of the sport. So yeah, lane 2, we've got Otago University, lane 3, Victoria University, and lane 4, Canterbury University. So it is a 2 South Island crews sandwiching a North Island. But they do look ready, sitting at the start, so we're moments away. And they're off in the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. And they are getting away nice and cleanly. Victoria and Canterbury getting a little close there, but expert steering from the coxswains will pull them back. Of course, it is hard going from 0 speed to as fast as possible in such a short space of time. A lot can happen. We see safety waiting nervously by this edge of the course. But don't worry, safety, you're not needed because these novices are experts. Sounds like an oxymoron, that sentence, but they are expert novice rowers. And it is Canterbury that seem to be just nudging ahead, and right there with them is Otago, and they're about 2/3 of a boat length up over Victoria. So that is the way they're sitting at the moment. All 3 boats got off the start nice and cleanly. Otago driving a little close to Victoria, or is Victoria driving close to Otago? It could be either way. We do, of course, have buoyed lanes that are a guide. Sometimes crews take them as suggestion, but they are meant to be gospel, so we'll see what happens here. And as the umpire does sit behind the Victoria boat, but everyone seems to be happy and all boats travelling well. So no dramas here in the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. It is Canterbury. Canterbury with the lead, about a half a boat length over Otago, who in turn have about a boat length over Victoria. That is where they are sitting in the first 500 metres of this race, as we get good views from up above of their blade work and how ideally their blades would be as parallel as possible on each side, and ideally they would all go in the water at the same time. You can see a little bit of the difference from this view between novices and our very experienced rowers, but still these novices, to get 8 people this in time since the 1st of February is a very good achievement indeed. So as we see that Canterbury crew just stretch out again. Canterbury now have got clear water over Otago. So Canterbury now sitting about a length and a half up over Otago, who are just holding on to that 1 length lead over the crew from Victoria. So these 3 crews travelling very well in the Women's University Novice Cox 8 at the 2025 New Zealand Rowing University Championships, as we get a great view of this Canterbury crew here on the live stream. No one's taking any air strokes. All of their blades managing to get in and then get some work onto it as well. So that's what we're after, and that is exactly what this Canterbury crew is doing. And they are Kira, Jasmine, Ruby, Jodie, Isabel, Zara, Olivia, and Emily, coxed by Liv, and they're doing a great job there. See all of them sort of sticking over towards their side, so sort of staying on the side that the oar is on, so whether they're either bow side or stroke side, and all of these 8 women here are doing a great job of that. The stroke, the one closest to the drone at the moment, she's doing a great job at really driving her crew. Nice, strong, powerful strokes, great acceleration from the catch to the finish, from the start to the end of the stroke. And that is what has stretched out Canterbury's lead even further as we approach the 1,000 metre mark. Canterbury is now a good 3.5 lengths up over Otago, who are just still holding on to maybe a length and a quarter over Victoria. So very close there for second and third. But this race certainly belongs to Canterbury. The Canterbury crew, as they are now approaching where the lake gets a lot closer to the land, to the spectator bank, the 1,000 metre marker, have just really stretched out. They got up and running nice and cleanly out of the start. Oftentimes with novice crews, it's not necessarily how fast you leave the start, it's more how clean you can leave the start. So you don't disrupt your boat, and then from there you can increase your speed and wind up. So going through the 1K marker there, it certainly is Canterbury with about 4 lengths over Otago, who have about a length and a quarter over Victoria in the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. This is a nice clean race, and what I mean by that is that the umpires will be very happy that everything is going swimmingly. They haven't had to interfere with anything in the race. The umpires are always looking for a clean, fair race. That's what they are there to facilitate for us. And of course, we couldn't hold such a lovely regatta without our mates here from South Island Rowing. So big shout out to all the volunteers from South Island Rowing, all of the umpires and boat drivers and people behind the scenes and the finish tower, the starter, all very important roles that we couldn't do without. So great to have such a great team down here, South Island Rowing, everyone volunteering their time on Easter weekend so that we can facilitate such an epic regatta that is the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. As we're now approaching the 1250 metre marker, so 750 metres left to travel. Canterbury go through that first, no surprises there. They have led this race the whole way. Still holding on to that, I'm not even going to call it by number of lengths anymore, we're just going to call it some distance ahead of Otago. Otago just holding on to about a length and a half over Victoria University. So you never know what might happen in the final stages. Victoria might have a good sprint, so Otago, you've got to keep your wits about you. But as long as nothing terrible happens, then I'm sure this Canterbury crew will hold on to the lead, because Canterbury is doing a great job here of just coming forwards to the catch, bending their knees together, getting the oar in the water, and away they go. And that is what is just driving them forwards every stroke to just keep inching away from the other two crews. We're in the meat of the race, the middle bit. This is the bit where you just want to hold your composure. Ideally you'd gain some in the third 500, but at the very least you don't want to lose any. And so if you hold your composure, you can just keep squeezing away as we enter the final 500 metres. There's the 1500 metre marker. So Canterbury, of course, going through that first, a good distance ahead of Otago, and third place currently sitting with Victoria. But still all to play for between Otago and Victoria, as the drone just gets a nice slow zoom out. And there's Otago. There we are. So yeah, Canterbury is just stretching out through that third 500, and Otago just rose through the 1500 metre marker now with 2 lengths lead over Victoria University. So Otago is certainly trying to cement their spot in the silver medal. They're just pushing away from Victoria there. So great job by Otago through the middle of the race there. But this race is all about Canterbury. It is all about Canterbury University. They are certainly in the lead here in this race. And none of these actually really look like novices, to be honest, and that's a compliment. In the novice races, if they don't look too novice-y, then that means they're rowing quite nicely. So not bad for about 2.5 months in the sport. Of course, sport of rowing, a great sport, great sport for later developers. Just because you didn't start at high school doesn't mean you can't start at university or at club later in life. Do get involved if you're at home watching, wondering what it's all about. Many of our New Zealand rowers, of course, started at university. Got involved in their first taste of rowing was at this very regatta some years ago. But it is here in the Women's University Novice Coxed 8 as we are entering the final 100 metres. There's Canterbury through the 100 metre marker. So Canterbury have really stretched out their lead even more, just rowing nicely, keeping their composure. Once they got up to their cruising speed, they just run away with the win. As they come down to the line, Canterbury University is going to take out the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. And there they go across the line. Well done, Canterbury. Let's see a good celebration, eh? Come on, let's see a good celebration. They just want to keep going. There we go. Arms in the air. That's it. A good handshake and a high five, pat on the back. That's what it's about. Well done, Canterbury. I wouldn't all lie down, by the way. Top tip for young players out there. If you all lie down, that's when you go for a wee swim. But there they are. Wave at the drone. Love it. Good work, Canterbury, taking the win. But Victoria has really pushed back. It is Otago holding on to second, but Victoria has managed to claw back a length there. They were 2 lengths down at the 1500, but they've come back. But it is going to be Otago to take second place. Well done, Otago. And then Victoria will round out that race with third place in the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. Next up, very shortly, we will have the Men's Championship Coxed 4. So that will be a very exciting race with many experienced oarsmen in it. But there is that crew from Canterbury that just took the win there. They rowed beautifully. And they're still rowing nice and in time back to where their boats belong. But yeah, next up will be the Men's Championship Cox 4. And in that we will have Canterbury, Otago, Auckland and Canterbury. It will be a very, very, very good race as our drone is heading back up to start. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in 2 minutes to bring you coverage thanks to Milford Asset Management of the Men's Championship Cox 4s at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talk to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication and coaching. How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will in a huge way affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it and ultimately their success as well. So I tried deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby. We don't want to do that. So I call it the entering of the water or the protection or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, I'm Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maddie Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that, and it was generally the younger ones who just said to hell with it. Look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
And welcome back to the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. We're underway here with the Men's Championship Cox 4. We have got Canterbury on the inside lane, lane 2. Then we've got Otago, Auckland and Canterbury number 2. So let's see how this race is shaping out. Nice and fast. It does appear to be the two Canterbury crews have shot out. Well, Canterbury number 1 will be in the lead closely, followed by Otago 1 and Canterbury 2 having a good battle, and Auckland currently sitting in 4th. So 3 medals up for grabs and 4 crews. What is going to happen? It will be very interesting, I'll tell you that, because these are all very accomplished oarsmen. And they are just about 300 metres into this race. But it is certainly that crew from Canterbury. Canterbury number 1 holding on to the lead. Canterbury number 1 only just though, or about half a length. So approaching the 500 metre marker. Let's see how they go through. And there is Canterbury number 1, half a boat length over. Well, it's more or less tied between Otago and Canterbury number 2. So Canterbury looking for a 1-2 on the podium here. And Auckland right there stalking them, currently sitting in 4th, but only half a length behind the crews from Otago and Canterbury. All of these crews are rowing very strong. They've got nice high rates, really keeping it ticking over because they know the rest of the competition in this event is strong. So they're wanting to have a good, fast race here. No slow races here, not at the New Zealand University Rowing Champs. But it does look like Canterbury number 2 is just holding their bow ball over Otago number 1. Not much in it though. A couple of strokes could easily change that. But Canterbury number 1, that's Sam, Fergus, Josh and Will, coxed by Oliver, are just holding on to that half a boat length advantage. And an advantage is an advantage, no matter by how much. If you get your nose out in front, you've just got that time to sort of relax, mentally know that you're in the lead and you can just hold off the other crews. But Otago here is managing to just nudge ahead of Canterbury number 2. They're saying we want to split Canterbury on the podium, you know. They don't want it to be a Canterbury 1-2. Otago just nudging ahead, but not by much, not by much. It's very much a sprint could change it all. And let's not forget Auckland. They're not out of it yet. Auckland is only 3/4 a boat length between Otago and Canterbury. So Canterbury number 1 now they are stretching out to a 1-length lead. Of course, we have had many New Zealand rowers come up through Canterbury University. One that jumps to mind would be John Story, who is the man behind the operation here today at Altitude HD. But so Canterbury University, many good rowers, and we're seeing 4 more here as they stretch out to a 1-length lead over Otago and Canterbury number 2. Otago now managing to squeeze out to about a canvas over Canterbury number 2. So Otago just putting in a good bit of work through the 1K there. This is the third 500. This is really the grinding 500. But Auckland are moving up. Auckland, they don't want to be out of the medals. Auckland now only about half a length behind Canterbury number 2. But it is Canterbury number 1. Canterbury number 1 who is just stretching out now. They've got that clear water. They've got that mental comfort, I'll call it, with about a length and 3/4, almost 2 lengths over Otago. And every stroke they seem to be stretching out more and more and more as we see Auckland really put the pressure on. Auckland is making a play here, not for bronze, but I think they're going for silver. They're going to, if Otago and Canterbury number 2 don't look out, Auckland might just roll both of them. So Auckland really driving it up here. Of course, they have got in the boat there, and 3-seater looks like Ari. He did a great job in the single earlier, so he certainly knows how to drive up a boat towards the end of a race. But here we are entering the final 500 metres of the men's championship Cox 4. It is Canterbury in the lead with about a length and a bit over their number 2 crew. So Canterbury number 2 has pushed back. They've seen the challenge from Auckland, and they really don't want a North Island crew getting up over them. So Canterbury driving into second. Otago sitting right there in third, but Auckland is starting to lift that rate. Can Auckland reel them in, or has Auckland run out of water? We will see. But it really is about Canterbury number 1. Canterbury number 1, Sam, Fergus, Josh, Will, and their Cox Oliver have led this for the majority of the race, and they're just stretching their lead out every stroke. But they're getting a great challenge from their number 1 crew. Of course, great training partners. They would have had this battle many times in training. And Canterbury number 2 is just really pushing up. They want to get a 1-2 for Canterbury, but there's Otago. Otago lifting it, and Auckland lifts it again. But does Auckland have the space? We've only got 250 metres left to travel in the men's championship Cox 4. As we see Canterbury number 1, they just stretch out again. Canterbury number 1 keeping it nice and long and relaxed, nice and strong. Canterbury number 1. Canterbury number 2 holding on to second. But here is Otago. Otago is lifting it. Otago is squeezing up. And we see a great response there from Canterbury. As you see the Canterbury number 2 Cox, Jamie, just look across to check out where Otago is. Make sure they're still ahead as we enter the final 100 metres of the men's championship Cox 4. It is all about Canterbury number 1. Canterbury number 1 with a length over Canterbury number 2, who are responding well to the challenges from Otago and Auckland. But is Auckland going to run out of lake here, folks? We'll see. It's Canterbury number 1 though as we come down to the line of the men's championship Cox 4. Canterbury number 1 take the lead. Well done. It's going to be a Canterbury 1-2 as we see Canterbury 2 cross the line, and then Otago, and 4th place to Auckland. Wow, what a great race there. Great sprint. Love to see the Canterbury look across to their number 1 boat, give them a cheer. They're happy. They're 1-2. They want more points on that board for the Ashes. So great work there from those 4 crews. Great showing from Canterbury. Of course, they did win the Heberley Shield yesterday for the 8. So it's no wonder they got 2 fast 4s in them. But that is the men's championship coxed 4. Next up, we are actually going to have a little bit of a break. The next race will be at 12:20. So we're about half an hour away from the next race. 12:20, that will be the women's varsity coxed 4. There'll be 2 divisions that. So plenty of entries there. Love to see it. So just remember, team, the little lunch break for you. We'll be back in half an hour. Please find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. That's the best place to come back to watch more of your 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. You can also find, if you want to fill the time on Rowing Hub, you can find many more great racing from the likes of the high school kids, the Māori Cup and whatnot, from just a month ago. Of course, this live stream wouldn't be able to happen without our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management. So a great way to fill in the next half hour would be to have a little look around their website and see how you can get Milford Asset working for you. We'll see you in half an hour for the women's varsity coxed 4, kicking off at 12:20.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, give them all the encouragement that they need. But the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you'll be really to support.
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents are reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, it was like with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support, and they're amazing. Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, more communication. But I think it's as much about understanding each other. We need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. What is important, what are they trying to achieve, and how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport.
The kids enjoy it. That's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just called to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance, and we're stoked with all the boys out here today, and big thanks to Alan. Cheer.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, that's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. If they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that you know, sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up. And we're always there for them, to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and I've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them, just think about what's coming next.
Rowing as a family, you're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or, you know, finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, you know, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
Welcome back. Here we are just getting underway for Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Coxed 4. So in this race we have got quite a number of crews. In lane 2 we've got Canterbury number 2 and 3 Victoria, 4 Lincoln, 5 Canterbury, 6 Auckland, 7 Waikato, 8 Otago, and out of 9 Victoria number 2. And so that is the 8 crews here in Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Cox 4. There are 2 divisions in this event. Of course, that means we are racing for time and medals are awarded for time. But in the early stages of this race, it does appear to be the crew from Otago number 1, Lauren, Daisy, Olivia and Charlie, Cox by Lilu, that are out in the lead. And they have got only about a half a boat length lead over Lincoln. The crew from Lincoln currently sitting in second. And then third is anyone's guess between Canterbury number 2, Victoria and Auckland. Then we would be going back to Canterbury number 1, Waikato and Victoria. So we get a nice fast start here in Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Coxed 4s. Lovely to see the lake has been remaining our friend all day today, of course. With Taniwha, there are 2 Taniwhas in this lake. But it is good to see that we are having a good clean day of racing, and out in the lead, that crew from Otago is just stretching out a bit more now. They're now got a nice clear length over Lincoln, who are currently sitting in second, but only just over Canterbury number 2 has pushed themselves into third at the moment. But there's a great race happening for fourth between Victoria and Auckland. Before we go a length back to Canterbury number 1, then Waikato and Victoria number 2. So these 8 crews here looking to race for times as we move through the 500 metre marker. You want to get out in front and then keep pushing away. You don't want to sit back and relax in a race like this that has divisions. But it is the crew from Otago that have got a nice cruising speed. They've really understood how to push a boat off the start cleanly and then keep driving away from the rest of the field. As we see Auckland now starting to just squeeze up. So Auckland really having a push at the likes of Lincoln and Canterbury. Auckland want to get their bows up amongst the front runners in this race. But it is Otago, it is Lauren, Daisy, Olivia, Charlie and Lilu out in the lead. They've now got about 2 lengths lead over the rest of the field. And Auckland is pushing up. Auckland having a great battle there with Lincoln and Canterbury. So Auckland only just in second. I'd say they're about half a canvas up over Lincoln and Canterbury, who are battling it out every stroke. And then Victoria currently sitting in 5th, but only half a boat length back. So anything can happen as we're about to make landfall as we approach the 1,000 metre marker, but it certainly is Otago's race. Otago is just stretching out at the moment. And if we just have a little, now they're into the second half of the day, check on the Ashes. It is Otago University currently on the lead with about 112 points, and Canterbury sitting in second on 84, and then Waikato in third, then Auckland, Victoria and Lincoln. So that's how the overall points, Regatta points champion are sitting at the moment. So, of course, Otago is going to have a strong program, and that's why we're seeing them out the lead here of the Women's Varsity Cox 4. We're getting great shots there of the crew. Good close-ups of their rowing. You can see that they really attack the drive together, so their legs are really pushing down at the same time. Great drive phase there from Otago University. And it is Auckland that have had a strong second 500 and middle K here. Through the 1K, they've really pushed up. They're now in a firm second, about 3/4 of a boat length over Canterbury number 2 would be only just holding on to third ahead of Lincoln sitting in 4th, but Lincoln only about a canvas behind Canterbury, so all to play for there. And then we're going back to Victoria and then Canterbury number 1, then Waikato and Victoria number 2. So that is how they are sitting as we row through the 1250 metre marker. So rowing through 1250 metre marker, 750 metres left to travel in the women's varsity Cox 4. It is this crew from Otago that is led very much from the first stroke, and they're just stretching out each stroke as we move through this race, and so was that Auckland crew. Auckland, a little slow off the start, but they really kind of found their gear about 500 in. You saw them slowly starting to move, and it was really just before that 1K marker that they really ground up and just got there. They didn't make a move as such, they changed their race speed, and they've held that speed. And so that is what has moved them further away from the rest of the field into a firm second through this third 500, because that Auckland crew has just beautifully changed their race speed and held on to it. As we're seeing Canterbury managing to hold on to third over Lincoln, but there's a lot happening there very close as well with Victoria and the other Canterbury crew. But here we got a great shot of the Otago crew all moving very nicely together. And yeah, their blades are bang on parallel. I reckon if you got a protractor out there and measured it on the live stream, I think you'd find they're all at exactly the same angle. And hey, maybe that's what their coaches did, and that's why they're rowing so well together. But yeah, Otago here, as we're getting down towards the closing stages of Division 1 of the women's varsity Cox 4, have just stretched out their lead even more. Auckland very much firmly getting themselves in second, and Canterbury in third, but hot on their heels is Lincoln, Canterbury and Victoria. Not much in it between these crews, so who's going to have the better sprint as we row through the 1750 metre marker. So 250 metres left to travel in Division 1 of the women's varsity Cox 4. Of course, there are two divisions, and the medals are awarded off times across the two divisions. So if you're in the lead in one of these divisioned races, you've just got to keep stretching out. Don't settle for the win. Accept the fastest time. Find your fastest time. What are you truly capable of? Push your limits. That's what we're here to do. But as Otago sitting in the lead, Auckland in second, and we're seeing great sprints happening here from Lincoln and Canterbury against the other Canterbury crew. So Canterbury number 2 currently sitting in third, but Lincoln and Canterbury number 1 really pushing up. It doesn't appear to be that Victoria can go with them, but now well within the final 100, about 40 metres left to travel. Otago number 1 coming down to the line, looking to set a fast time here in Division 1 of the women's varsity Cox 4 as they go across the line. Well done, Otago. Second place, that Auckland crew, once they got up and running, no one else could go with them, so they're doing very well there. But Canterbury, number 2, managing to just hold on to third from a fast finishing Lincoln, and Canterbury number 1 pushing up. So there goes Auckland across the line, and there's Canterbury across the line. Lincoln, Canterbury, and then Victoria. So those crews had a great race there. That would have pushed up their times. And then we'll be going back to Waikato and Victoria number 2. And that will round out Division 1 of the women's varsity Cox 4. Now, already on the track, barreling down towards us, is Division 2 of the women's varsity Cox 4. So they're racing for times against the race we just watched. So very shortly we will catch up with that race where it is on the course. So let's see how fast our drone can drive back to it. Let's have a race drone against, I don't know, air. But let's see who's in the race. It is in lane 2, Canterbury number 4. Then we've got Victoria number 3, Auckland number 2. In lane 5, Otago number 2. 6, Waikato number 2. 7, Otago number 3. 8, Canterbury number 3. And in 9, Otago number 4. So we will see what happens here as we're all racing for times to compete against Division 1 of the women's varsity Cox 4. But as we catch up with this race, as it is about to enter the final 1,000 metre, let's see who is in the lead. It does look like the crew in lane 5, Otago number 2. Otago number 2 appears to be in the lead. And then there is a great race happening. Second currently in this would be Canterbury number 3. And a great race happening there for third between the likes of Waikato, Auckland, Waikato 2, Auckland 2, and Otago 3. So great battle happening there. Waikato currently sitting in third place, but all to play for as they've only got about a half a length lead over Auckland number 2 and Otago number 3. Auckland number 2 just pushing up now. Obviously learnt something off their number 1 crew from the previous race. But here we are. It is Otago number 2 out in the lead. Canterbury number 3 currently in second. And in third place, in the middle of the screen there, is Waikato number 2. And, Caitlin Burquest is in that crew. She's had an exciting time at university. She's studying microbiology, I believe, and just been in Antarctica for a couple of months. So New Zealand universities have got much to offer. We see many kids going to the States for uni, but your New Zealand universities offer trips to Antarctica if you're in the right degree. So that's a top tip. Find a degree with a fun trip. But it does appear to be Otago number 1 that is holding on to the lead. That's Olivia. They love those Olivias in Otago. Sienna and Hannah, Cox by Isabel, that are in the lead with about 700 metres left to travel in Division 2 of the women's varsity Cox 4. Of course, this number 2 crew from Otago will be trying to beat the time that their number 1 crew just set in the previous division, and that was a time of 7:44. So that is what we're trying to beat here in this division. But let's get a closer look at this Otago crew, because they're doing a great job just clipping along together. And again, just like their number 1 crew from the previous race, a really aggressive drive together, nice strong drive together. As soon as the blades are in, the pressure comes on, their core is braced, their body's braced, there's no wasted effort as they just drive those legs down and away they go. As we see Canterbury number 3 holding on to second place. But it is what the Waikato crew that is just squeezing up into third. Waikato holding on to third, but only just over the likes of Auckland and Otago number 3. Anything could change with a well-timed sprint in the final 500 metres. So we've got about 400 metres left to travel of Division 2 of the women's varsity Cox 4. Of course, looking to beat the time set by the previous division of 7:44. Conditions here today on Lake Ruataniwha are very even race to race, which makes it easy for us. We can keep the regatta running on time and we can compare times across heats. But Otago here, Otago did have the fastest time in the previous division and looks like they're going to go for the fastest time in the second division. But what will be the difference between the two? That is the question we will find out shortly. So Otago about 4 lengths over Canterbury number 3, and they've got about a length and a quarter over Waikato. Waikato is pulling up. Waikato is pulling away from the other Otago and Auckland crews, but I don't think they're going to have enough to get up and over this Canterbury crew. 250 metres left to go. I mean, never say never. They might do it, but Canterbury are looking nice and comfortable with a very good, strong rhythm. They look happy there with what they're doing, pushing out their fastest time. But it is Otago number 2, Olivia, Sienna, Hannah and Isabel that are holding on to the lead. They're just stretching it out every stroke as we enter the final 100 metres of Division 2 of the women's varsity Cox 4. It's a great sprint here from the Otago crew. They are lifting the rate. So is the Canterbury crew. Canterbury really want a nice firm second place, going for a time, of course. As we come down to the finish line, here we do see the Otago crew crossing the line first. Well done, Otago. Let's see how that time stacks up against your number 1 crew. And it is Canterbury have maintained a very strong pace to hold on to second as they cross the line, and that Waikato crew has hung on to third there. Waikato held off the charges coming at them from Auckland and Otago there, who had a very good race for fourth, but well done. Waikato holding that off as we go back to Canterbury number 4 and Otago number 4. So keep an eye on Rowett team. The results from those two divisions will be up there shortly, and you can see and compare the times. Next up, it'll be in the blocks, getting ready, is the Women's Championship Coxless Pairs. This will be quite a race indeed. It's a South Island shootout. We got 3 Otago crews and 2 Canterbury. So this is going to be quite a good race. So don't go anywhere. In about 1 minute, we will bring you the Women's Championship coxless pairs. And here we are, joining the Women's Championship coxless pairs. They're about 200 metres into the race, and we have got in lane 2 Otago University number 3, in 3 Canterbury 2, in 4 Otago number 1, in 5 Canterbury 1, and in 6 Otago number 2. But we do appear to only have 4 crews racing, so it does look like... Who's missing? Someone's missing. It is going... Yes, we've got 4 crews in this race. But in the lead, it is the crew from Otago. Otago out in lane 6, currently in the lead, about half a boat length over Canterbury, who's just on their inside shoulder, sitting in second, and then Canterbury again currently sitting in third, and then back to Otago number 3. So it looks like we're missing Otago number 1, if the crews are in more or less the correct lanes. But we are seeing Canterbury here. Canterbury starting to just pull up and work through Otago. So obviously Otago got a nice fast start, but once this Canterbury pair gets up and running, they seem to be able to move through. They've got a lot of power on board that boat, obviously, as we're seeing a great battle here. Love the bird's eye shot here as well. Bird's eye view right above of these pairs. It really shows what the pair is. It's 2 people with 1 oar each, 1 on one side, 1 on the other. You can stroke it either way. You can have a stroke or a bow stroke, whatever works best for your crew. And you'll see that you've really got to be very much in sync and aware, and almost have one brain shared between the 2 of you, so that you can do a little less communicating and just communicate telepathically in a pair. So if you spend a lot of time with your pair partner, you'll find it very easy to just sort of read each other's body language, feel based off the little twitches you feel coming through the boat and through your oar. But these two crews here are having a great battle. Nice fast start from Otago. Once Canterbury got up and running, they moved through them, but Otago is not letting them get away. When I say move through, I use that term very lightly. They're only about a foot ahead. So Otago did respond to that and didn't let them get away, didn't let them get that all-important mental edge. So we're having a great drag race out the front here of the Women's Championship Coxless Peels as they approach the 1,000 metre marker. It is Canterbury in the lead by about a metre over Otago. Canterbury sitting in third and Otago again in fourth. So it's a South Island match here. South Island bragging rights at stake in this event. But it is Canterbury. Canterbury are just squeezing out. So Otago holding on to that slightly higher rate, but a bit more power in that Canterbury crew. And that is why they're managing now just to inch out a little bit. Otago made sure to go with them. Otago didn't want to get dropped. Great work. Great rowing from Brooke and Mila. But it certainly is Phoebe and Georgie from Canterbury that are just squeezing out as we move through the 1K marker. So Canterbury now half a length over Otago, who have a length over Canterbury number 2, and then back to Otago number 3, as we get a great view here of the battle punch for punch we are seeing from Otago and Canterbury. But Canterbury just having the slightly lower rate, just squeezing on that all together. Those two hanging long and loose through their upper body as they drive the foot stretcher away from them. And they're just holding on to that half a boat length lead. Obviously, they're not happy with the half boat length lead. They'll be trying every stroke to get another inch. But the absolute dog in the fight coming from Otago, making sure that that Canterbury crew doesn't get another inch. So Otago really holding in there. Otago with a higher rate, and as long as they've got touching distance, they'll be able to whip up a special sprint at the end. But I'm really intrigued to see what sort of a sprint the the Canterbury crew comes with as well. So moving through the 1250 metre marker, that's 750 metres left to travel here in the Women's Championship Coxless Pairs. We are seeing Canterbury just push out there a little bit more. They've got good power on board and they're using it to their advantage. They're really squeezing away. But Otago there, Brooke and Mila clinging on to them, making sure they've got that all-important stern overlap, or bow overlapping the stern, sorry. If you've got that overlap, you've still got the mental, it's a lot easier mentally, I guess, to whip it up and go for something special at the end. But these two are stretching out. It is Canterbury number 2 in third, and then back to Otago number 3 for fourth at the moment. So it's looking like we might get 2 more Canterburys on the podium, trying to get all important points to go towards the Ashes trophy. But it is Canterbury here now that have just got that little bit of clear water now. They've got that little bit of mental edge as they've just squeezed away from Otago as we enter the final 500 metres of the Women's Championship Coxless Pairs. So it is Canterbury, Phoebe and Georgie holding on to the lead. They've really just grounded out in that middle kilometre to make sure that they do get a firm hold over this Otago crew that is just coming at them with a high rate. But how much higher can the Otago crew rate in the final sprint? Or how much will the Canterbury crew lift it? So Canterbury got a nice, strong... I say cruising speed, but they're not cruising. Obviously, they're working hard, but they've got a good base race pace there that has just allowed them to just keep the work on and just stretch out through that medal K. As we're about to go through the 1750, so into the final 250 metres here, the Women's Championship Coxless Pairs. It is this Canterbury crew of Phoebe and Georgie that have about a 2-length lead over Otago, and you're just seeing them lift the rate there as well. So we're going to see them stretch that out even more as they lift for a final sprint. So Otago sitting in second, and then it's the Canterbury number 2 crew sitting in third, and then we're going back to another Otago crew for fourth. But it is this crew here in the lead. It is Canterbury number 1, Phoebe Collier and Georgie Bethel, that are just stretching away from the rest of the field as they enter the final 100 metres of the Women's Championship Coxless Pairs. They're just showing a masterclass in how to keep your cool, row well, long and strong. Key thing there being strong. Very strong, these two girls. as they come down to the finish line, about 40 metres left to travel. Now I've just stretched it out. Once they started their final sprint, they got from a length to 2 lengths to now 3 lengths as we cross the line in the Women's Championship coxless pairs. And that goes to Canterbury. Well done, Canterbury. Second place is going to go to Otago. Brooke and Miller, well done. Or Miller, well done there, Otago. And third place to round out that podium will be Canterbury number 2, Isabel and Tyler. And then we're heading back to Canterbury number 3. So great racing there in the Women's Championship coxless pairs. Next up, there's a little break in racing. So the next race will be at 1:05. 1:05 will be the men's varsity Cox 4 Division 1, followed closely by Division 2. So don't stray too far from your screens, folks. If you do, though, remember to find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. You are watching the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships, brought to you by our live stream partner, Milford Asset Management. We will see you back here in 20 minutes at 1:05 for a hotly contested men's varsity Coxed 4.
So, Callum, tell me about the program you've got at Auckland Uni.
Yeah, so the program it runs a little bit differently to the school and the club programs. It's a lot shorter. So it runs for about 6 weeks from the start of the university semester right up until the first mid-semester break is the main program, and that's building up to the university games. And then we generally have some events throughout the year that are mainly social. And then another sort of regatta event in the second semester, whether that's a North Island regatta or a within the club regatta. That's kind of what we operate towards, I guess.
Like, what would you say to someone that's maybe hasn't rowed before, they're starting uni? Why should they row?
The major thing is the social aspect, right? So it's a great way to get involved with people at the university. I know at Auckland University in particular, people struggle with social stuff quite a lot. So clubs is kind of the pathway to meeting sort of new friends that you might not have interacted with. And that's a big sell on how we get people involved. It's also less commitment than a full-on club rowing season. So it's a great way to sort of give it a go and try it out before you're fully committed and tied into the infrastructure of rowing, I guess.
Is it hard to fit it all in? You've got to row, then you've got to go to university, hold down a job.
Look, there's sacrifices that have got to be made, I guess. And sometimes other things suffer, and I'm not going to lie about that. But at the same time, it's still probably the best thing that I would say I've done at university. It's where I've met the most people, made some real lifelong friends, I guess, and given me a lot of soft skills that I think are going to help in life as well, I guess.
What's your goal in terms of encouraging more rowers and to keep going at university level?
So there's quite a range in the membership across the years. So some years we have a lot of people. We have sort of upwards of about 50 involved with the club. And then some years, there's not as many people involved. There's around 20 rowers. So really what we want to do is foster and encourage a lot of people to stay involved with the sport. And particularly new people. It's quite an opportunity at university to get people involved with rowing who then go on to participate in clubs outside of the university and sort of get more full-on involved with the sport, I guess. One of the reasons that you see quite a lot of drop-off post-school is that obviously rowing as a sport, particularly at a school level, is probably a lot more demanding than sort of a lot of other sports that people are involved with. So people think that it needs to continue to be that taxing. And the nice thing about university rowing is you've got options, right? So there's a very competitive group that do really want to do well at the university championships. And there's also people that are there for a bit more just fun or just to stay fit, stay involved with the sport. And that's a really nice thing about it for people who have dropped off. There's a lot more versatility and sort of a flexibility in the commitment, I suppose.
And it's fun,
Yes.
socially.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, we have some social events from time to time. Obviously, all mostly well behaved.
Ari, you rode at school in Wellington, and then you went to university and had a little break.
Yeah, so I kept rowing for club the whole way through, but I never rowed for uni until this year. So this is my 4th year in uni. I just didn't want to leave university having not done university rowing, so I decided to do it this season. It was like best decision, like really fun. It's like probably the only time you can do like social rowing, and it's like affordable. So I'm really glad I did it. Yeah.
And what sort of commitment is it at university level?
Compared to club rowing, it's quite a step back. Like there's definitely a lot of area to like kind of fit in with your schedule, and it's a little more social and just like a couple mornings on the water. But no, it's pretty good. It's manageable with uni, and I work as well, so it's really easy to do that alongside it as well.
So you work and you're at uni and you row, and you actually fit all of that in.
Yeah, it's good. It requires a little more time management, but it's definitely doable, and I'm not like stressed out or anything, and enjoying life. So I've got novices that are rowing for the first time, and people that haven't rowed in a while, and people that are still rowing, and so it just like brings different clubs together because you're rowing for your uni, right? Not for clubs.
How did you find going from school, where it's full on, and it's quite full on for a school person, and then you hit university? How did you find the transition from school to uni, rowing?
It was pretty easy, just because when you join a uni program or a club program, there's like people that have already gone through the same experience as you. You can just like follow them, and they'll like show the reins and everything, so it's pretty good.
Why do you enjoy rowing?
Yeah, it's just a bit of a challenge, like constantly trying to improve my rowing ability, and then just meeting new people and just doing those high goals maybe in the future.
Well,
yeah.
you're off to the New Zealand university.
Yeah. So hopefully maybe another team in future, I don't know. But it's tons of opportunities.
And you know, you certainly see Mahe Drysdale. He started when he was 18, and look how far he went.
Yeah, so
you can aim and have a few goals, little lofty goals.
Try my luck.
Yeah, totally. And it looks like you're enjoying it, and that's the biggest thing.
Definitely.
Yeah. What about the cons? I mean, it's all very well. Painting an amazing picture is amazing, but there's got to be a few downsides as well.
Like I said, it is manageable with work and uni, but I think just overall you just get tired. You kind of got to be onto it, and like sleep gets. For me, I'm really bad at going to sleep early, so just like getting those like hours in and everything.
Yeah, because it's early mornings.
Early mornings, like 5:15 here. If you enjoy it and like you like rowing, it's like not too hard to do. Coming from Wellington to Auckland, it was completely different people that I'd never met before, and like the rowing is different as well. So just trying to, obviously in Wellington you don't get on water much.
You actually get in the water at Wellington.
Yeah, in Auckland you actually get out on the water. So the program itself is different. So trying to like adjust myself to erging to rowing was a bit of a challenge. Just meeting new people and just like trying to slot in. But these guys are all great, and like it's been really easy to slot in.
Because you were moving cities and you're moving to university. I guess it is a good way to meet people.
Yeah, definitely. Like it was almost like a factory reset. Like there was no one I knew, and so I was just going in blind. But
wow,
that was good.
Oh, well done. Well, you've done so well. So congratulations and all the best at the Brisbane Chance.
Go New Zealand.
Go Kiwis. You're going to smash the Aussies?
Yeah, keen to.
Smash the Aussies. So tell me how the transition between school at Westlake and then rowing at Auckland Uni, how did that come about?
Well, I knew a few boys who are a little bit older than me who had already done the transition to ABC, and so like just talking to them and then rowing here at North Shore as well, it just made the transition like really seamless. And there's also like awesome cultural aspect at Auckland Uni rowing, and so it really just made you like feel like you fit in straight away.
So you basically just continued rowing, you loved it so much at Westlake you wanted to keep going?
Yeah, we had all the sort of COVID stuff when I was finishing up at school, and that sort of made me like question it a little bit. But then I think like the cultural side of rowing and just like the groups and the mates you make, like made it really hard to sort of walk away from it, I think. And then uni rowing like really reinforced that. When I started, I was questioning again, do I want to keep going? But like, that's awesome. It's such a good balance.
It's quite a lot to juggle. It's not only this uni, schoolwork, and you've got a job, and then you're rowing. Is it quite hard to fit it all in?
Yeah, there's definitely sacrifices you have to make, I think. And it's like, I think it's really good for practicing time management skills. Uni's really flexible as well, with just like, you can come to some sessions you want. It's really like what you put in is what you're going to get out of it.
Is it as hard as rowing at school?
I was training quite hard this year. I was going to try my trans TAS, but then there's
like a super relaxed aspect of it as well. There's I think there's a few guys who showed up to 1 or 2 sessions, and I think Callum will tell you as well, like there's guys who've rode ABC who have raced more times than trade in their life, you know, so it's like, it's awesome, like it's such a big spectrum of uni rowing, and like that's what really makes it cool, I think.
Okay, and what do you love about rowing?
I think I just like the mates aspect of it. I really enjoy just like, yeah, like a few times like the cultural side of it, but just like those are your mates, like you're training with them like 4, 5, 6 times a week, so you're seeing them all the time. We've all got like stuff in common as well. And then I also just like, I think I just like doing well, and it's like a really rewarding sport. I mean, yeah.
You like pushing yourself to the limit?
Yeah.
And you get to that, you know, that 2,000 metres is a long way.
It's really good just having other people to do it with, and I can take a single, I don't think. I'm more of a crew vote kind of person, but yeah, nah, I enjoy doing well as well, which is a good aspect of it, yeah.
And you're in your 2nd year of uni. What are you doing at
I'm studying property.
Great. And is it hard to fit that in as well as rowing and holding down a job?
It's manageable. There's some days where it gets a little bit tricky. So you have to make a few sacrifices sometimes, like you might not work as much as you want to or anything like that.
So have you got some young kids that are just maybe finishing school and they rowed all through school? What would you say to them if they were coming to uni?
I'd 100% like recommend getting down. Even like, it might not be a thing, you might not have done well at school, you might have done really well at school. You can come give it a try, and like, whether you just want the mates, you want to do well and go off and represent a New Zealand team in some ways. There's so much you can get out of it, such like a wide thing compared to club or school rowing.
So it's a great sport, you know, this, as you say, the social aspect, and you know, you're getting fit as well at the same time, super fit.
Yeah.
Have you ever been fitter?
Probably not, no.
Go Kiwi!
Go Kiwi!
What are you doing after this?
Probably go training, and then...
Do you want to do a single?
Yeah, I'll be keen, definitely.
And here we are joining the men's varsity Cox 4 Division 1. So welcome back from that little break. You obviously found us again through rowinghub.co.nz. Who's in this race? Let's figure it out. In lane 1, we've got Victoria number 2. In 2, Waikato. In 3, Auckland. In 4, Lincoln University. In 5, Canterbury. In 6, Otago. In 7, Victoria number 1. In 8, Canterbury number 2. And in 9, Otago number 2. Of course, this event has 2 divisions, so we're racing 4 times. But before we check out the leaders, if you're here at the lake and you're hungry, there's a $6 Saturday special. 1 sandwich or a sausage roll or a cheese toastie plus a Coke or Fanta, $6. So go find that out, you hungry uni students. Always looking for a deal. But who's in the lead here? It will be the crew from Otago. Otago number 1. That is Toby, Ethan, Gain and Charlie, and their coxswain, Kaylin, who is currently in the lead in the men's varsity Cox 4. Holding on to second place, only a length behind, is Canterbury number 1. So that's Charlie, Lewis, Zachary and Jonty. The McIntosh brothers, Charlie and Jonty, in the same boat. Their parents must be watching. And their coxswain, Oliver. So they're currently in second, but they are pushing up on their Otago boat. So we're going to have a hot race here in Division 1 of the men's varsity Cox 4. Currently holding on to third place would be Canterbury number 2. So Canterbury, we are seeing many fast crews from the men's side in the champ and the varsity, aren't we? They're really pushing up there, trying to get more points, trying to clinch the Ashes trophy. But this race is at the moment with Otago. Otago number 1 holding on to the lead, about a length. They're keeping their rate nice and high, ticking over to hold off any charges, any challenges coming at them from the Canterbury crew. But it certainly is Otago's race. Otago in the lead. Canterbury in second. Then we do get a bit of clear water back to Canterbury number 2. And then down on the inside, we're getting a great race here from the Waikato crew. Waikato just holding on to 4th at the moment. Only half a length over Auckland. And on the outside, Otago number 2. But it is Otago number 1. They're just holding on to that length. It's just enough. It's just enough to keep your nose ahead, feel comfortable, but not too comfortable. Still working very hard, because as we enter the final final 500, Canterbury is right behind them stalking, and Canterbury will of course have a fast finish. So this is the final 500 metres of the men's varsity Cox 4 division number 1. We're racing for times, so it'll be this plus the next race, division number 2. Who's got the fastest times? That'll shake the medals out for this event. But Otago is certainly putting a claim to the gold at the moment. They are really stretching out their lead now, getting a bit of clear water that just gives them that little bit of less anxiety. They can relax a little bit there, knowing that they got that clear water. They got their little buffer between themselves and this strong Canterbury crew that is sandwiched between the McIntosh brothers of Charlie and Jonty. But it is Otago with a length and a quarter over Canterbury, and sitting in third at the moment will be Canterbury number 2 crew. So 2 Canterbury crews again, but we're seeing a great race down on the inside there between Waikato and Auckland, along with Otago number 2 on the far side. Those crews really battling it out for 4th, 5th and 6th, and then we're right behind them is Victoria 1 and 2. So really great racing happening here, good quality racing, as we see the Waikato and the Auckland crews lifted again. But it is Otago. They've stretched out just a little bit more, so Otago with a firm almost 2 lengths now lead, as we're well within the final 100 metres of Division 1 of the men's varsity Cox 4. So Otago coming down to the line now, looking long and strong, very comfortable in their rhythm. They certainly know how to move a boat together and move it together well. So there goes Otago, takes the win. And the fastest time at the moment, then we're down to Canterbury for second place. Third place is going to go to the other Canterbury crew, but 4th and 5th, what a battle we've got in our hands between Waikato and Auckland. It's Balball for Balball to the line. Who's going to get it on the surge? One beep for the two of them. Could have gone either way. We'll have to wait for Roa on that one, team. But what a great race they treated us to. Then we go back to Otago, then Victoria 1 and Victoria 2. So that is how Division number 1 shook out. Let's see how fast we go in Division number 2 and if the times can compete. Because already today we have seen many of these races that have 2 divisions. See the medals split across the 2 divisions. So let's see who's in Division 2 of the men's varsity. Cox 4. In lane 2, we've got Canterbury number 5. In 3, Canterbury 4. In 4, Victoria 3. In 5, Auckland 2. In 6, Canterbury 3. In 7, Otago 3. And in 8, Canterbury number 6. Plenty of depth there in the Canterbury program, having 6 crews in this event. So let's catch up with them as they approach the 1,000 metre marker. Who's in the lead? It is Otago number 3. So Otago number 3 currently in the lead, about a length and a bit over Auckland number 2, would be holding on to second. Third place would be sitting with Canterbury number 4, only just though over Canterbury number 3, then back down the inside to Canterbury number 5. Guess who's next, team? It's Canterbury number 6. And sitting there in 7th place at the moment will be Victoria number 3. So we've got a lot of Canterburys there right next to each other, but it is Otago that's out in the lead. Otago number 3 with about a length and a half over Auckland. And then we go Canterbury, and Victoria. So it is, though, a great row here from Otago. Of course, the previous race was won by Otago, so they've set the time that we need to beat, as these are divisions. It hasn't come up on Rowett yet. When it has, I'll let you know what time we're trying to beat. But this is a great race here from Otago number 3, just getting that clear water advantage that they can just squeeze out away from the other crews, with Auckland currently sitting in second. But we are seeing a great challenge coming from Canterbury number 4. Canterbury number 4, they don't quite have overlap on Auckland yet. Yet being the key word in that sentence. They are trying their hardest to get overlap. And then we go back to Canterbury, and Victoria. But it is Otago number 3 currently in the lead, just stretching out a little bit further. They now got a good 2 lengths over Auckland, and the times have come in from the first division. Time we're trying to beat, set by Otago number 1, is 6:50. Then Canterbury in second with 6:54, and then 7 minutes for Canterbury number 2. So let's see how this race shakes out, see if any of these boats can beat those times and get themselves on the podium for this event, the men's varsity Coxed 4. But this crew from Otago number 3, just stretches out every buoy line they go through. They seem to be further away from the Auckland crew. As we now are well within the final 500 metres of the men's varsity Coxed 4. It is Otago trying to push out a fast time here. Auckland currently sitting in second, and then Canterbury sitting in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, with Victoria University sitting in 7th. So it is Otago that's just managed to stretch out. I like their rate. It's nice and fast. It's nice and high. They're just tapping it over. They keep lifting it as well. You know, they know that they're racing for time. So they're not settling for first. They are driving for their fastest time, as they're now on the yellow buoys. So that's the final 250 metres of the men's varsity Cox 4. Otago really hunting for a fast time. Auckland chasing them. Canterbury just after them. But what a sprint we're seeing here from this Otago crew. They lift it again and they just stretch away again. And the nice calm water makes it easy to sprint. And they've set their boat up well. They've got a level platform, which makes it easier for them to sprint. Of course, it's not easy. They've put in the work to get that platform. But here we are now with about 50 metres left to travel of Division 2 of the men's varsity Cox 4. We're seeing a very strong Otago number 3 crew come down towards the line, aiming to set a fast time, aiming to beat the time their fellow crewmates just set in the previous race. So well done, Otago there. We'll have to wait for the whole race to finish to see your time. But great work, no doubt. You rode your best. Here is Auckland, get across the line in second. Well done, Auckland. Then we will go to Canterbury for third, Canterbury for fourth, Canterbury for fifth. And yes, you guessed it, Canterbury for 6th, and Victoria just entering the final 200 metres there in 7th place. So we will eagerly await the update from Rowett to see did any of these crews beat the top 3 times from the previous race and get themselves into a medal position. Next up, though, in 7 minutes, is the men's championship coxless pairs. So that will be at 1:20. So don't go far, team. If you do, make sure you find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. And if you're here at the course and hungry, make sure you come and buy a $6 Saturday, either sandwich, sausage roll, or cheese toasty, along with a can of Coke or Fanta for just $6. I mean, who doesn't love a deal? I would call that a steal if I were you. But, yeah, don't go away. We'll be right back at 1:20 for the men's championship coxless pairs.
New Zealand pathway continues to evolve and change. We look at the athlete funnel, which takes rowers all the way through to the Olympics.
We're sort of trying to look at athletes once they've finished school, because the school program here is very well done and it's awesome. So it's like, if athletes want to continue rowing after school, what are their options? So we've got under 18s, we've got interprovincials, Trans-Tasman Uni. Those are sort of the first opportunities for athletes to try and do some things, and then as Rowing New Zealand then starts to provide some more international experiences with our junior team, under 23 team, and they're all sort of ID points in sort of us sort of then going, okay, are these athletes ready to step up to that high performance space? So we've got Olympians, gold medalists, so we know what the standards are, so it's easy for us to be able to say, look, you're tracking on the same sort of path. Coaches are trying to use more technology in what they're doing, and trying to, I guess as coaches, you always want the athletes to believe what you're saying is right, but sometimes athletes need to see stuff and see it in person, so being able to sort of track that data and see that is really cool. Coaches obviously use a lot of video this day and age, so a way of being able to give video feedback and the athletes being able to sit down and watch it afterwards. So all those bits are really important. So engaging the athlete, so it's a more coach-athlete relationship rather than the coaches kind of dictating everything. He didn't pick up an oar till he was in his 20s. Like, it's not the kind of thing that you have to do when you're 5. Like, you can pick it up all the way through school, you can pick it up when you're at uni, and that's the beauty of having different entry points into our system as well, which is really important. If you don't make it at juniors, doesn't mean you're not going to be an Olympic champion.
That was a nice short break as we head up to the start here for the men's championship coxless pair oars. Of course, being a champ event, it's our top rowers, so it's going to be a very fast, very competitive race, so certainly one to watch. And so we have a nice full race here of, well, a lot of boats. In lane 1, we got Canterbury number 4. In 2, Canterbury number 3. In 3, Auckland number 2. In 4, Canterbury number 1. In 5, Auckland number 1. In 6, Victoria number 1. In 7, Otago number 1. In 8, Canterbury number 2. And in 9, Auckland number 3. And I appear to see a 10th boat. So we may have had a late entry. But here we are. We're underway. In the men's championship coxless pairs, everyone getting away nice and clean. I'd expect nothing else from these top rowers, but it does appear to be the crew in lane 2, Canterbury number 3, Lewis and Harry, that have got out to an early lead. And then also their mates, Canterbury number 2, Josh and Fergus, over there on the far side out in lane 8. So it's lane 2 and lane 8, 2 Canterbury crews that have pushed out to the early lead about 100 metres in the men's championship coxless pair oars. Third place would be a great battle happening between Canterbury number 4, Jimmy and Josh, and Canterbury number 1, Sam and Will. So at the moment, the top 4 boats are all Canterbury. Let's see if anyone else from Auckland, Victoria or Otago can separate them and split the podium. But it is the crew from Canterbury number 2, Josh Syme and Fergus Johnson, that are in the lead. They have now pushed out to about 3/4 of a boat length lead over their teammates, Canterbury number 3, Lewis and Harry. They're currently sitting second, but then we'll go back to Canterbury number 1, currently holding on to 3rd place, but only just. They've only got about half a length of Auckland. But we're about to go through the 500 metre marker, so let's call them through, see how in which order they do move through that buoy line. And it is Canterbury number 2, about half a length there, over Canterbury number 3. They've got good clear water over Canterbury number 1 going through the line there, only half a boat length though over Auckland and two Aucklands, and Otago number 1. So very, very tight there between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th placing. But as these 2 Canterbury crews of Josh Syme, Fergus Johnson and Lewis Meets and Harry Galvin, those are the 2 out in front at the moment. Obviously training partners being from the same university. So they are going to know each other's strengths, each other's areas where they could improve, and they're going to capitalise on those things that they know about their teammates during this race. So it is at the moment Canterbury in 1, 2 and 3, because Sam Wilson and Will McIntosh are currently holding on to 3rd place, but they only have about 3/4 of a boat length lead over Auckland, Otago and Auckland. So those 2 Auckland pairs doing very well there, trying to put pressure on the Cantabrians. But it is, well, it's Canterbury's race at the moment, holding on to the top 3 positions as we are about to approach the 1,000 metre marker, about to make landfall here in the men's championship coxless pairs. So a very fast race here, but it is this pair here, Josh Syme and Fergus Johnston, Canterbury number 2 out in lane 8, that are just stretching out away from their field. They brought their crewmates, Canterbury number 3, Lewis and Harry, with them initially at the start, but in the last 200 metres there, they've just pushed away. So going through the 1,000 metre marker, it is Josh Syme and Fergus Johnson with about a length lead over Lewis Meets and Harry Galvin. Then they have clear water. They've got about 2 length lead over their mates, Sam Wilson and Will McIntosh. So it is great to see 3 Canterbury crews in the lead there, and 4th place at the moment would be sitting with Otago, Tom and Ted. Would be sitting in 4th, but only just over Auckland number 1 and Auckland number 2. So 2 Auckland pairs, very tight between them, battling it out. Will the battle, though, for fourth that's happening between Otago, Auckland and Auckland, will that battle push them up over Canterbury to try get someone else on the podium? That's what we'll find out as we're in the third 500. It's really the 500 where you got to grind it out mentally. You got to hold your nerve. By now, you should have set your rhythm up. Your boat should be running nicely, and all you need to do is squeeze on a little bit more power and just enhance what you've already created in that first K. And that is exactly what we're seeing these three crews from Canterbury do as they just stretch out away from the rest of the field. So the Canterbury crew that's in the lead, Josh and Fergus, they're stretching out even more. They've got a good 2.5 lengths lead over their mates, Lewis and Harry, that are holding on to second. And again, they've got 2 lengths lead over the other Canterbury crew, Sam and William. So those are the 6 men in the 3 Canterbury crews that are holding 1, 2 and 3 at the moment in the men's championship coxless pairs, and they are just pushing away from the 2 Auckland crews and the Otago crews that are battling it out for 4th, 5th and 6th. As we get a great look here of the Canterbury crew, Josh Simon, Fergus Johnson, that is currently in the lead out in lane 8. Good strength you can see coming through the oars there, nice bit oar bend. So it is Canterbury in 1, 2 and 3. Otago only just holding on to 4th over Auckland, who is then being followed closely by another Auckland crew. But actually we might see Auckland just push up there. Auckland lift the rate there to try and get up and over Otago. They really want 4th. Will they be able to carry that momentum, though, to get them a 3rd place? Will they be able to push up to the Canterbury crews? That's what we will see. Or have they left it too late? Because we're now well within the final 500 metres here. We're approaching the 1750. We've got about 300 metres left to travel of the men's championship coxless pair oars. These are some of our most skilled oarsmen here at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships, and that is exactly what we're seeing, a masterclass here from Canterbury University, holding on to the top 3 spots. They've held them from the start of the race. As we come down to the final 200 metres, they are still maintaining those top 3 positions. Great challenges happening, though, from Otago and Auckland. Otago and Auckland, we've seen fast finishes from them. Are we going to see another fast finish? Are we going to see a different university get up on the podium, or is it just going to be an absolute clean sweep from Canterbury? Let's see as we enter the final 100 metres here. So the first crew there is going through that 100 metre buoy line, and there goes the second Canterbury crew moving into the final 100 metres. Who's going to be the 3rd crew into the final 100 metres? It is going to be the other Canterbury crew. They are holding on to 3rd, but we are seeing that sprint from Otago. Otago lifting it, but here we do come down to the line. It's their race from the beginning. It's going to be their race at the end. It's Canterbury University, Josh and Fergus, well done, winning the men's championship coxless pairs. 2nd place goes to another Canterbury crew, Lewis and Harry, and it's going to be a clean sweep. It's a red and black podium. It's another Canterbury crew, Sam and William. So great work there from Canterbury. Otago 4th, Auckland 5th, Auckland 6th, and then back on the inside to another Canterbury crew. That's right. And then it'll be Victoria, Lincoln, Auckland. Yeah, that is the men's championship coxless pair. So what a race there. An absolute clean sweep, a red and black podium, maroon podium for Canterbury. Canterbury all over that one. Well done, Canterbury. It's no wonder they won the Heberley Shield for 8 yesterday with pairs like that. So team, there is a little bit of a break. The next race will be at 2 p.m. That'll be the women's varsity coxless pairs. So a bit of a break, but tune into the live stream because coming up next, we're going to have a replay of those 8s, the men's and women's championship 8s yesterday, the Heberley Shield and the Tamaki Cup. So that is coming up in just a few moments. Thanks to our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management. Of course, if you do go away, find us again through rowinghub.co.nz, but I don't need to tell you that because you're not going anywhere because you're about to see a recap of yesterday's awesome races in those 8s.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
And we're back. About to head up to the start line for the women's varsity Cox's Pairs, but before that, this is a message to everyone on the bank here at Lake Ruataniwha. The silver medals for event 19, the men's university novice Cox fours, have accidentally been taken from the medal station. They were signed and picked up, so I think they've accidentally slipped into another packet. So can everyone please double check your medal packets? And if you happen to have the silver medals for event 19, the men's university novice Cox fours, could you please return them to the medal station ASAP? They've just accidentally found themselves in the wrong packet. So please double check for event 19, men's university novice Cox 4 silver medals. But on the course right now, what we're just flying up to is the women's varsity Coxless Pairs Division 1. Now there is 2 divisions for this event, a very popular event to enter. So we are racing 4 times as we just fly over a Waikato University crew rowing up towards the start line. But who's in this race? We've got Otago 1, Waikato 1, Victoria 1, Lincoln 1, Auckland 1 and Canterbury 1. So a good showing here, a good spread of our fine universities here in New Zealand. In Division 1 of the women's varsity Coxless Pairs. So as we catch up with this race about 600 metres in, let's see who is in the lead. And it does look like the crew from Auckland. That is Brooke and Savannah from Auckland. Oh my goodness, would you look at that? In the Auckland crew, we've got Brooke and Savannah. And in the Waikato crew, we've got another Brooke and another Savannah. So a popular pair combination. But in fact, it is Otago number 1, Daisy and Olivia in the lead. They've snuck out from the inside there. But only about half a length over that Auckland crew. Auckland currently sitting in second. Then it'll be the other Savannah and Brooke. Waikato sitting in third. Fourth sitting with Canterbury. And right hot on the heels is Lincoln and Victoria. So as we approach the 1K marker though, it is the Otago number 1 crew that are just about half a boat length up over Auckland, Brooke Vincent and Savannah Freeman, who have about a length over Waikato, Brooke Carter and Savannah Burke. So that is a popular pair combo. If your name's Brooke and you have a friend called Savannah, I think you should get in a pair with them and vice versa, because clearly something's working there. But it is the crew from Otago, Daisy and Olivia, that are in the lead. Only just though, great attack happening from the Auckland pair. Of course, this is Division 1, so we are racing for times here because the next race, Division 2, will be trying to beat them. But we're getting a great overhead shot here on the live stream of the Auckland crew. And you can see, I love a pair from the top, because it really gives you the appreciation of what's going on here. It's 2 people, 1 oar each. One's in charge of one side and one the other. But just because your oar's on that side doesn't mean the other side is not your responsibility. If you row well, it'll make it easier for your pair partner. And if you both have the attitude, understanding of what you're trying to do, then of course you'll only make your boat much better and your crew will come together nicely. But it is the crew from Otago, Daisy and Olivia, as we approach the 1250 metre marker. They are in the lead. They are managing to hold the lead, only just though over Auckland. Auckland really putting in a good battle. And what we're seeing happen is these 2 crews push out away from the rest of the field. Waikato currently sitting in third, but a great challenge coming from the likes of Lincoln and Canterbury. but it is still Otago. They don't have Clearwater yet, so Auckland very much in sprinting distance as they move through the 1250. It is Otago just half a boat length over Auckland, very close, and then it's back about 3 boat lengths to Waikato, who only have about a length over Lincoln, Canterbury and Victoria. So we've got 6 different universities in this race, which is great to see. Many of our different universities represented and all having very strong pairs, making us a very good race here. But we are seeing Auckland push through. Auckland now pushing up against Otago. Auckland just nudging their bow in the lead. So Auckland now just up over Otago, and as I say that, it's as if Otago heard me and they just put in a little burst to get their bow back in front. So we are going tit for tat here. We are going stroke for stroke between Otago and Auckland. So I can see you all down there on the bank getting ready for your races. Make sure you cheer on your respective Otago or Auckland as they row past, because they're going to need it to carry them to the finish as we move through the 1500 metre marker. So 500 metres left to travel in Division 1 of the women's varsity. Cox's pairs are the lead currently with Otago, but consistently and non-stop being challenged by Auckland. Auckland right there pushing. It is then Waikato holding on to third, only just though over a very strong Lincoln crew by Ruby and Kate. So Lincoln really pushing Waikato. They're holding on to fourth. And then a great battle for fifth and sixth happening between Canterbury and Victoria as well, only about 2 lengths behind Lincoln. But it is Otago. Otago, they've held the lead for most of the race. There's been a brief period of time where Auckland did just get their bow in front, but Otago responded well to push back and to get a nice comfortable might not be the best word, but a very firm lead here. So Otago still in the lead as we see Auckland lift the rate. Auckland's really going for a sprint there as we move through the 1750 metre marker. So 250 metres left to travel in the women's varsity Coxless Pairs Division 1. It is Otago in the lead, but only just about a half a length over Auckland as we see Auckland lift the rate again. Auckland's really sprinting here. So the momentum is with Auckland, but is Otago going to hold on, or is Auckland going to get up and roll them? Let's see what happens in the final 200 metres here. But Otago, a great response. Otago lifting the rate, going again. They're still holding that half a length lead as we see Auckland just try again. It's never stop. You've got to keep throwing darts at the board. You don't know which one is going to stick, and that's exactly what this Auckland crew is doing. They're not giving up, Brooke Vincent and Savannah Freeman. But Otago is just stretching out again inside the final 100 metres. Otago saw that challenge. They raised them. They've pushed away again. Otago holding on now to a length lead as we come down to the finish line, about 10 metres from the finish, and it is going to be Otago getting the fastest time in this division of the women's varsity Cox's Pairs. Right behind them, what a race we saw there from Auckland's Brooke Vincent and Savannah Freeman. And we've seen a great push here in the final 500 from Lincoln, because Lincoln's Ruby and Kate have pushed up into third. So Lincoln there is going to cross the line with the third fastest time from Division 1. Then right hot on their heels is another Brooke and Savannah from Waikato. And then we're heading back to Canterbury and Victoria. So that is Division 1 of the women's varsity Coxless Pairs. Next up is going to be Division 2, where of course we're going to be seeing if we can post a faster time. So that race is already on the track, so we will zoom down and join them shortly. And here we are joining Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Cox's Peers. Of course, it was the Otago crew in the first division that posted a time of 8:10. So these crews will be looking to beat that. And we've got, of course, Otago number 3, Victoria 3, Auckland 2, Canterbury 2, Waikato 2, Victoria 2, Lincoln 2, Otago 2, Canterbury 3, Otago 4. Many crews. I count 10. Did 10 end up starting the race? It looks like 10 did. So we have many crews here. As we're now in the final 1,000 metres. And in the lead, it is Otago. An Otago pair holding on to the lead. So that is Zoe and Poppy May. And then Otago number 3 down the inside as well, holding on tightly to second, only just over Auckland number 2. So those are the top 3 at the moment, pushing up for looking to go for a fast time. Looking to go for a fast time here to see if they can beat that 8:10 of Division 1. This is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Peers. As we see that Auckland crew just push up. Auckland in lane 3 are just pushing up over Otago in lane 1 there. So they're having a great battle there. That's only going to make them go faster. And it is still the lead, though, is sitting with Otago number 2, Zoe and Poppy May. They're currently in the lead, but only by about a length and a half as this Auckland crew here, Sarah and Izzy, are really squeezing up. And they are certainly bringing with them, of course, Otago number 3, Libby and Gemma. So these two boats having a great battle, and it's pushing them up closer to the leaders. So will they be able to roll them? Let's find out in the final 500 metres as we're about to approach the 1,500 metre buoy in Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Peers. Of course, we're trying to beat the time of 8:10 that was set by Otago number 1 in the previous race. But Otago number 2 here, Zoe and Poppy May, are just squeezing out a little bit. They are now just almost 2 lengths in the lead. Auckland is really pushing up, getting a bit close there. Otago number 3 in Auckland, they are very, very close. It looks like Otago might have moved over a lane. They may have jumped into Victoria's lane because Victoria is far enough back that they're not impeding. So they just want to get up and close and personal with their competition. Peers, of course, probably the most difficult boat to steer because the rowers themselves have to steer it as with some steering mechanism on their foot, as well as, of course, their pressure and how well they are rowing is going to affect their course as well. But it certainly is the crew from Otago that has got to the early lead and held onto it. They've got 2 lengths up over Auckland. Auckland currently sitting in second, and again, Otago sitting in third. All of these crews trying to get their time of 8:10. And, of course, they don't know they're trying to get 8:10. They don't know how fast the previous race went, but they do know that it went fast. And so all they're trying to do is row their fastest and see where that gets them. So we will find out shortly as we're now in the final 250 metres of Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Cox's Peers. This race currently being led, and it has been led most of the way, of course, by this Otago crew, with a great battle here happening for second and third between Auckland and Otago. They've been getting very close together as well. A little argy-bargy happening here. They're going to have a fast finish. Everyone's cheering them on. I can see people standing up, having a look to see, get a closer look as the pairs move apart. Good, you've got to have a nice clean race if you want to do well. But it is Otago number 2 over on the far side that is just stretching out into the final 100 metres as Auckland then enters the final 100 metres, followed closely by this other Otago crew on the inside. Then we're going to Waikato and Canterbury. But it is the crew from Otago coming down to the line now, trying to post a fast time. Divisions, medals given out on times, of course. But here is Otago through the line there. Well done, Otago. And very fast finish happening between Auckland and Otago. And Auckland managed to get second, Otago third, but how will their times stack up against the previous heat? We will find out shortly as Waikato crosses the line, followed closely by Canterbury. Then we're going back over the far side to Otago, another Otago and another Canterbury, then down to the middle to Lincoln, then down the inside to Victoria, and then back across the far side to Otago. But here's a little announcement, team, for those on the bank and those watching at home, because we will be live streaming this later. The prize giving at the end, so the last race is scheduled for 3:30, and at the moment then an hour after that at 4:30 we will be giving out the trophies and medals for all divisions of men's and women's eights, as well as the medals and trophy for the mixed champ quad. So that will be happening at 4:30 or as soon as boat loading is done, whichever is done quickest. So make sure you got your spanners ready to do that. But we will give you a little 5-minute warning. We will give it a little announcement before we rip into the prize giving at the end of the day. But it will be somewhere close to 4:30. It might be a little earlier. So certainly don't go away from your live stream if you're watching at home, because those in the know there might be a few antics around the giving out of the Heberley Shield. We've got roving cameras set up. We're ready to go. But if you have got in your medal packet accidentally received the silver medals for event 19, the men's University Novice Cox 4, please do return them to the medal station so they can be given to their rightfully earned owners. But the next race coming in 5 minutes will be the men's championship Cox quadruple scull, and I'm not going to lie, I do love a fast quad, which is exactly what we'll see in men's champ Cox quadruple sculls in 4 minutes. So don't go away, team, but if you do, you can always find us again through rowinghub.co.nz. Thanks, of course, to our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management.
Coaching young rowers is a big responsibility. Over the years, coaching methods and philosophies have changed. How can coaches set their young crews up to thrive? And how important is culture?
We know that parents and coaches are so influential on the participants' experience, so the more we can get people to talk, the more we can get them to connect and understand, the better we're going to be able to support that kid.
So the parents are a really critical part of our team actually, so we all work together. It's not parents on one side, coaches and the athletes on the other. It's important that we're all working together to support the kids the best we can.
Oh, I'd say it's a hexagon. There's teachers and there's girlfriends and there's boyfriends, and it's a big support network with people. And not one of us is good enough to take that responsibility ourselves. You need a team around you.
If you're at a regatta or a camp, parents' role, I feel, is to support, cheer, give them all the encouragement that they need, but the coaching part, that comes from the coaches, so you'll be really to support.
Definitely the parent helpers can make or break a regatta and a camp, so it's really nice. All of our parents are really lovely.
I enjoy it. I get suntan, get to relax, and I get to see people row.
Tips for parents are reach out and ask questions and seek to understand. Be positive and proactive in your engagements with your coaches, but start off by talking to your kids first. Start off by asking them what they want out of their rowing experience or their sport experience.
Honestly, if it was with my parents, every single dinner time conversation is just about rowing. We have a rule at our house sometimes it's like, okay, no rowing talk for the next 10 minutes, and it doesn't usually last that long. Really do like my parents' support, and they're amazing.
Can you give us some tips for coaches?
Communication, more communication, but I think it's as much about understanding each other. We need coaches to be able to share their philosophy. What is important, what are they trying to achieve, and how are they trying to help their young person be the best that they can be in their sport.
The kids enjoy it. That's why we're doing so well. I mean, we've got 16 rowers entered 20 events. We're in 17 A and B finals.
The girls basically just called to go out and stay out.
We're stoked with my performance and we're stoked with all the boys out here today, and big thanks to Alan. Cheer.
Having parents there understanding what needs to happen for the athletes and what they need, and having a supportive coach in the background, it's hugely important.
We're not always going to have everything go our way, and sometimes that's hard as a parent to take because you want your kids to be successful. If they miss out on a selection or something like that, you've just got to take a breath, take a moment, step back, step out of that situation.
But I think you have to realise that, sometimes you need those down moments to really appreciate the up. And we're always there for them, to support them when they come back. If they come back down to our tent and they've had a race that didn't go how they expected, we're all there to give them a hug and tell them, just think about what's coming next.
Rowing is a family. You're together every single day training, or most days. You go away on week-long camps together all the time, and you just get to know everything about each other. You see each other in your hardest when you've just done your 2K or, finished a race and not great with the results.
You don't really realise until you become part of rowing how much it involves the parents, the kids, the coaches, extended family. It really is a journey for everyone, and that's amazing.
And here we are watching the Men's Championship Cox Quadruple Sculls. Bit of fun, this event being Cox. Normally at this level in the club scene, these teams would all be Coxless, but what a throwback to high school it is to get a coxswain in your boat, a little person telling you what to do. Got to love it. So let's see who's in this race. In lane 2, we got Canterbury 2, in 3, Lincoln 1, in 4, Waikato, in 5, Otago, in 6, Auckland, in 7, Canterbury, 8, Otago number 2, and out in lane 9, we've got Waikato number 2. So these crews are moving very fast, of course. It does appear to be the crew from Otago that are in the lead in the early stages of this race, but no one is not touching another boat. You can throw a blanket across this whole field. So Otago in the lead, but only just Otago as we move through the 500 metre marker here. So Otago going through the 500 metre marker now, and then boom, there is the next 3, which is Canterbury 2, Canterbury 1, and Otago 2. So it's basically a bit of a race between Canterbury and Otago at the moment. Who's going to get 2 on the podium? Who's going to get 1? Or is Auckland, Waikato and Lincoln going to have a say about it? And there'll be none. We'll see, because Auckland, Lincoln and Waikato are only half a length behind those 3 crews that are currently battling it out for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But it is Otago number 1, Sam, Finn, Luke and Henry, coxed by Fred, that is in the lead, about half a boat length. They've only got half a boat length over Canterbury number 2. Harry, Fergus, Josh, Charlie, coxed by Liv. They're sitting in 2nd at the moment, about a foot over Canterbury number 1. So the 2 Canterbury crews having a great battle there. So they've just stretched out about half a canvas over Otago 2 and Lincoln number 1. So those 2 crews sitting very close there. And about a foot behind them, you'll find Waikato and Auckland. So anything can happen in this race. Anything can change. Waikato does have Harry February on board, and we have seen him earlier today have a very fast finish. So I wouldn't rule him out just yet. But it is all about Otago. Otago is in the lead. Otago, only a canvas though. We are seeing the 2 Canterbury crews claw back on them as we move through the 1,000 metre marker. So let's see how they go through it. And it is Otago through there first. And it is both Canterbury crews together. Canterbury 1 and 2 are sitting 2nd and 3rd. There's nothing in it. They are eyeing each other up. They're training partners. It's Balball for Bowerball, and they're both hunting down. They're hunting together. They're hunting down Otago. Currently sitting in 4th is Lincoln with just about 2 feet over Waikato sitting in 5th, and then it's back to 6th is a bit of a tie between Auckland and Otago 2. So we are seeing Lincoln and Otago squeeze up, but it certainly is all about Otago number 1 in the lead, but Canterbury number 1 is hunting down Otago. Canterbury number 1 is only about 2 feet now behind Otago. So Otago got a great first K. They really went out there. They knew they had to get as fast as they could to try and move away from the rest of the field. Canterbury won though once they got up and running, and that's what they're doing right now. They're running with it. Bit of momentum sitting with Jimmy, Lewis, Will, Sam and Timmy, because they're neck and neck. It's bell ball for bell ball between Otago and Canterbury as we're in the third 500. This is the 500 where we're going to see who makes it and who breaks it. And at the moment, making it is Canterbury. Canterbury is just pushing away. Their bell ball seems to be ahead of Otago's just a few more seconds out of every minute at the moment. But Otago is responding well because Otago did so well to get that early lead, as we see Lincoln currently in 3rd. So Lincoln's moved up ahead of Canterbury number 2. Lincoln pushing into 3rd, and they are bringing Waikato with them, but it's still a good battle. They're 4th between Canterbury and Waikato, but it is this Canterbury number 1 crew here in the lead. Otago in 2nd, and Lincoln, the momentum is with them. They're coming up. They're going to roll Otago if Otago doesn't watch out. As we're inside the final 500 metres here, the men's championship Cox quadruple scull. It was led early on by Otago, but Canterbury pulled it through at the 1K, and now we're seeing Lincoln there. Lincoln is pushing up. Lincoln has really got some momentum behind them, but the lead is still with Canterbury. Canterbury just edge away. They see their mates down the road from Lincoln coming for them, and they're saying, no thank you. We did a good third 500. We got the momentum. We had a strong third 500. We're going to move this into a sprint, and that's exactly what you're seeing Canterbury doing. Canterbury lifting the rate, but Lincoln comes again. Lincoln, they've rolled Otago. Lincoln moving up into 2nd place. Otago, are you going to hold on to the bronze? You're going to get rolled again by Waikato. Let's see what happens in the final 250 metres here of the men's championship Cox quadruple sculls. Canterbury, what a third 500 they had. They started their move just for the 1K. They pushed it through, and they've got now 3/4 length over Lincoln, though. Such momentum with Lincoln. Lincoln is really pushing up. They got Otago. They got Waikato. They got Otago. Are they going to get Canterbury? Let's find out in the final 100 metres here. So it is Canterbury going through the 100 metres. There they go through the 100-metre buoy. Lincoln, there they go, just 3/4 boat length behind. And it is Waikato in 3rd. Waikato have got up over Otago. Otago, are you going to respond? Waikato pushing it up, being led by Harry February. Waikato with the sprint, but it is Canterbury. Canterbury coming down to the line now. Canterbury going to take the win in the men's championship Cox quadruple scull. 2nd place is going to go to an awesome Lincoln crew. Love their final K. 3rd to Waikato. 4th to Otago. What a race we had there. Then we're back to Auckland, Canterbury and Otago. Oh my gosh, I'm going to say it, team, that was my favourite race of the day. I loved how Canterbury just played that. They got a start, they got up and running, and they just wound it for that final K. And Lincoln as well. Momentum that Lincoln had in that third 500 and final 500. Yes, that's right. Hands up in the air, Canterbury. You should be proud of that performance. Yeah, that's what we love to see. We love to see the celebrations, teams. That's what we love. But, oh my gosh, I love that race. That was awesome. Let's see more of that as we wind into our final races of the day. So, next up, we have, in about 2 minutes, is the men's university novice Cox 8. I just said that last race was my favourite race of the day, but I do love a novice 8, so that might change as we see the drone hoon back up to the start here to catch up with the men's university novice Cox 8. And just a reminder, team, that at the end of the day, about 4:30, or if the boat trailers are loaded earlier, we will be presenting the trophies and medals for the mixed champ quads, as well as all divisions of men's and women's 8s. So they'll be presented at 4:30, or if the boats are loaded earlier, so we'll give you about a 5-minute warning on that. So I can see many boat trailers looking almost loaded. Great to see everyone getting stuck in and making sure they're doing their bit to help out their university. Of course, we couldn't do it without all of you being such great leaders. So I'll be back in about 1 minute with the men's university novice Cox 8. And we are off in the Men's University Novice Cox 8 starting early, which is awesome. That means the novices got into the blocks with no trouble. So who have we got in this race? In lane 2, we've got Victoria. In 3, we've got Auckland. In 4, Canterbury. In 5, Waikato. In 6, Otago. So it's great to see all 5 8s getting away there with no issues. Just striding out nicely. You want a clean start in a novice boat, then you can work on winding up your power after that. And it does appear to be the crew from Otago that is in the lead. Otago there in lane 6 at the top of the screen is currently in the lead. Only just though, they've got about a third of a boat length lead over Auckland, who have about a 1 foot lead over Canterbury, and then it would be Waikato sitting in 4th, about 3/4 of a boat length back, with about half a boat length up over Victoria. So it is very close here in the Men's University Novice Cox 8, but every stroke that is happening, we are seeing Otago just inch out a little bit more, and same with Canterbury and Auckland. Canterbury and Auckland having a great battle there for 2nd and 3rd. So as this race develops, I'm sure more and more will change. But what a good race we are seeing here in the Men's University Novice Cox 8. As we are now about 750 metres in, we have got Otago sitting in the lead, about 3/4 of a boat length up over Canterbury. Canterbury putting in some good work there. You can really see them having a strong finish, really leaning on their oars to make sure they send the boat away from them at the finish, because it is at the finish when you extract your blades from the water that your boat is actually at the fastest speed. So Canterbury seem to have understood that concept as they push away from Auckland to get into a firm second. But it is this crew here from Otago. Otago is in the lead with about a boat length up over Canterbury, who in turn have a boat length up over Auckland, and then we're back to Waikato and Victoria. But Otago, these novices, so they've been in the game a long time. They've been in the game 2.5 months. And they've obviously been training regularly during that time and just getting better and better and better with every row. And I recognise some of these faces, seen them racing at this regatta in the 4s and the like. And I tell you what, these guys look a lot better than they did this morning. Not that they look bad this morning, I'm just saying they've improved. With every stroke a novice takes, they improve so much more, because they're just grasping the concept of rowing and understanding the boat and how to move it. And that is what this crew here from Otago is doing very well. So we've just gone through the 1,000 metre marker, so we're well into the meaty bit of the race. And this crew from Otago is just stretching out their lead even more over Canterbury, Auckland, Waikato and Victoria in the Men's University Novice Cox 8. As we get a nice shot there of course, Otago. Lovely blue water as well of our lake, Ruataniwha. But it is Otago with a length and a 1/4 over Canterbury. So Canterbury certainly not letting Otago get the runaway win. Canterbury clinging on to their coattails. Rowing very nicely is Canterbury. They've got about 2 lengths lead over Auckland, who have about a boat length lead over Waikato, and then we are back to Victoria on the inside, about 2 lengths behind them. So this field is starting to just stretch out a little bit as the race goes on, but it's good to see that no mistakes are being made from these novices. They're all rowing very well, very clean, very tidy, which is a very good starting point for any novice coach, is get them clean and tidy, and then they will be able to apply power effectively and together, and that's what's going to drive them forwards. But it is the crew from Otago. They've more or less led from the beginning, and they've just stretched out once they found their rhythm, and they are almost 2 lengths now up over Canterbury. Canterbury travelling very well, though, to just stretch out their lead a little bit over Auckland, back to Waikato and back to Victoria. So we are now within the final 500 metres of the Men's University Novice Cox 8. travelling very well. They honestly don't look like novices, and that is exactly how you want your novices to look. After only 2.5 months of training, it's great to see. So if you're at home watching this, you're watching your mates who got into this new sport this year at university, and you considered it, but you thought maybe not, well, you're definitely doing it next year, I'll tell you that, because how much fun does this look, and how much can you improve in such a short amount of time? It's only the beginning. We've had many New Zealand rowers come through the university scene. Many New Zealand rowers have started at university and run with it from there. Of course, we've had many fantastic stewards of the sport start university and really drive the university programs as well. So there are many pathways once you get into the sport of rowing in New Zealand, and particularly through your universities. As we see the men's university novice Cox 8 being led by Otago University into the final 250 metres. They've just stretched it out again. They're now about 2.5 lengths lead over Canterbury, who have also stretched out their lead over Auckland, sitting in third, and then it's back to Waikato in fourth, and then Victoria in fifth. But Victoria are pushing up. They are really making a play there for Waikato's fourth at the moment. But it is this crew from Otago. Otago holding on to the lead nicely, really keeping their composure. Oftentimes in novice racing, you see it get a little messy towards the end, but not with Otago. 100 metres to go now, 100 metres to go of the men's university novice Cox 8. And we've seen this nice, clean and tidy Otago crew here. They're just rowing beautifully, nice, long, strong strokes, keeping their composure. As we come down to the finish line, they stretch out their lead even more over Canterbury. So it is this crew from Otago who are going to take out the men's university novice Cox 8. Well done, Otago. Let's see the celebration. There it is, slapping the water. High fives all around, team. Love to see it. Great work, Otago. That's right. You did it. You won the 8. How good. And crossing the line now, we are going to see Canterbury take second. Nice work, Canterbury. But it was this crew that we're looking at on the live stream of Otago. Love to see the celebration too, that took out the win. Third place is going to go to Auckland as they now make their way towards the line. Well done, Auckland, taking out third in the men's university novice Cox 8. And then we've got a great race happening here between Waikato University and Victoria for fourth and fifth. Two very close boats here. But how good was that crew from Otago taking out the win in the men's university novice Cox 8? So we're getting close to the end of the program, team. We do have 4 races left. So the boat trailers will be getting nice and loaded as we now have got a bit more sunshine so we can see the beautiful scenery we've got here of the Mackenzie country on the live stream. But the next race will be at 2:45. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes for that one. 2:45, it will be the men's varsity coxless pairs, Division 1 and 2, and that'll be followed closely by the women's champ quads, and then the final race of the day will be the men's university lightweight coxless pairs. So don't go too far, team, but if you do, you know where to find us. It's through rowinghub.co.nz. Thanks to our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management. We're your friendly team at Altitude HD. We'll see you in 10 minutes for the men's varsity coxless pairs.
So, Callum, tell me about the program you've got at Auckland Uni.
Yeah, so the program it runs a little bit differently to the school and the club programs. It's a lot shorter, so it runs for about 6 weeks from the start of the university semester right up until the first mid-semester break is the main program, and that's building up to the university games. And then we generally have some events throughout the year that are mainly social. And then another sort of regatta event in the second semester, whether that's a North Island regatta or a within the club regatta. That's kind of what we operate towards, I guess.
Like, what would you say to someone that's maybe hasn't rowed before, they're starting uni? Why should they row?
The major thing is the social aspect, right? So it's a great way to get involved with people at the university. I know at Auckland University in particular, people struggle with social stuff quite a lot. So clubs is kind of the pathway to meeting sort of new friends that you might not have interacted with, and that's a big sell on how we get people involved. It's also less commitment than a full-on club rowing season, so it's a great way to sort of give it a go and try it out before you're fully committed and tied into the infrastructure of rowing, I guess.
Is it hard to fit it all in? You've got to row, then you've got to go to university, hold down a job.
Look, there's sacrifices that have got to be made, I guess, and sometimes other things suffer, and I'm not going to lie about that, but at the same time, it's still probably the best thing that I would say I've done at university. It's where I've met the most people, made some real lifelong friends, I guess, and given me a lot of soft skills that I think are going to help in life as well, I guess.
What's your goal in terms of encouraging more rowers to keep going at university level?
So there's quite a range in the membership across the years. So some years we have a lot of people. We have sort of upwards of about 50 involved with the club. And then some years, there's not as many people involved. There's around 20 rowers. So really what we want to do is foster and encourage a lot of people to stay involved with the sport. And particularly new people. It's quite an opportunity at university to get people involved with rowing who then go on to participate in clubs outside of the university and sort of get more full-on involved with the sport, I guess. One of the reasons that you see quite a lot of drop-off post-school is that obviously rowing as a sport, particularly at a school level, is probably a lot more demanding than sort of a lot of other sports that people are involved with. So people think that it needs to continue to be that taxing. And the nice thing about university rowing is you've got options, right? So there's a very competitive group that do really want to do well at the university championships. And there's also people that are there for a bit more just fun or just to stay fit, stay involved with the sport. And that's a really nice thing about it for people who have dropped off. There's a lot more versatility and sort of a flexibility in the commitment, I suppose.
And it's fun,
Yes.
socially.
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, we have some social events from time to time. Obviously all mostly well behaved.
Ari, you rowed at school in Wellington and then you went to university and had a little break.
Yeah, so I kept rowing for club the whole way through, but I never rowed for uni until this year. So this is my 4th year in uni. I just didn't want to leave university having not done university rowing, so I decided to do it this season. It was like best decision, like really fun. It's like probably the only time you can do like social rowing and it's like affordable. So I'm really glad I did it. Yeah.
And what sort of commitment is it at university level?
Compared to club rowing, it's quite a step back. Like there's definitely a lot of area to kind of fit in with your schedule, and it's a little more social and just like a couple mornings on the water. But no, it's pretty good. It's manageable with uni and I work as well, so it's really easy to do that alongside it as well.
So you work and you're at uni and you row and you actually fit all of that in?
Yeah, it's good. It requires a little more time management, but it's definitely doable, and I'm not stressed out or anything and enjoying life. So I've got novices that are rowing for the first time and people that haven't rowed in a while and people that are still rowing, and so it just brings different clubs together because you're rowing for your uni, right, not for clubs.
How did you find going from school, where it's full on, it is quite full on for a school person, and then you hit university, how did you find the transition from school to uni, rowing?
It was pretty easy just because when you join a uni program or a club program, there's people that have already gone through the same experience as you. You can just follow them and they'll show the reins and everything, so it's pretty good.
Why do you enjoy rowing?
Yeah, it's just a bit of a challenge, constantly trying to improve my my rowing ability, and then just meeting new people and just doing those high goals maybe in the future.
Well, you're off to the New Zealand universities.
Yeah. So hopefully maybe another team in future, I don't know, but it's tons of opportunities.
And you certainly see Mahe Drysdale, he started when he was 18 and look how far he went.
Yeah, so
you could aim and have a few goals, lofty goals.
Try my luck.
Yeah, totally, and it looks like you're enjoying it, and that's the biggest thing.
Definitely.
Yeah. What about the cons? I mean, it's all very well. Painting an amazing picture is amazing, but there's got to be a few downsides as well.
Like I said, it is manageable with work and uni, but I think just overall you just get tired. You kind of got to be onto it, and sleep gets... For me, I'm really bad at going to sleep early, so just getting those hours in and everything.
Yeah, because it's early mornings.
Early mornings, 5:15 here. If you enjoy it and you like rowing, it's not too hard to do. Coming from Wellington to Auckland, it was completely different people that I'd never met before, and the rowing is different as well. So just trying to, obviously in Wellington you don't get on water much.
You actually get in the water at Wellington.
Yeah, in Auckland you actually get out on the water, so the program itself was different, so trying to adjust myself to erging to rowing was a bit of a challenge. Just meeting new people and just like trying to slot in, but these guys are all great and like it's been really easy to slot in.
Because you were moving cities and you're moving to university. I guess it is a good way to meet people.
Yeah, definitely. Like it was almost like a factory reset. Like there was no one I knew, and so I was just going in blind. But
wow,
that was good.
Oh, well done. Well, you've done so well. So congratulations and all the best in at the Brisbane Chance.
Go New Zealand.
Go Kiwis. You're going to smash the Aussies?
Yeah, keen to.
Smash the Aussies. So tell me how the transition between school at Westlake and then rowing at Auckland Uni, how did that come about?
Well, I knew a few boys who were a little bit older than me who had already done the transition to ABC, and so like just talking to them and then rowing here at North Shore as well, it just made the transition like really seamless. And there's also like awesome cultural aspect at Auckland Uni rowing, and so it really just made you like feel like you fit in straight away.
So you basically just continued rowing, you loved it so much at Westlake you wanted to keep going?
Yeah, we had all the sort of COVID stuff when I was finishing up at school, and that sort of made me like question it a little bit. But then I think like the cultural side of rowing and just like the groups and the mates you make, like made it really hard to sort of walk away from it, I think. And then uni rowing like really reinforced that. When I started, I was questioning again, do I want to keep going? But like, that's awesome. It's such a good balance.
It's quite a lot to juggle. It's not only this uni schoolwork and you've got a job and then you're rowing. Is it quite hard to fit it all in?
Yeah, there's definitely sacrifices you have to make, I think. And it's like, I think it's really good for practicing time management skills. Uni's really flexible as well with just like, you can come to some sessions you want. It's really like what you put in is what you're going to get out of it.
Is it as hard as rowing at school?
I was training quite hard this year. I was going to try my TransTaz, but then there's like a super relaxed aspect of it as well. And there's like, I think there's a few guys who showed up to 1 or 2 sessions, and I think Callum will tell you as well, like there's guys who've rowed ABC who have raced more times than trained in their life, you know? So it's like, it's awesome. Like it's such a big spectrum of uni rowing, and like that's what really makes it cool, I think.
Okay, and what do you love about rowing?
I think I just like the mates aspect of it. I really enjoy just like, yeah, like I was a few times like the cultural side of it, but just like, those are your mates, like you're training with them like 4, 5, 6 times a week, so you're seeing them all the time. We've all got like stuff in common as well. And then I also just like, I think I just like doing well, and it's like a really rewarding sport, I think, yeah.
You like pushing yourself to the limit?
Yeah.
When you get to that, you know, that 2,000 metres is a long way.
It's really good just having other people to do it with, and I couldn't take a single, I don't think. I'm more of a crew vote kind of person, but yeah, I enjoy doing well as well, which is a good aspect of it, yeah.
And you're in your 2nd year of uni. What are you doing at uni?
I'm studying property.
Great. And is it hard to fit that in as well as rowing and holding down a job?
It's manageable. There's some days where it gets a little bit tricky, so you have to make a few sacrifices sometimes, like you might not work as much as you want to or anything like that.
So you've got some young kids that are just maybe finishing school and they rowed all through school. What would you say to them if they were coming to uni?
I'd 100% like recommend getting down. Even like, it might not be your thing, you might not have done well at school, you might have done really well at school. You can come give it a try, and like, whether you just want the mates, you want to do well and go off to represent a New Zealand team in some ways. There's so much you can get out of it. It's such like a wide thing compared to club or school rowing.
So it's a great sport, and you know, this, as you say, social aspect, and you know, you're getting fit as well at the same time, super fit.
Yeah.
Have you ever been fitter?
Probably not, no.
Go Kiwi!
Go Kiwi!
What are you doing after this?
Probably go training, and then
try to do a single?
Yeah, I'll be keen, definitely.
And guess what? We're back. We are back with Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pairs. So we've got, in this, we've got Auckland University, Waikato University, Otago University, Canterbury University, Lincoln and Victoria Universities. But in the lead at the moment, it does appear to be the crew from Otago, Toby and Charlie. two boys that hail from the mighty Waikato, but of course have gone down to Otago for their studies. So it is great to see that everyone picks the university that is right for them, the course that is right for them, and then gets involved in their rowing programs. So it is Otago in the lead at the moment, only just though they don't have clear water yet over the McIntosh brothers, Charlie and Jonty from Canterbury. Another two lads that hail from the mighty Waikato. So maybe there's something in the Waikato water. But they have taken their talents down to the south, get a change of scenery, pick the degrees that is right for them at Otago and Canterbury, and they're doing a great job in their rowing program. So it is Otago number one with about a length over Canterbury, but Canterbury still got that bow ball just overlapping their stern, not letting them get away from it. They're nice and close to each other as well, getting very close, making the race a bit more interesting, keeping the umpires on their toes, which is always a fun one. So we're going to have a great battle here between Otago and Canterbury. Of course, great rivalry in university rowing between these two big university programs, and it is kept well alive in this race here, Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pairs. Then we see a fast travelling Auckland crew, Waikato, Lincoln and Victoria. But it is Otago only half a length though, as we move through the 1,000 metres here, moving through halfway. We are seeing the McIntosh brothers lift the rate. They're clawing back, maybe about a canvas behind Otago. So as we move through the 1K marker there, it is still Otago, but only by half a canvas. Those McIntosh brothers are lifting the rate and they are going for it, but Otago responds. So it looks like we're going to have a drag race here between these two big southern universities, Otago and Canterbury. Otago with the lead, but every stroke, the McIntosh brothers, they reel them in. I would say there it goes. Canterbury's in the lead now. Canterbury is in the lead. They're lifting the rate as if they're in their final 250 sprint. Do they know there's still another 700, 800 metres to go? I mean, you've got to take a risk somewhere. You may as well take it early. And that exactly is what the McIntosh brothers have done here. Often say in a pair, you want to have one mind with your pair partner. You want to be able to just talk to them telepathically, so it might be an advantage being in the boat with your brother. But it is Canterbury in the lead, only just over Otago. Otago's going to make a response, no doubt. Sitting in third would be Lincoln, but only just because on the inside we're seeing a great battle happen between the Waikato and Auckland pair. So really it is Lincoln, Waikato and Auckland, to all three of those boats vying for third place. Of course, this is Division 1, so we're racing for times as we see the McIntosh brothers from Canterbury University just squeeze out to a full length. So once they hit the 1K marker, it was as if they had a little restart on their race and they just took a length and a half out of that Otago crew. They went from from half a length down to a length up in the space of about 400 metres. So great race there from Canterbury. And now that they're in the lead and they've got that little bit of comfortable clear water now over Otago, you're seeing them just relax into a little bit more. They're just lengthening it a little bit. And that is just giving them a bit more run as they just run away from Otago. So we're now inside the final 500 metres here of Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pairs with Canterbury in the lead. That is Charlie and Jonty McIntosh, about a length and a half up over Otago. It is Lincoln sitting in third, then Waikato, Auckland and Victoria. Of course, this is a division event, so we are racing for times. So keep those rates up, team, and keep sprinting for the line. But what a great race. I love how Canterbury played this. They got up and running, and then they, honestly, the way they lifted their rate at the 1K, I thought, are they going to hold on to it? Absolutely they are. They shouldn't have doubted them. Look at them go. They're just stretching out every stroke. They've got that little bit of mental comfort now, having that clear water, which is just allowing them to row even better and relax into it. So it is Canterbury stretching away from Otago. Canterbury now almost 2 lengths up over Otago, who have in turn about 2 lengths up over Lincoln. But Lincoln's having a great battle there with Waikato. They've left Auckland in the dust. Auckland is fifth. But what a battle we're having for third and fourth here between Lincoln and Waikato, as we see Canterbury They didn't exactly have a final 500 because they had a final 1,000 sprint. They lifted it there and they just kept going with it as they now enter the final 100 metres. Are they going to go again? Let's see what kind of a Hundy sprint the McIntosh brothers have from Canterbury as we're now inside the final 100 metres of Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pairs. It's Charlie and Jonty McIntosh from Canterbury who are leading this race superbly, giving us a masterclass in how to lift your rate, move through a crew and just run away with it as they cross the finish line, setting no doubt a fast time, which is what you need to do. Well done, boys. Look at that high five. Absolutely wrapped. Mum and Dad will be watching, no doubt. Love it. Otago come through. Second strong performance there from Toby and Charlie. And then third place, fast finish we've had from Waikato. Waikato to take the third. Winston and Jasper, nice work. And then it is Lincoln, then back to Auckland and Victoria. So that is Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pairs. Yes, there it is, the McIntosh brothers with the Mana Wave. Love to see it. And next up will be Division 2. So, of course, we're racing for times. Very shortly, we'll see the times pop up on Rowett, see what time Jonty and Charlie have set, and we'll see if anyone from Division 2 can beat them. But if they do, they're going to have to do their final sprint at the 1K, just like they did. What a race that was. I love that we're getting towards the end of the day, team, but the racing, the quality of racing is just getting better and better. It's been a full day of racing, but it has been a quality of day of racing, and that is what we like here at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. As we head up to join this race in the second, as I've just entered the 2K, Division 2 men's varsity coxless pairs. In it we have got Canterbury number 4 in lane 2, Auckland number 3, Otago number 2, Auckland number 2, Canterbury number 2, Otago number 3, Canterbury number 3. So how are they shaking out as they approach the 1250 metre marker? It does appear to be crews on the inside there. It does appear to be Auckland. Auckland number 3 having a good battle with Canterbury number 2. Yep, so Auckland number 3 moved through the 1250 first, only about a half a boat length over Canterbury number 2. And then we go back to Otago number 2 sitting in third, about a boat length and a bit behind them. And then we go out to Canterbury, Otago, in Auckland. But it is this crew from Auckland, Auckland number 3, that are just stretching out their lead. They've got about a boat length now over Canterbury number 2, and then it is Otago number 2. So we've got a fast time there set in Division number 1 by Charlie and Jonty McIntosh of 7:10. It was 7:10 to Canterbury University of Division number 1 and 7:16 to Otago and 7:25 to Waikato. So these crews are looking at the very least to beat 7:25, but at the very most they would love to smash 7:10. But did any of them start their final sprint at the 1K like the McIntosh brothers did at the last race? We'll see. But it is Auckland. Auckland are holding on to the lead here in Division 2 of men's varsity coxless pairs, about half a boat length over Canterbury. Canterbury lifting it, but we're getting great response from Auckland. They've just got that little bit of mental clarity being in the lead. They can just relax a little bit onto their rhythm, which is exactly what we're seeing this Auckland crew do. But Canterbury is certainly picking up as we see these two crews just stretch out a little bit away from Otago. Otago holding on to third at the moment, but we are seeing Canterbury number 3 over the far side push up as we're about to enter the final 250 metres of Division 2 of the men's varsity coxless pairs. It is going to be the crew from Auckland that is going to move through that marker first, and followed very closely by Canterbury. Then we get a bit of clear water back to Otago, and we've got a very close behind them. We've got another Canterbury crew, and then back to another Auckland crew. And that's who we've got in this race here. So, of course, they were trying to beat the time that Division 1 set of 7:10. We got a fast finishing Canterbury crew here. Canterbury lifting again. We're seeing some great sprints from these Canterbury crews in these later races of the day as we enter the final 100 metres of Division 2 of the men's varsity Cox the Spears. The lead is still sitting with Auckland. It is still sitting with Auckland number 3, but Canterbury number 2 have something to say about that as they whip it up. They've got the momentum. Canterbury's got the momentum. Are they going to roll Auckland? About 30 metres left to go. Auckland clinging on by the skin of their teeth as Canterbury attacks again, but it is Auckland who's going to cross the line first. Well done. Right behind them, Canterbury. What a tenacious effort they put in. Then it is going to be third place in this division is going to sit with Otago. Then we're going back to Canterbury and Auckland. But we will see, how do their times stack up against Division 1? Because the medals will be given out by the times. So that will pop up shortly on Rowett. The next, we've got 2 races left, team, 2 races. So next is the Women's Championship Coxed Quadruple Scull, due to start in 4 minutes, but we have seen races start a minute or 2 early because everyone is so well organised and getting in the block. So we will just race up there. We have a little race this drone. We have a little race with this umpire boat, eh? See who's faster, the drone or the umpire boat. As we head back up to, it's the drone driver. He heard me and he said, no, we are faster than the umpire boat. So that's how fast our drones are, just so you know, faster than an umpire boat. That is a international unit of measurement, an umpire boat speed, and the drone is faster. But we're heading up now for the Women's Championship Coxed Quadruple Sculls, and that will be contested by universities such as Otago, Canterbury, Victoria and Waikato. But just a reminder that the last race is at 3:30 and then at 4:30, or once all the boats, trailers have been loaded, whatever happens first, we will be presenting the medals and trophy for mixed champ quads, as well as all men's and women's 8s divisions, trophies and medals. So that's 4:30 or after all trailers are loaded, whatever happens first. And for those watching at home on the live stream, we will be broadcasting those presentations, so do just keep your live stream on in the background. As the times pop up there for Division 2, and the winners of Auckland were 7:25 point something, so the same time as Waikato from the other one. So it is the fastest time still at Canterbury, the McIntosh brothers with the 7:10. Second fastest would be Otago with 7:16. And it does look like that Auckland one has just nudged out the Waikato one by the smallest of margins. But here we are up at the start line, getting a great view as the sun has come out now. Look how beautiful the reflection of that water is. The Women's Championship Coxed Quadruple Sculls. So they will be away very shortly. So we have got in lane 2, Otago University number 4. In 3, Otago University number 2. In 4, Canterbury University number 1. In 5, Otago number 1. 6, Victoria number 1. 7, Waikato number 1. And 8, Otago number 3. And they're away. They are about 10 strokes in. So who is getting the early lead? It does look like Otago number 2. Otago number 2. There's so many of them, but only by the smallest of margins. They've got about 2 foot over Canterbury and Otago number 1. But Otago number 1 now just pushing up. Otago number 1 just squeezing into the lead there. I guess they're called the number 1 crew for a reason, but right with them is, well, everyone. It's very close, this race. Very, very, very close. No one is left out of it. Is Otago number 1. Otago number 1 holding on to the lead, about 1 foot over Canterbury, and then about a 1 foot over Otago number 3, battling it out with Victoria. We seem to be missing Waikato from the race, so it is a race that has 4 Otago Crews, a Canterbury and a Victoria. So, of course, we saw earlier in the men's champ pairs, Canterbury take a clean sweep of the podium. No doubt Otago will be looking to a clean sweep of this podium, of this event, as it is currently Otago number 1 in the lead. They've got about a canvas over Canterbury number 2 as we're about 600 metres into the race. And then sitting in third place, only just would be Otago number 2, only just over Victoria. Then we go out to Otago 3 and back into the inside to Otago 4. But these 3 crews are starting to stretch out a little bit now. So it is Otago number 1, followed closely by Otago number 2, and even closer by Canterbury number 1 and Otago number 2. So it's a Canterbury-Otago sandwich at the moment, Canterbury being the meat, Otago being the bread. But they are pushing up. Otago number 2 is just squeezing Canterbury every stroke. So Otago trying to get the 1-2 in this event. But we are seeing Otago number 1, Millie, Hannah, Messina, Madison and Isabel doing a great job there of just getting their boat together nicely and stretching out into the lead. So Otago number 1, about 3/4 of boat length up over Canterbury. Third place is Otago number 2, but they are moving. There's a good momentum sitting with this Otago number 2 crew. They are starting to get their bow ball just up next to Canterbury. So it is neck and neck between Canterbury and Otago number 2 as Canterbury just responds well to that challenge there from Otago number 2, and they just push their bow ball up a little bit more. Victoria left in 4th at the moment. Then we're back to Otago and Otago. But it is Otago number 1. Otago number 1, only about a half a boat length lead now. The Otago 2 and Canterbury 1 are having a great battle, bow ball for bow ball every stroke, and that's just pulling them up a little bit on Otago number 1 as Canterbury just manages to get their bow ball a little bit more ahead of Otago number 2 a little bit more often as we move through the 1,000-metre marker of the Women's Championship Cox Quadruple Scull. Not too long ago, we did have the Men's Championship Cox Quadruple Sculls. That was my favourite race of the day so far. Are the women going to give us another treat? I'm sure they will, because we've got some great people on board all of these boats. But it is Otago number 1. Otago number 1 holding on to the lead. But great challenge happening from Canterbury number 1 and Otago number 2. At this stage in the race, halfway, I wouldn't be calling who's going to win it. It could go any way with a good sprint on board. And we're seeing Victoria University just hang in there in 4th at the moment. They're actually moving up on Otago number 2. So Victoria's in the hunt for a medal. So it is Otago number 1. They've just got that little bit more now. The last 250 metres there, they just stretched out a little bit over Canterbury. So Otago number 1 sitting in the lead with about a length over Canterbury. And then we are now seeing Victoria had a great move there through the 1K, and they've pulled up on Otago number 2. So it is Otago number 2 and Victoria battling it out for 3rd and 4th. Otago's still the advantage with them, Otago number 2 over Victoria, but it seems to be that Canterbury put in a good move to get rid of that Otago one. I mean, they haven't got rid of them yet. It's only half a length, but it is enough to feel comfortable with, to push away from, and if you hold it for long enough, you will mentally break your other crew and be able to run with it. But Otago number 1 with a length and a smidge, technical term that, over Canterbury. So Otago number 1 holding into the lead here of the Women's Championship Cox Quadruple Sculls as we move through the 1,500 metre marker. So 500 metres left to travel, and it is Otago with a length over Canterbury. Canterbury starting to wind. Canterbury starting to lift it. They've got half a length themselves over Otago number 2 and Victoria. Otago number 2 still holding their bow in front of Victoria, but Victoria University is putting in everything they've got. They are trying to reel in Otago number 2 as Otago number 2 tries to reel in Canterbury. So Otago here desperate to get 2 crews on the podium, and Victoria University desperate to not let that happen. So who's going to have the better sprint as we're about 300 metres from the finish here of the Women's Championship Cox Quadruple Sculls at the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Otago University number 1, once they got that 1 length lead, they've held on to it. A length is all you need. Well, I mean, a bow ball's all you need. A win's a win, but a comfortable win is, of course, much nicer. But here is Otago entering the final 250 metres. Otago with a length lead over Canterbury University, but the real story of this last 500 is Victoria. Victoria have now got their bows up over Otago number 2. They said, you've got enough points on the board already, Otago, give us some. So it is Otago with the lead, holding on to that length, but it is just being eaten into a little bit by Canterbury as they hold off the challenge coming from Victoria University, as Otago number 2 lifts it again, but Otago number 1 hold on to that lead as we enter the final 100 metres here, the Women's Championship, Cox Quadruple Sculls. Otago number 1 with 3/4 of the length over Canterbury, who have about a canvas over Victoria. Victoria is finishing very fast. They've really got the momentum with them in this final 500 metres here. They're managing to hold off the challenge from Otago University number 2. Coming down to the finish line, Otago University number 1 take out the Women's Championship, Cox Quadruple Skull. Hot on their heels, Canterbury, and even hotter on their heels, Victoria University. What a finish. Great work, team. And then we are back to Otago number 2, Otago number 3, and Otago number 4. What a race there from the Women's Championship, Cox Quadruple Sculls. Sorry, I was calling that Victoria the whole time. It was actually Waikato. It was actually Waikato. It was Victoria that wasn't in the race. Sorry, the lanes were a little bit skew-whiff on me there. I should have recognised my fellow Waikato scullers. But the race wasn't about them, was it? It was about Otago, this lovely crew here that took out the win. Otago, what a great race you had. You had it from start to finish. So we have got one more race at 3:30. That will be the men's university lightweight coxless pairs. I have seen them all heading up to the start. So when I say 3:30, no doubt if they are locked and loaded early, we might get away slightly early. So keep an eye on the live stream, folks. Don't go too far. Don't stray too far from your streams. Because, of course, thanks to Milford Asset Management for getting us out there for everyone to see. And then we will have those final presentations at around about 4:30, or if boat trailers are loaded earlier, for all men's and women's 8s and the mixed champ quads. So don't go too far, team. We'll be maybe about 10-15 minutes away from the final race of the day, men's university lightweight coxless pairs.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
here we are. Sitting in the starting box, the final race of the day, the final race of the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. It is the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pair. And in lane 2, we have got Victoria University number 2, in 3, Otago University number 2, in 4, Canterbury University number 1, in 5, Victoria University number 1, in 6, Otago University number 1, and in 7, Canterbury University number 2. So that is 6 crews, and in the blocks we have got 6 crews. So that's us for the final race. And how good has the weather been here at Lake Taniwha today and yesterday? Well, it's really put it on for us. Apparently there's a cyclone somewhere else in the country, but not here. But it is these 6 crews getting ready. They're sitting at attention and they're away. This is the final race of the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. It is the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pairs. And off to a fast start, it is the crew of Jacob and Noah from Otago University. But angling at them right now is the pair from Canterbury, Charlie and Flynn. Charlie just raced in another pair, but they are really crossing over there. It's quite exciting between this Otago and Canterbury crew. A little bit of argy-bargy. Pairs, of course, very difficult to keep straight. You've got to row and use a bit of foot steering. But no, we're all good. Good work, Canterbury. Back in your lane. Nice work. As we see Otago number 1 join the fight for first. So at the moment, there's 3 crews out in front. It's Otago 1, Otago 2, and Canterbury number 1. Those 3 pushing away from the rest of the field, leaving Victoria 1 and 2 and Canterbury 2 to battle it out for 3rd, 4th and 5th at this early stage in the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pairs. But these 3 crews at the front, 2 Otago, 1 Canterbury, the absolute battle of the southern universities, are just pushing out and up. They are just getting away from everyone else. But it is the crew from Canterbury, Charlie and Flynn, that are just squeezing out their bow. Is possibly about half a canvas ahead of the 2 Otago crews. And Charlie McIntosh was just on board that pair that sort of lifted and sprinted from the 1K just moments ago. So we might see something similar from Canterbury, or we might see Otago know their tactics and give it right back at them. As we come through the 500 metre marker, it is Canterbury. It is Canterbury with a canvas over Otago number 2. 3rd place sitting with Otago number 1. But Otago number 2 are just digging in a little bit. They're squeezing back. They saw that fast start and they just want to reel back in Canterbury. 4th place currently sitting with Victoria, and then we go back to Victoria number 1, then we go back to Canterbury number 2 and Victoria number 2. But it is the pair from Canterbury, Canterbury number 1, half a length now, half a length over Otago number 2, who have a full length over Otago number 1. But these 3 crews here very much pushing away from the rest of the field. They certainly want those top 3 spots in the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pair event. It is Victoria sitting in 4th, and then a good battle for 5th happening between Canterbury number 2 and Victoria number 2. But it is Canterbury. Canterbury is stretching out now 3/4 of boat length. Say stretching out, but not by much, because Otago number 2 is right there with them. Otago really holding on, not letting them get away, because every inch you let them take, you've got to reel back in at the end. So the less you can give a crew and the more belief you have in your sprint, the better off you're going to be come the final metres of the race. As we approach the land, we approach the 1,000 metre marker of the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pairs. It is Canterbury number 1. They're just stretching out to a boat length lead now over Otago number 2, who in turn have a boat length over Otago number 1. Then we're heading back to Victoria University for 4th, and a good battle 5th and 6th between Canterbury number 2 and Victoria number 2. But there we are going through the 1,000 metre boys. It is Canterbury holding on. They're just stretching out that little bit away from Otago. No need to do do that final 1,000-metre sprint just yet from Canterbury, but they are maintaining it. They're holding on because we're in the third 500 now, and this is the 500. You want some strength. You want a strong third 500, and then you can carry that momentum through to your final sprint to really stretch it out. If you don't have that strong third 500, it's hard to get the strength to find the momentum to carry you through that sprint. But it is Canterbury. They are just stretching out. They're just lengthening it out every stroke. Every stroke, I see them take another millimetre away from that Otago boat. Otago holding strong. Otago keeping the rate, tapping over. But do they have the strength to match this Canterbury crew? As we move through the 1250 metre marker, it is Canterbury number 1 in the lead, Otago number 2 in second, Otago number 1 in third. Then we're back to Victoria University sitting in fourth, and Canterbury number 2 and Victoria number 2. But it is Canterbury. Canterbury, they've certainly made their intentions known. They would like to take the win in the final race of the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. But Otago University, if they've got anything to say about it, they would like the win themselves. As we see Otago there just lift a little bit. They're not going to let Canterbury get too much clear water. They need to know that their bow is overlapping their stern, because if you know that, you've got that mental belief, you can whip your boat up and away you go. Of course, up here, it's just you and one other. You've each got an oar on each side. You need to communicate. Best way to communicate is telepathically. Easy, of course, to communicate telepathically. Not that difficult, is it? But here it is, Canterbury entering the final 500 metres of the Men's University lightweight coxless pairs. Canterbury now in the lead with a bit more clear water. They've got a length and a half over Otago number 2. Otago number 1 certainly pulling up there. So we might get a good battle between the two Otago crews for silver and bronze. We might have a final fast sprint from these Otago crews to shake out what happens there. Victoria sitting in fourth, though. Canterbury number 2 and Victoria number 2 battling it out for 5th and 6th. But it is Canterbury. Canterbury have just rode this race superbly. As we are now about 300 metres from the finish line of the Men's University lightweight coxless pair oars. We're getting very close to that 1750 metre marker, the final 250 metres here, and Canterbury just stretched it out again. Canterbury now 2 lengths ahead of Otago, but those two Otago crews, Otago 1 and Otago number 2, are having a great battle for second and third. They are really trying to see who, we say, well, we'll both get on the podium, but which way round? That is yet to be decided. Otago number 2 still holding on to second place, but Otago number 1 really making a strong finish here. But it is all about Canterbury. Canterbury University have got the lead. They're holding on to it. We are seeing Otago number 2 whip it up, having a strong sprint here, starting to move a bit closer. But is there enough lake for them left? Or is Canterbury just going to effortlessly row away from them as we're in the final 100 metres here of the Men's University lightweight coxless pairs? It is Canterbury. They got that nice long stroke. They look comfortable. They look relaxed. They are in control of the race. You can always look calm and confident when you're in control, just like this Canterbury crew here. As Canterbury crosses the line to take the win in the Men's University lightweight coxless pairs. Well done. Hands in the air. Handshake. How good. It is Otago for second, Otago number 2, and Otago number 1 for third. Great fast finish there from that Otago number 2 crew. But Canterbury did hold on. They'd done enough work early on to get enough of a buffer. And it is going to be 4th place for Victoria number 1, and then a great battle happening for 5th and 6th between Victoria number 2 and Canterbury number 2. But absolutely spent they are, Otago and Canterbury 1st and 2nd place. Great to see. That's what we want them to do, is give their best, give their all, as we check out the last 3 crews crossing the line. So there goes Victoria University number 1 to take the 4th place, and we've had a great final K here from Victoria University number 2 to push up into 5th. They've managed to push up over Canterbury number 2. So we are just seeing now Victoria University number 2 come down to the line to take 5th place in the Men's University lightweight coxless pair oars, and 6th place will go to Canterbury University number 2. So that concludes all racing of the 2025 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. I am seeing many boat trailers looking very close to being loaded. We will be having the prize giving of the medals and trophies for the mixed championship Cox Quad and all men's and women's 8s. At 4:30 or earlier if all boat trailers are loaded before then. So we'll give about a 5-minute warning for that. So don't stray away too far as we get a beautiful scenic look at the hills out there in Mackenzie Country with the beautiful heavenly sunlight coming through onto the clouds. We love a scenic shot here at Altitude HD. Of course, we would not be bringing you this awesome live stream footage if it wasn't for our live stream partners, Milford Asset Management. They're a great company making your money work for you. So check them out if you haven't already. Milford Asset Management, see how they can help you. And of course, you always find this stream, you'll always be able to find it by heading through rowinghub.co.nz. But if you don't want to miss the prize giving, and if you know, the Heberley Shield will be given out. I wouldn't go anywhere. Keep the stream up on your laptops. We'll give you a 5-minute warning when we are about to head back for prize giving as we check out those boat trailers. Most of them looking loaded. Great work, team. Love to see everyone getting amongst and getting the job done. So don't go too far, team. Prize giving will be within the next hour.
the 8 medals and 8 trophies tonight, as well as the mixed quad, or this afternoon, as well as the mixed quad. Glenn, a few words from you.
No, I'd like to be seen. Someone going to come up the top. Hoping we still have some officials. So before, I know some of them are heading away. So let's give a huge round of applause to all the officials who've given up their Easter weekend for us. Thank you very much. So, university rowing, I've been involved for way too long. People like Nick Barton over there, he's been involved for 2 years as well. But we have gone through our ups and downs, and we were actually the only sport that survived the fall of University Sport New Zealand. Now we know it as University Tertiary Sport New Zealand, and we've come back inside of that. But the best thing that happened through that was that Row New Zealand actually came on board and decided to be a part with us. University rowing is all about you guys. I always think it's pretty amazing that you're getting up at 5 a.m. in the morning. Canterbury one's pretty easy. They just go for a paddle in the afternoon. Oh, it seems to work, obviously. Obviously, we saw Vic get plenty of good water this season, which is, I think they got more rows than they've had in the last 10 years. But right across the board, a huge thanks to all the coaches, the managers. I know we got presidents of the university clubs who are full-time students doing a huge job, so thank you very much to them. We are also doing, tomorrow, if you didn't know, we're doing Trans-Tasman Trials. So we race Australia. This year it'll be back in Brisbane, men's and women's 8s. So if you're a novice just starting this year, you could be doing this in the next 2 or 3 years if you wanted to be. There's, I think Megan was saying today through her commentary, we've had many novices from university rowing who've gone right through the grades and ended up being elites. Right, heard enough of me. Let's get into the medals. Coming, no. We're going to have the whole crew coming up. While you're standing on the dais, we're going to get.
Okay, we're going to get the Novice 8 winners up first. So the Novice Women's 8 winners and silver and bronze medalists. If you could come up to the dais, please. You should already have your medals, but we'll get you up for a quick photo anyway. So there's the Novice Women's 8. We've got a trophy here. Gold in the middle, yep. Gold in the middle. Silver on the far side, isn't it? Silver? Yep. Well done, ladies. And your medal on you and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, just for and I'll read. Okay, so the winners of the bronze medal is Lexi Orange, Lillian Smith, Hannah Stevens, Nina Nimkanen, Marama Wallace, Sophie Schaefer, Ariel Sevilla, and Rihanna Gathelman. One, two. Okay, and the silver medal was won by Sammy Donaldson, Brooke Perry, Madeline Ozan, Tessa Hinch, Sam Jensen, Gemma Allwood, Charlotte Smith, Ruby Shanks, and Isabel Wall was the Cox. And the winners of the gold medal, Canterbury University, Emily Williams, Olivia Sheehan, Zara Ford, Isabella Williamson, Jodie Wellwood, Ruby Miller, Jasmine Urin, and Kira Tuff, with Liv Barnett as the Cox. And congratulations, Otago. Sorry, Canterbury University, sorry. Sorry. The men's 8. The men's novice 8. Yeah, and as well. Okay, winners of the bronze medal, Auckland University, Edward Poole, Sean Collins Stewart, Ryota Barden, Ziching Liu, Ziching Yin, Beth Allwood, Ruby Hollister, Leonardo Penny, and Angus Jackson was the Cox. Congratulations, Auckland Uni. Second in the novice 8, Canterbury University, Josh Moody, Oliver Jackson, David Ritchie, Nava Brotherson, Oliver Williams, Joshua Corrin, Rongji Lee, Liam Corby, and Jamie Burden was the Cox. Silver medal to Canterbury University. And then the gold medal to Otago University, Isaac Earp, James Carl, Caleb Jones, Rowan Higgins, Louis Ferrier, Joshua Arjun, Ethan James, Vaughan Kitchen, and the Cox was Charlotte Matthews. Congratulations, Otago University, the novice champions. Okay, so if we could have the 20 men's 8s up, please.
I know, I was the only one. Right. But yes, I was on the men's deck, which they're all
Okay, so if we could have the men's tournament 8, The winners Otago University, second Auckland University, third Canterbury University. Head on up, gents. Head on up. Put your medals on. Head on up. University won race in the men's tournament 8. M. Corby, Oliver Williams, Navarre Brotherson, David Ritchie, Oliver Jackson, stroke Josh Moody, and the Cox Tim Heritage. Auckland University winners of the silver medal: Bowers, Leonard Penny, Ziching Yin, Ziching Liu, Ryota Barton, Sean Collins Stewart, Edward Poole, Amara Seala. Strike was Colin Mills, and the Cox was Angus Jackson. And winners of the men's tournament 8, Otago University, Vaughan Kitchen, Ethan James, Joshua Ajun, Louis Farrier, Rowan Higgins, Caleb Jones, James Carl, and the stroke Isaac Earp, with Cox the Gemma was Gemma Allwood. And congratulations to Otago University, the men's tournament 8 winners. Okay, thanks guys. Exit stage left. If we could have the women's tournament 8. Left, your other left, that way. Come this way. Come this way. Canterbury? Nice. So I've got your medal. Take them out, put them on. That would be great. Imagine we put them on you and you got your hand shaking. Okay, so the winners were Canterbury, Otago University 1 was second, and Waikato University was third. Side, ladies. Far side for you guys. So third place was Waikato University, Willa Van Dyke, Twilla Peyote, Jenna Carterton, Eleanor Ski, Ayane, Deslignes, and stroke was Cox. Otago University. Silver medal with Tessa Hinch, Charlotte Smith, Ruby Shanks, Sam Jansen, Lucy Leal, Madeline Ozan, Brooke Pieri, and Sammy Donaldson was the stroke with Cox Charlotte Matthews. Otago University second place. And then the gold medal went to Canterbury University with Kiera Tuff, Jasmine Urin, Molly Mae Maestrom, Jodie Wellwood, Isabella Williamson, Zara Ford, Olivia Sheehan, and stroke Emily Williams with the Cox Liv Barnett. And the Cox Hill up there too.
He's small. Girls, good job.
Okay, if we could have the women's Varsity 8. So the third place was Auckland University, second Otago University number 2, and winners were Otago University number 1. So just backing up, we will do the men's Varsity 8 next, so if you could be ready to head down. Otago University, Zoe Kang, Kate Spring, Madeline Boom, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Meg Libby Christie, and with Cox Lila. And winner with Otago University 1, Olivia Studham, Daisy Vavasaur, Aria Stevens, Hannah Wild, Bear, Charlie Barkley. Cox was Isabel Wall. Congratulations. Women's Varsity. Why don't I just stand still? Make sure it works. Varsity 8 could come up now. Okay, men's Varsity 8. Third was Lincoln. Second was Canterbury. First was Otago. Canterbury? Yeah, congrats. Over here, Canterbury? Where's Canterbury? Yeah, where's it? On yourselves. Having won this one myself, well done. Good one. Definitely. Not racing. Oh, shit. Damn it.
I think the reroad's being done on the ring.
Lincoln up first. Okay, so third place in the men's varsity Cox State was Lincoln University Composite with Canterbury University 1. Second place, Canterbury University 1. And the winners were Otago University 1. Congratulations to the men's varsity Cox State champions, Otago University 1. Okay, we're presenting the Mixed Championship Cox Quadruple Sculls next. That's Otago University 1, Canterbury University 1 and Waikato University 1 coming down. And congratulations Otago University, Varsity champions. Still waiting on Canterbury University number 1, silver. Too hard. Too hard, yeah. That got random girl there. Okay.
Right, up on the dice, guys. Let's
go. Fast silver, yeah, near side. So the mixed goals, third place was Otago University. Second place, Canterbury University, as well Waikato University 1 for the mixed quadruple sculls. So just mixed event. An event at the Olympics. I don't wonder its distance. So congratulations to the Mixed Championship Cox Quadruple Sculls champions, Waikato University. Just letting you know that will potentially be an event at the next Olympics, and at the World Champs they're talking about having a mixed eight, so it's going to be exciting. Okay, so the next event is the Ashes. I'll just read the points out. What is it? 6th place, Victoria University with 3 points. 5th place, Lincoln University. 5th place, Lincoln University with 5 points. 4th place, Auckland University with 22 points. 3rd place, Waikato University, 35 points. 2nd place, Canterbury University, 124 points. And the winner of the Ashes, Otago University with 157 points. Glenn, can you give that to your... Glenn would like the men's and women's captain. And then you're going to present that to yourself? Congratulations to Otago University, the winners of the Ashes. So the Women's Championship 8. If you could come up please. Otago, Canterbury University 1 and Otago University 1. Imagine everyone else had a handshake and put your medal on by someone. Yep, well done, cheers. Cheers. Thank you.
Sure, buddy.
Oh.
It's an ugly.
Go. So it's Canterbury on the far. Canterbury on the far. So congratulations to the Women's Championship 8. It was Otago University 2. 2nd place was Canterbury University 1. And the winners were Otago University 1. Congratulations to University, the winners of the Tamaki. Give them that cup. Otherwise we'll get messages from your grandfather. So Glenn is going to present the Tamaki Cup to Otago University 1. The Cup winner of the Women's Championship 8. Congratulations, Otago University. It's a tough bit. Amelia, you're holding onto it now. Is it the youngest person in the crew? Oh, is that one too? Yeah. Right. Is Amelia the youngest? Right. So the final presentation, the Men's Championship 8s, 3rd Lincoln University, 2nd Otago University 1, and the winners Canterbury University 1. Head on up. Canterbury's out. As much as I might have come from Wellington, I always come from Canterbury, congratulations, well done. Here in medals, present them to yourselves. Well done. Otago, head up first, then Canterbury, then Lincoln. Not until it's a race. Wait, what's the money? The rules say that when you're supposed to. So the Men's Championship 8, 3rd place, Lincoln University. Second place, Otago University 1. And the winners of the Heberley Shield for 2025, Canterbury University. Glenn can present the enormously heavy now Heberley Shield to be held by the youngest person in the crew. As you all know, there's sometimes a bit of spectacle with this one. Only the members of the race can actually try and steal it. Glenn is struggling to let the shield go. He wants it to stay with Otago. Let it go, Glenn. You can let it go. Congratulations, Canterbury University, winners of the Heavily Shield 2025! Give it another minute and then